It is Wednesday, my dudes. I'm not gonna do it. I would love to. Welcome back to the NLC Week 2, Day 2. My name is Alexandre Archaramaya. I'll be your host, and I would like to introduce to you all the best duo in the world. It is Goldberg and Trouble, and if you don't agree, we'll fight you in real life. How are you doing?
What?
I like that.
That's a bit aggressive. You can't just attack viewers like this. Outside of the violence, I'm doing rather good. How about yourself?
Violence does solve everything.
Oh my God.
Oh, cool
Not
transition. Like it, love it. But we're not alone on the studio. We do have the concerts back at home. It is Viperoon and Henning. Hello. I'll start by Henning. I'll not get caught again. How you doing, Henning? Second day.
Doing really well here, second day. Looking forward to some bangers we have on later on. I mean, we did see a lot of interesting ones, interesting picks, and actually a good upset in the first time around when I was here on Monday. So we're really looking forward to the games.
Viperoon, give me that hype. Give me the hype.
I mean, I'm excited because the games, we're looking at them at the beginning of the week. They didn't look all that exciting, but now we've had some upset results in day one. Things are looking a little bit closer. Suddenly, a lot of these games have a lot of importance, so really excited to get going.
Wait, what upset is...
Yeah, what's this upset he's talking about?
We shouldn't talk about that yet. I'll see you soon after the Champion Select. And let's look into the first day of Week 2, which was exciting. It was spicy. What do you guys feel about that?
Oh, it was really spicy. We're going to start mild, so we can work you
Oh yeah,
into
the spice level is
stuff,
just
right?
like
Yeah, okay.
So the recap should be XL versus Bifrost. We should start with XL versus Bifrost. It was a fun one, but XL ran away with a
Yeah, actually, I thought that Bifrost were going to do the same thing because Shikari was also immortal at that point, and he picks his Renekton again. Then he runs it onto the top side, and he literally runs it into the top side because XL were much faster on the transitions and the rotations. They brought in the entire team, and every time Bifrost would try to make a proactive move, XL had already read it.
Exactly, I completely agree with Trouble. I think Bifrost finally got a good lead in terms of Shikari. They wanted to play off that from the top side, but they struggled to transition this early game lead into anything meaningful, and why that was is exactly as Trouble is explaining. They were read all the time by BTXL. Rotations just came in faster. Now moving on to the next one, Riddle versus Singularity. I mean, can we call it close? I feel like it was messy from Riddle's side, but I don't know if it was ever messy. It felt like they had some oversteps, but all in all, I think the bot lane domination that came out from Riddle really shone through the entire series where they were able to rotate around the map with the Jhin and Karma. You pair that up with the Corki, it really just creates an artillery where they just can't step up without dying.
Artillery, I like where you went with that one. As for X7 versus Nuriki, I mean, I think the best way we can describe this game would be the boys had fun. Tom and Jerry in the bot lane for Nata and Kasing. I mean, Kasing living his dream and being a cat. Meow. And that's my analysis for this.
Yeah,
it was
because
an absolute
that's what they
fiesta.
said themselves. If you were here for the interview, you know, Jaeger was talking about, you know,
It's so fun.
we were having a bit of fun here. The draft was a bit, and you know, they won, so you can't.
Interesting.
Yeah, they won, so you can't really argue against them and be like, "Ha, you're so arrogant," because in the end, well, they still pulled it off. But it's still something that can. That one, I don't talk about this one. Trouble, take it away.
All right, so this is where Upsets happened all over the board for everyone's predictions, and Astralis lost to Eminem. Again, Eminem is an org that has been getting relegated from the NLC, climbing back up, relegated, climbing back up, and now they've managed to pull one of the biggest upsets we had. They took down one of the 2 academy teams that we have in the league, and they actually did it in a pretty decisive fashion. I felt like Michigo on that Ziggs was so pivotal. I feel like this was the first melee Ziggs I've ever seen in my life that were playing 5v5s, and Michigo was like in the front line, just punching them with bombs. It was super fun to see, except here he dies.
He's not throwing them, he's literally punching them with the bombs. But I think it was all of Eminem that came together that really stepped up. Eminem really impressed me on day one. So as disappointed as they were, you gotta give credit to them. I think they came in with a really good backline gang. Having the Hecarim on Canna was something I really like seeing.
We're still not done yet because Vanir versus Dusty. Vanir still staying strong. The Immortals, let's call it this way. We're not going to debate too much about that, but Vanir are just kicking it off.
I mean, I think Vanir have a pretty good roster, and I think they can go up against the big names that we have later on in the season. I think this was a showing of which AD bot lane can throw the most and who can grab the most out of it.
It felt like positioning of AD carries that game was a bit
questionable.
Peculiar, I guess. A bit of interesting with the Jhin that was diving in the back line. Yep, interesting is a very good word of putting it. But I think in the end, one team came through and showed that they were the better team fighters on the day because it was 2 very identical compositions. So you gotta hand it to the side of Vanir. They really played that one nicely.
An interesting day that actually results in standings. Let's see how the teams are faring up now, as we do actually have Vanir on the first place alongside with X7, so they're still standing strong on the top side. There we go, Vanir at X7, followed up by Astralis that slipped a little bit, or maybe Eminem just stepped it up by Frost, Riddle as well, and XL. And tell me.
Yeah, I genuinely just think Vanir was the biggest surprise here. We were talking about the Elite Four in terms of X7, Astralis, Bifrost, and JDXL. So the fact that Vanir has decided to creep in here, super impressive. You can talk about the fact there is a bit about the schedule. We'll dive into that later. But in all, I think some of it is mostly as we expected. Vanir being the biggest surprise for sure.
Yeah, and
the schedule. Let's get the schedule and talk about it.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised by Riddle as well. They've managed to get themselves to 2-1. Now they have to play an Eminem, and even though Eminem is coming from a victory, I feel like this is where Riddle can actually take a head up and move towards these 3-0 giants that we have.
We're not going to debate a lot about the games because we have a few things prepared for you guys. So XL versus Nuriki. Let's see if the mojo for Nuriki will step up today. Riddle versus Eminem Gaming. Was this like a one-time thing, or will they be able to keep it? Singularity standing strong versus X7. Let's see if the cat appears today as well. Bifrost versus Vanir. We're not going to talk about that. Astralis Talent versus Dusty to finish up
I'm going to talk about that.
Oh, you want to do it?
You guys have to tune in for the Bifrost versus Vanir at 9 p.m. CET, because this is Vanir's first opponent from the top dogs. They've had an ease on the starting schedule, but now they have to fight the big dogs in the league.
Just
Coming
a
in
little
with momentum,
scrap.
though.
Yeah. No, hit me.
No, that was literally all I wanted to add.
Okay, that's enough for me then.
Momentum.
Surprise of the week, because now I want you to talk about the surprise of the week, which is Eminem versus Astralis, and
They had to do this to you. Know?
Let me just rip open that bandage immediately and just get it out of the way. I think Eminem versus Astralis was definitely an upset from the side of Eminem, but once again, I think Canna on that Hecarim in the jungle was something I had generally missed and something I didn't understand they didn't bring out sooner, because if you know Canna, in the previous seasons he's played, Hecarim was one of his most played champions, granted. Hecarim was meta as well, but all in all, this guy's just super comfortable on this champion, and I love the pathing he had here. I love the fact that he was exploiting the fact he hit 6 immediately before there's a 2v2 in bot lane where they can fight back with, disengage with the Rakan ultimate as well. So he found really good windows, and when you get a double kill on Hecarim in a match like this, you snowball a lot when you get your mythic item before the rest of your opponents.
And I love the rest of the composition going in around that Hecarim. Now you've got the Camille that's able to jump in the backline, you've got the Galio that's able to slam down on the Camille ult, and then your main carry, which is this Ziggs, can just throw the ultimate and pile it on from a very safe distance. Now Michigo wasn't really playing from a safe distance in general, he didn't die a lot either, but generally speaking, that was a really beautiful composition from Eminem, which is something that they've been drafting in the past, in previous seasons, are very easy to execute comps, but they've never been able to make them work.
But that's the thing, the teamwork of Eminem in that game, because it wasn't only Kana, it was also the fact how they were playing around each other for once, and how the composition worked in conjunction to each other. Once again, it felt like every single pick they had on Eminem's side was just all in all a really good response to the side they had on Astralis. You had the 6 into the Jinx, you had the Galio into the Rakan, you had the Hecarim with the backline dive into the immobile carry on the enemy team, and then obviously Akshan as your AD carry instead, then where it went good for the laning phase, then it went a bit bad into the mid game, came back into the late game, and then Camille, we thought she was going to get outscaled by the Fiora on the side lane, but all in all, she just had more impact in team fights that Carlsen had on that Fiora.
Yeah, we were talking about the team fights that they had. It was like a massive team fight game where every single time they could, they would bring the team fights. We actually have a few clips of that for you guys. It was massive, but also when you have this team that can go into the backline, you don't need that hyper carry on the backline because you can't use it.
This is beautiful setup control here for objectives, right? You pop the Rift Herald in the mid lane, then you start moving into that river, and you see how split Astralis is. Jinx with Fiora on the other side, and then they pick off or isolated members from the side of Eminem one by one, and then you will see that Crispberg is so close to getting that reset, but because of how beautifully Eminem are playing the front to back and the rotations with their spells, he never gets that reset going.
You can also just see it here, the fact that Michigan once again on the 6, look how he's so good at interrupting, or the interrupt he gets from his teammates as well, the peeling around this 6, let him stay up in their face, make sure he can buy all the damage that needed, and then once they want to go in for the aggression,
Wait for it.
you got the Hecarim.
Wait for it.
Yeah, exactly, the double kill as well on the 6, absolutely beautiful. I was losing my mind when watching that game, despite how sad I was that my prediction did not go home.
I like the idea, but looking at the stats and the difference of the team on the first week for the second one, obviously we only have like day 1 of second week, but comparing both of them versus Astralis nonetheless, it is ridiculously better.
I mean, one thing is that you're the winning team, so obviously your stats are going to look better, but it's also just a testimony to the fact that they did improve on this second week we had here of the NLC. The fact you finally drafted a better team fight composition that makes ease of execution easier for you as well, really is telling in the damage numbers as well. Also, gold per minute. Obviously, you get more kills, you get more clean gameplay, the gold is going to get up, and the fact you aren't just ending or you're just shoved in under your tower and not able to pull the trigger obviously also helps. So I think it's the fact they finally had some comfort where they had tools in a draft to equalize on a game plan, whereas before they were shoved in on the tower, enemies had individual that showed up instead, and that kind of made it difficult.
Yeah, and I really hope this also gives a wake-up call to Astralis, because I found them painfully slow in every single game.
I don't want to run away from this game, but this reminds me like the X7 and the Astralis, both teams on the top, fighting versus other teams that were not supposed to be on the top. But X7 were able to pull it off, like, okay, we are at a disadvantage, we can still run the game. Astralis were not able to actually go to that line. It's really hard when you lose the line of the game to pull it off.
I mean, it's been the case, like, ever since I remember Crispberg playing the team, the mid-game is like, let's slow it down, let's put on the brake, put it back on the first, and just go slowly. And I'm like, no, you gotta slap that game shut, because if you don't, you'll miss the mid-game.
I also just think they played out fights wrong. I think the objective setup sometimes weren't probably developed between the players, where Vendelbo was not in a proper position for them to pile on each other. We saw it in the B-roll as well, a little bit split every now and then. But, I mean, it's something that you fix alongside the way, and something you'll have to build up as a team by just playing more games together.
And Astralis were one of the top 4 of the, at least of the standings or the predictions that we had, one of the elite 4 that we need to talk about, because Vanir are just stepping in and challenging the elite 4. They're still strong, they didn't lose. So what is happening with Vanir?
So that's the
Are
thing.
you a faithful yet?
I mean, they did call me out on Twitter, so I guess I have to kind of talk about it. But, okay, so here's the thing with Vanir, for me, is the kind of team where they had, like, 1 step, 2 step, like they're climbing a ladder, okay? So I like the Pokemon reference of going up to the Elite Four, because they've just finished their badges, right? They finally got 8 badges for themselves. Now they're heading to the League instead. And now you're going to be testing the Elite Four instead, where we have Bifrost, Astralis, and obviously JDXL and X7. So today is their first Elite Four standing member when they're going up against Bifrost, who also is stacked on the RL talent.
But also, it's like the step right below, because when we were ranking them, we're like, okay, X7, Astralis, and JDXL together, but then you're like, you have Bifrost. So I still think they have the best schedule, because it's like, easing them
Oh yeah,
into
yeah.
the top three.
It's a nice little climb for them where it's like, all right, here's the next better team, just a little bit better team, just a little bit better team.
It's like scrims are getting harder, you know?
Exactly. But I also think we see them evolving throughout the fights that they're actually having. We're talking about Vanir's mid game looking like their logo. I still think it does to some extent, but it looks like they're polishing up that mid game just the more and more we see them. And I think as well, it's the fact that they're getting more comfortable as a team. The fact that they're willing enough to just, for example, quickset and they might just say, screw it, I'm gonna flash forward on the Jhin and just on the Aphelios in just a moment, and let's just kick off the fight like this. Their willingness to be proactive is what has lacked a little bit in the mid game, and it's why it also gets so chaotic because they have a very heavy team fight style.
Also, I do prefer that much more because Markoon has also said in the past, if you don't make the wrong engages, you'll never know what the right ones
That's
would
true.
be, right? So I really love that Quickset was playing up front. He was calling the shots. He was going in whenever he was seeing the prey, you know, a little bit further forward in the team fight. So I do like that Vanir are pushing their limits and they're checking their boundaries before they face the top three.
And the trust on the team, like when someone pulls the trigger, you don't doubt it. You go instantly. And this is why the late game seems so strong for Vanir. Or actually, when they remind themselves, okay, we're late game. Okay, now we have the upper hand. Like, we're done with the mid game. Let's go with the V.
I think their team fighting in the late game is stellar.
It is.
They know exactly how to play
Clean.
the front to back. They know exactly where the champions will be standing. It's like the second they hit that item power spike, it's like, okay, guys, now we know how to play the game.
Exactly,
Let's go.
but I think that's when they also have the right draft to facilitate that, because on the first game against the Singularity in the first day of the season, they just forgot to draft engage, so that game just went on for ages. So when they finally have the tools they need to succeed in team fights, yes, they're definitely a very scary team.
And the stats for Vanir are really interesting to look into because you look at the damage, there we go, you look at the damage, the goal difference, but then you look at the CS per minute. It's like, we want to deal damage,
Okay, who
we want to
needs
get the
CS?
gold, we don't want to farm.
You get kills.
Yes, when you get kills.
And the thing is, it's also just a test on when you once again to the style they kind of have. You know, they want to be aggressive, they want to play for their leads, and they don't only want to do that by just zoning their opponent away from the experience or in the CS. It's about them pulling the trigger forward. And that is also, once again, why the mid game sometimes become a bit chaotic for them, because they want to keep it aggressive. If you want to draw a kind of parallel to them, it's like very light, ultra light Fnatic, right? In terms of just also want to be
Last season
aggressive,
Fnatic.
like exactly last season Fnatic, in terms of testing their limits all the time, trying to be aggressive. And if they can polish this style, then they can become a really scary team.
And I kind of really like this style for Vanir because I feel like they're the ones of the only teams that they're clean. They have clean, early, aggressive game. And this is what I like about them. They know how to calculate their aggression in the early. And when you face teams like X7, JDXL, Astralis especially, when they're so slow in the early game, this is how you can take advantage and catch them off guard.
Then comes the question, will they be able to like smooth the mid game? Or for instance, if Bifrost will be able to penalize them on the mid game if they falter as well? So this is a question for today, but do you want to answer?
I mean, that has just always been my question about Vanir. That was why I also thought they were going to be losing to Dusty when it came down to it, but they just had better team fighting again in the late game. But it is the same question we probably ask ourselves every time, because if this mid lane is not stellar, you do this against better teams, they'll come back into it.
Today is a test of strength,
Except if it's
of will,
Yeah,
and all that.
sure.
But previous day, we saw some picks, like interesting picks, and I'd like to talk to you guys about that. I want to ask you, why are you right? Why are those picks so useful on those specific
Why are you
players?
right?
Okay, so what we've done here is that we've taken a look at some of the few champions we saw last Monday, and we're like, okay, we don't see this champion too often, but it worked out in this specific case we had here in the NLC.
Yeah.
And the first pick I had in terms of why you're right of picking that champion here is actually Eminence Vladimir that we saw in JDXL. Now, reason why that is because it's a super solid champion in terms of self-disengage. We saw that he was playing up against the Yasuo or Diana composition. You want to stay safe, self-sufficient, without resources of your team having to be funneled into you, then Vladimir is a great champion. We also see the average game time most of the time goes up to 30 plus. So you will have your 3-item power spike. You will become a teamfight menace. And his zoning in teamfight is still immaculate in terms of what he does. It's not so much like a Victor laser or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's more like, I'm throwing myself at you and I am the zone you're going to have to respect.
That's the thing. I feel like Vladimir is like a melee victor. He's not like, oh, you shall not pass. He's like, you shall not pass with his body. Yeah, I agree with everything he said. I think Eminence had a blast for game.
So it's the Chadimir, that's what you're saying. Like he runs to the team and
Chadimir,
I'm like,
good one.
like he runs.
Yeah, yeah.
I got you because you're
You
always
guys are
talking
just
about
trying
the
to
Chad.
put Chad in front of everywhere. That's not how it works. You can't do it with every champion.
Okay, that's
will
your
be Chadson,
bit.
though.
What about you, Trouble? Give me the spice. Give me the spice.
Okay, there is one jungler in our league.
Ooh.
There's only one jungler in our league.
Only one. That specializes in a very particular style of junglers. And I'm, of course, talking about MC. He is the AP jungler extraordinaire. And then we're talking, you know, Diana's, that is very meta right now. The Nidalee, that is getting respect banned all the time. But no one thought about the Rumble. When we talk about backline access, it doesn't necessarily mean a champion that dives the backline. It just means a champion that can reach the backline in whatever way. And I felt like the Rumble in this particular situation played against the Lux Caitlyn. You don't want to go too close, you might get bound, but having the Camille to lock someone in, throwing down the carpet, you have the Corki rockets, someone dies. And I think it worked wonders for MC, especially because she's so used to playing AP junglers.
Exactly, that's the context of it. I'm not surprised that we're not seeing more of it because obviously there are better AP junglers, but he does make a lot of sense when you're going into the immobile AD carries, as we see a lot in this meta. If Jinx and Thresh, Thresh and Lulu rather, have been banned, well then that does make the life very difficult for these AD carries. And as you said, paired up with the Camille, you got yourself a deadly combo when you finally get backline access.
The oven?
Oh,
Yeah. Barbecue. I miss those
Barbecue.
times. But also you can lock in like champions like Jhin. Everybody's picking Jhin to like fight from afar, so you don't have to deal with Jinx. So this Rumble could be something for that. I know it's like really specific, but we could see more.
Let the
of
Fury
those.
crafting get going, but luckily for us, that's not for us to decide. That's for the
There we
coaches
go.
to do and for us to
I
analyze.
agree with you guys, but I would pick Teemo to the top lane. Yeah, I'm one of those. I'm sorry, I'm a level 7 Teemo.
We get this guy off a broadcast.
We need a new host.
I'm sad. I'm really sad. Is it really good? Okay, okay.
Sad face? Show them the real sad face so they believe you.
I don't have one. I'm
See?
really hyped. I'm really hyped about
There you go.
everything. So we should look into the first game of today. No, not yet, because before that, I want to see the predictions. I want to see what you guys picked and if we actually defer today as well. Give it to me. I want to see the talent predictions.
Whoa, there we have
Okay.
predictions.
Wait. What is that?
As a
What
beat.
is?
I am a believer.
But it makes sense.
I mean, honestly, she's a believer of it. I'm sure that Vanir is super happy. You know, it's like the meme in front of the tombstone, like, yeah, this is great. You picked Vanir. That's gonna go well. But honestly, I can totally see why you would do it. Like, they have the momentum. Bifrost came up a loss. They still look struggling a little bit. Obviously, I think that game is super close, which is one of the reasons why you should also tune into it.
It's fine, man. They've been playing the game on easy mode. Now it's going into the medium difficulty, and then it's gonna get hard mode. You know?
Yeah, and there's more people that believes in the Eminem supremacy after taking that victory of
And it's not
Astralis.
Jamada.
And it's not Jamada, which is actually super confusing, but that is what it is. Also, I'm super excited for these predictions because if Trouble loses on her prediction, that means I'm tied with her again. So, Prage.
Wait, I'm leading?
Yeah, you're currently leading with
You are
one.
in the lead.
With one.
At 1 point.
Vanir, please.
But the question comes to mind.
Don't let the girl down. Actually, do let the girl down.
No,
What happens if she succeeds?
I'm 2 points up.
What do you have to say about that?
Then I'm a bit...
It is legally allowed on the Okay. Okay. Now we can talk about the first game. This is going to be a good one as well, because even though people may see, okay, the score should be this, I still believe there's something to play around, which is Excel versus Nuriki. We should start with Excel, which is easier to talk about, and then we jump into Nuriki.
All right. I'll grab Excel, which is easy to talk about. I mean, come on, it's our second Academy T here, the only one that has stayed from the previous season. They're bringing back Dan, who has previously played again in the NLC for Fnatic Rising, now for JDXL. They bring Kikis as well, role swap from the jungle to the support role. Dan also talked about how well they work together due to the fact that Kikis used to be a jungler. They said the communication is very smooth sailing because it doesn't necessarily have to communicate too much. Kikis goes with the flow. And honestly, I have seen them work so well together. I feel like Dan is back on track. His fire has been reignited. And in two of the games that JDXL have won, I felt like the jungler Dan went above and beyond.
Not only that, I think they've just paired this roster really well, nicely up together. Kryze to me has been a little bit shaky up in the top side. Obviously, can sometimes be an explosive matchup, but I also think to me that they have in one of the best rookies we have in the NLC by Eminence as well. Obviously, you can count Haru and Tempt as well, but I think what he does, Eminence, for JDXL, really is just a versatile player you have in the mid lane. Can do the Victor, can do the Syndra, can do the Zoe, can do the Vladimir as well. It just brings a lot of momentum and room to play around with for JDXL. When you have a guy like this in the mid game, you can still fight around nicely well in team fights.
Let's play a game. Is Eminence gonna pick a 4th unique champion? Go.
I would, yeah, I'd totally say yes.
Is he?
I bet, yeah.
I'm on yes as
not
well.
the Corki or Victor, not Corki or Victor, like a specific one.
Yeah, he hasn't played
no.
Victor. I
Yeah, that's
accidentally
the thing.
just
I
said
want him
Victor.
to keep not playing that.
Yeah.
I like
I
Eminence
said
on that
unique
point.
champion, so he can pick them. It's still unique.
Okay, probably Teemo. But with that in mind, we should look into Nuriki. I know you guys are going to flame me afterward because of the Teemo, but Nuriki, there's still some light in them. They need to find their mojo, and they might be able to do so because they have players to do so.
I think Nuriki is still a team without an identity. It seems like they struggle to kind of find out what they want to do. We've seen them try and play for the Riven in the beginning up towards the top side. I think they had a really good pressure as well with Era at some time where he was playing Victor. But every time I see them finally like try and come together, it seems like they're still a bit disjointed in terms of how they're approaching a team fight. One guy will stand to left at the ramp in the mid lane while the rest of his team is down towards the bottom. Like it's just once again a little bit disjointed every now and then, but I am seeing the lights. I think we even saw a bit of it against the X7. They just really aren't there yet where they can capitalize on it.
Honestly, I'm not sure if that was, Nuriki mastermind or that was X7 just having fun with their champions.
A bit of both,
allowing,
right?
Yeah, allowing also room to Nuriki. But I think what we're watching right now on our screen, I feel like their bot lane is a strong point. I think there shouldn't be a question as to where you should play and who you should play for, because I do believe it has to be their bot lane. Azitor has been fantastic.
Yeah, he's been doing a good job, like just being a little bit anonymous. Actually, he's gone under the radar until we decided to have a little look at the stats as well, which we will dive into. But it is once again like we've seen them try different stuff, and as we're highlighting right now, we'd love to try and see a bit more from Azitor, because I do believe we also have some stats we can show off his insane numbers that he's been able to bring out. Because
Can we, before we see the stats?
Yeah, sure.
There is something that blew my mind in that draft versus X7, because I believe they could have very, very, very easily won with the draft that they brought. But this Nami tilted me off the face of the earth. Like, I love everything that you're doing here. The dive, the damage that you have, the reach in the backline with the Vex and the Gragas cask. But I'm like, you're facing a Diana, you're facing a Jace, your Nami gets hit, she's out of the fight, your Jinx stays alone.
And that's the thing as well, because you finally saw clear identity. You have the guy to disengage in the Gragas. You can also do the same with the Sensao instead. Backline access with the Vex. And when you take a look at these two compositions, if I had to pick one of them, like just kind of, I'd probably go with this one instead, in just in case of terms of ease of execution.
What is this?
Exactly. That's a bit more fun. I mean, I'm not saying this is unplayable. I'm just saying this is a bit more interesting or maybe easier to execute, which on an ERL level basis usually just is the way to go, especially in the start of the season when teams just need to understand who are you, who am I, how do we play together, what's the calling kind of like.
And we were talking about the fact from Eminem, like not looking into Eminem, but the draft of Eminem, which is easier to play around, like team fight wise. And maybe Nuriki should be looking into that to make it easier for them.
That was very,
With
very
the Nami, like you need to protect the Jinx a little bit further than you have with the Nami. That's what you're talking about.
I mean, still with the composition that they have, I think they should have won the game versus what X7 brought in.
There was a glimpse of light.
I don't necessarily give the loss to the Nami, but I felt
no,
like
definitely.
had that maybe been a Braum, it would have made the life easier.
So that's it. But looking into the AD carry, we were talking so much about the stats and why is he so... There we go. If you look into the numbers, this is bot lane, by the way. The first in damage, the first in CS 15 in experience.
These guys
This
are
is
0-3.
bot lane related.
That's why it's so impressive. Exactly what you're saying right now. These guys are 0 and 3. And you're looking at a guy right now with the highest damage per minute, who's got the CSD 15 as well, highest as well, and experience difference. Like, these guys lane well in the bottom lane, but it's something where they struggle to use this bot lane as a catalyst, because what we usually see is that, all right, let's win bot lane, let's get plating, let's move up towards the top side, let's try and get as much as we can. But right now, we haven't seen rotations around the bot side. So I'd love to see the evolution of Nuriki become, all right, let's become a bot-centric team, because Azitor is showing beautiful stats to play for.
There we go, and we're talking about, we need to talk a little bit more about this and about Azitor as well on the team. 33% of the damage you were talking about. Like, he's bringing a lot to the team, but why is the team not capable of bringing the KDA? Because the KDA for Azitor is really low.
Well, what is it? Do you know the specific of it?
I will tell you if possible. I think I got it, but I'm losing myself in my notes, so I will not say a number. Because I want my-
What did
Don't
you say?
bring in the
What did
KDA
you
to me
say
if
in
you don't.
rehearsal?
But I know it was really, really
high
low.
risk, high reward play.
So the
Yeah.
thing was, like, his KDA obviously is not very good. So he's like, what did I even
High
say?
risk, high reward, no?
High risk, high reward kind of player, yeah, where it's like, all right, I'm just going to go all out, go out there. And if you can have someone to facilitate that, then yeah, beautiful, great. But why they haven't been able to do that so far, obviously it's a good question, but it is, once again, just because this is a new team coming together. It looks like, from just what I'm seeing from gameplay, that they're lacking a strong voice, or at least a united team or voice to come together, because they are playing setups to objectives a bit disjointed. They are playing team fights a bit disjointed, where it looks like people are coming in with the wrong idea. And honestly, as a new team, it doesn't really matter what play you're going for, as long as you can make sure that everyone's on the same page. Because if you can get that in the beginning, that's great. Now you commit a wrong play, great, let's now adapt and not go for the wrong play and just start going for a good play. But if you don't have that united voice, then the place is just going to be so messy.
So the reason why I'm really worried is because I'm looking at JDXL and I'm like, every single lane can carry. And
Yeah.
this is a little bit hard to counter because you never know what Excel is going to bring out to the table.
And that's the thing, like, this team is just so good, JDX, though. They have exceeded my expectation for the first 2 weeks, just in terms of the gameplay they're able to bring out.
We still have a little bit of time before the Champion Select. I know that they're still redoing the Champion Select due to a bug, so we'll jump to the Champion Select as
Bug in the Riot client.
I
What?
don't know. I just
No.
know that we still have a few minutes to go into this game. And now we debated a lot about Nariki. Maybe you can look into Excel, because this is a team that will not allow Nariki to have those mistakes. They will punish it heavily. I mean, they lost versus X7, but still, it was a really tough game. It was one of the most exciting games, Excel versus X7. So will Excel allow Nariki to make these sort of mistakes?
Well, that's the thing, because you are playing against Samuel and Kikis. Like, Kikis has been doing great. Samuel, I still think he haven't left the mark from how good I remember this guy.
Because of how everyone else is doing so insane.
It is, but I remember watching Samuel like at European Masters be like, all right, you're a little bit hard stuck on that team as well, because I thought he was genuinely doing really well in the AD carry role. We just haven't really gotten to see that yet. But we still see the great rotations. That's the thing we see from that bot lane instead, is when they have priority and they read the map as well as they do, they will move that bot lane up towards the top side, not only for herald play, just in terms of if they're seeing that the enemy team is trying to make a move in terms of their own roaming. So they're just really good at playing around with this priority down towards the bottom line to gain an advantage elsewhere.
And if you have the attention to the bot side of one team, on the other side, the mid lane, you'll be able to control MNS. Like with the control champions, for instance, he brings in Zoe. He's able to snipe the AD carry. Out of a sudden, Nariki doesn't have a carry.
I mean, that is very specific.
Just
You were like,
putting
there
it
is
out
that
there.
one possibility where the carry gets sponsored. Yes.
Yes.
Here's the specific answer you give him. No, okay?
No.
He'll not be able to
I
do
feel
much
like
about it.
MNS is such a versatile player.
Yeah.
We've seen him solo bolo tempt as well, which is not a small feat to have if you're a mid laner, if you're coming into the league as a rookie as well. I feel like we have a lot more to see. I will just, the way he plays, the Zoes and the Vladimirs and the Syndras, I want to see this guy on an Assassin. I want to see this guy on an Akali. I want to see this guy on a Zed.
No. I love seeing him on control mages, and reason for that is when you take a look at the laning phase that he has, his opponent is always under pressure. I think
Under tower, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They're under tower. They're getting harassed. He's super clean with his positioning in lane in terms of where the enemy jungler is as well. So I think JDXL actually have really good tracking, because I don't see him be punished despite him having a really high forward percentage in lane. It's the fact that when he was playing against Slowq as well, who was quite mechanically gifted on melees and champions alike, he was also just kept down in the Victor Syndra matchup. It's really difficult to play against MNS, and I struggle to see how Aero will deal with him. I have to be honest.
The funny thing would be to see the percentage of how much MNS has spent above the second wall in mid
exactly.
lane. Between the second wall and the enemy tower, I would love to see the percentage of that, because I think he's had his enemies below the towers for the majority of the time.
Oh, definitely. Such a great player in terms of control mages.
So we should look at it. We should go into the Champion Select, because we are ready. I hope you're ready as well at home. Let's kick it off with the light show. And we are back into the Champion Select. First game, XL versus Nuriki. The bands are coming in strong. Thresh, Riven, Caitlyn, and Twisted Fate as well.
Yeah, so it seems like just the ordinary so far, at least on the red side. I feel like the Thresh against Tapnagnale is also a champion he has played before as well. 6 against Acetal, I think as well, that's just to kind of stabilize the fact that they don't want them to play for top side, which may be good for them because it may force Nuriki to play for that bot side themselves instead. But with that last Renekton ban, I see a peculiar jungler still be left open.
I love it, especially since like Aljoya has made it such a huge success as well in the LEC, and we've seen it in the NLC as well in the last week. I think that Diana is a priority pick right here. Jinx is another one that we see. Jhin usually who likes to stay far away when there's such engaged champions locked in the mix.
I'm saying you wanted to see Eminus on an assassin. You might see him on Yasuo with the way things are panning out so far, but it's true. But
yeah,
with Thresh away, you still have the Lulu and an AD carry you can pick up here on second rotation. So it looks like with the Aphelios log in here, they can look for the Lulu themselves. And that may well look like what they're going for.
I love that, and I wish that Nuriki will go for something like a Vex probably in the third rotation if they don't care about the jungle pool being pinched here, because this does look to me like a Diana Yasuo. Also, the Malphite here is very, very clever because you have one ADC that's already very immobile, and then you can also have a very easy way in. Now, this is the JDXL draft when they played last on Monday.
Yes.
They had the Varus, the on-hit Varus,
Yeah, on hit.
which we expected was going to be
Demolished.
It wasn't really on hit because it was Gale Force and not Kraken Slayer, so it's still like just more an ordinary.
It wasn't lethality, that's what we mean.
That's true, that's true. But it's interesting as well because if you don't pick your mid laner here, then you know that Sam or Eminus rather's champion pool, it is going to be pinched a bit, or it's just going to be left open for a counter pick on the side of Nuriki. So you can go for your own jungler here just before the champion pool gets too pinched as well. I don't think there's any priority mid laner or top laner you're looking for here, and I can't see if that was actually locked in or not, but
It is locked in, Olaf.
He's going to be the Olaf. I really like that because you can go straight through the Leona, straight through the Varus ult. Back when lethality Varus was a thing, Olaf would usually be picked in as a counter because that chain of corruption can never stop you and you can reach the backline really easily. Now that we have the Olaf reaching the backline, I would like some more backline access from the side of Nuriki. We could potentially see Petoska on something like the Camille as well for the backline, but I would like Yasuo out of the game, potentially even Vex as well, because I think a Vex Olaf combo in the backline could be very deadly.
it definitely can. Now I'm wondering what they're looking for, at least from the side of JDXL with their bans to come through in this one. Looks like they just want to ban away some blind picks, because I am mad. Well, actually, they might just go for a mid lane on Nuriki. Go for a standard control mage that can create some zone control and try to get Petoska on a good lane matchup with a counter pick. May just be the name of the game, and there you have it. They didn't pick Yasuo on the first ban rotation, therefore it is out now in the second.
GP, for instance, is still available. That is a way to actually slow down the enemy team fight. For instance, XL taking the GP for the top lane. Tell me.
That is a great call to also pick it here from the side of Nuriki and then give mid lane the counter pick, because I feel MNS has such a wide champion pool that is so hard to pinch it down, and also you take the pressure away from your Aphelios not being able to move forward. Plus, JDXL have an immobile carry off themselves, so you keep the Varus out of the fight and you can deal with a Diana plus whoever else is diving on the other side. Now I'm thinking maybe we could see a Yone here dives really well in the backline with a Diana. Oh, please
The
do
assassin.
Oh, it's blind pick!
How can you do this?
Okay, that is...
that. The Rumble on Monday, the Zed today. You can call it Prophet Trouble.
But I was going to say, you know what?
Jeez.
Having double AP is not really that bad. I actually expected him to hover back and control mages, to be fully
and
honest
it's
with you.
Gragas top.
Because he's blind picking, right?
Makes sense.
So there's room now from the
Makes
side of
sense.
AO to really punish a set pick like this, but you know, that's confidence to come
Need
through.
another AP?
And then Vladimir on the top side instead into the GP, which is actually a good matchup, or a neutralizing matchup rather, from the
Christ,
Vladimir
oink.
where you just get free scaling. So yeah, there you have it.
So this is the last one. What? Tell me, Trouble.
Well, you have to play something that hard harasses Zed in the mid lane, right? Something that has a lot of mobility.
Not allow him to
Vex
lead.
does pretty good into that. Lissandra is even better here. I feel like this Aphelios has so much peeling around him. The Olaf diving into the backline together with the Gangplank ult, all of the barrels laid out in front of him. Now you have the Lissandra. Whoever dives in will have to either have cleanse or purchase a QSS, which means you either lose an offensive combat summoner or you have to spend 1 point something. I don't remember, 1.3?
But the thing is, I have to already highlight this early game from the Olaf. It has to come through into some counter jungling on the Diana, because now you have a range into melee matchup in the mid lane you should have priority to play around with. If you don't shut down this Diana with the early brawling potential of Olaf, this game might become a little bit difficult. So I'm hoping Nuriki will try and excel at their chances in the early game.
Nuriki with GP, Lissandra, and Olaf. What a good time to play as an AD carry. What do you say to that, Viperoon and Henning? Hello.
Hello. I mean, that draft was pretty crazy. There's a lot of stuff going on there. We got Zed, we got Lissandra, we got Olaf. There's a lot to like. Henning, what are you thinking about this?
I mean, this was a really fun draft to watch. I'm just a little bit disappointed that they that Nuriki did not throw the real curveball and throw the Lulu in the mid lane. Just like hard countering the Zed and not being able to do anything there. But Lissandra is a very good matchup as well. So this Zed pick might get pretty hard countered.
It might not do all the work, but we know how good Eminez is. So if he's on form today on this Zed pickup, it's going to be pretty unplayable for Nuriki. But we're rolling on to the Rift for the first time this evening. Nuriki on the red side versus JDXL on the blue. Henning, do you have any predictions for us going into this one?
I think a lot of this is going to come down to Desideret early on. He's got some good winning lanes with a lot that should have the early pressure pretty much across the board. And he's playing Olaf, like the early game invading, go fight, go clear the jungle really quick, go make things happen jungler. So I want to see Desideret, or however his name is pronounced. I think he said it yesterday in an interview. I just can't remember what it was. I want to see him make things happen early on, and he's got all the tools to do so.
As you mentioned, and as Gulba mentioned on desk as well, this jungle matchup is going to be pivotal. I'm really excited to see how proactive the Olaf's going to be, how Dan will respond to it, and if the lanes are actually going to interact in the way we expect, because suddenly if Aero doesn't have priority mid, if top lane doesn't necessarily go the way that we want it to, then suddenly the Olaf's not going to be able to invade, and then things might get a little bit difficult. But junglers starting on opposite sides of the map, it would appear. So we're in for quite an interesting early couple of minutes.
Yeah, for sure. And this Diana's been such a popular first pick here across the NLC. It's pretty much been first picked like in most of the games that I've been watching, or at least in quite a few of them. So I would not be surprised at all if these talented and smart players and coaches have figured out, okay, it's going to be really valuable if we can find a counter to this Diana. So when it gets first picked, we can have something prepared. I'm not sure if it is going to be the Olaf, how strong of a matchup that's actually going to be. I think we're about to find out in this game. But I do like that they've seen something that's really popular and then try to counter it.
Then the top side, Patoska, not afraid to get involved with Cries early on. We saw the Vladimir on Monday, of course, in the mid lane rather than in the top side, and it really took off and caused issues. Level 2, though, in the bot lane. That's the go button for the action. Abagnale's already been ignited. Kickers in the backline trying to cause some trouble. Gets the stun down and forces the flash away from Lulu, who goes low but doesn't die. Azator trying to return that damage. Of course, Azator, they talked about it in the pre-show. This guy is insane numbers for someone who just can't win games.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one of the old pieces of wisdom that I've heard about League of Legends and playing AD carry is that nothing is as easy as looking good playing AD carry on a winning team. But looking good playing AD carry on a losing team, that's definitely something. So Azator should be a key player here onto this Aphelios. Not the easiest game to be playing AD carry though. Diana said, Leona. It's gonna be a rough one for him, but if he gets I think he needs to get going. I think he needs to get some attention early on, maybe some TPs, because you do have the double TP on your side, of course, or jungle pressure early on towards the bottom side. Try to get him going, because it's a tough game to play AD carry in otherwise.
very true with the dive and the amount of issues that are going to be caused for Azador, but also you look on the other side with the likes of Lulu and Lissandra especially, and also Gangplank Ultimate, there are some tools that have been given to Azador to say, yeah, we know this one's going to be a little bit rough, bud, but here are some defensive peel options that we're hopefully going to use to keep you rolling. But early couple of minutes, the Olaf hasn't been too aggressive just yet, which is not the most surprising thing. Now he's got the pickaxe, he's going to be able to come back in and perhaps start to scrap a little bit. But in the mid lane, Emnes is having more pressure than we necessarily expect.
Yeah, looks to be getting pushed in right here. Pushing in the lane right here. Got some decent CS. Looks to be running, I think, yeah, that is the first strike together with a minion dematerializer. So that's probably the said tech at the moment, trying to clear those waves just a little bit quicker. And with a level 5 right now, I think he's just waiting to get that ultimate and then perhaps go for an all-in. It's going to be hard to do so in mid lane though, because of course you know when Deathmark's going to be popping, when all that burst damage is going to come in. So if you have ultimate as Lissandra, you can just pop your ulti on yourself and then you're going to be very much fine in that situation. So it is an old school said counter top lane though, but Tusk is taking a beating from Crisey.
Yeah, not having a good time at all. Is going to have to back away, grab an orange, and go back to base. You can already see Dan was moving up, thinking about it, but with the respect being shown by the Ricky's top laner, it's all about going back and resetting. Eminez still level 5, and that is very interesting to note because, of course, Zed wants to be going in for that big combination. Lissandra could completely shut that down if Aero's on form. Do you think Zed might want to just go somewhere else to try and get something going when he hits level 6?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's what he should be looking for, making a play together with Dan, perhaps, or even get the roam from Kikis and try to make something happen together. Diving the top lane could be an option. GP is sort of squishy and easy to kill early if you are diving him with a set of Vladimir. Vladimir can also drop the tower aggro, so that's something that they could look for. But you also have to say that another reason that Lissandra is so good in this matchup is, yes, Zed wants to roam, but as soon as he leaves the lane, Lissandra kills the wave in like 2 seconds. So you really get punished hard, as I said, if that's what you're going to be going for, which is why I really like the Lissandra here. It's such a good counter to the set.
It's a really smart pick, and we'll have to see how Aero plays on it. He's got that farm lead at the moment, which is something that you might expect, but it's only been gained pretty recently as Abignale moving on into the mid lane just to give a little bit of support now that both champions have level 6. Of course, with Lulu giving some support, the ultimate could be used offensively from Aero, but under tower with a full health Zed, that seems unlikely. But the junglers have been quiet, especially Decidre, who is someone that we talked about needing to get stuff going early. Yes, it's only 6 minutes in, but you'd have hoped for a little bit more action than being on parity with Dan on the Diana.
Yeah, absolutely. Olaf is just a faster clearer. I think he was up 1 or 2 camps earlier on, but then he's just not been able to make things happen. Kikis goes in mid, doesn't do too much damage, so Air is going to be fine. But yeah, if these two junglers just trades evenly, farms it out, Dan is going to be super happy with that. Scales a lot better. Picking Olaf and not doing anything early, just clearing your own jungle and then trying to get the farm going, it's not really what I want to see. Gank top lane though.
Tosca, he's in a lot of trouble, throws down the ultimate, but this is exactly what we wanted Emnes to do. Goes top, gets the ult down, doesn't get the kill, but Christ getting it is no bad thing either.
Absolutely, getting this Vladimir going is going to be huge because he's been having sort of a free laning phase. He's also gone for the Ghost, which is a greedy choice, makes you much more vulnerable to ganks early, but it scales very well into the later stages. It's getting the scaling Vladimir going, giving him a good advantage early on over the GP. That is pretty huge for JDXL, and I like that Emines is, I think that was the correct choice going top lane there. Does not look like he's been punished too heavily in mid lane either.
Yeah, the farm lead hasn't grown too drastically. He's going to be able to pick up most of that wave to keep it on about a wave and a half down to the Lissandra, but does need to be careful. Abignale and Decidre is on the side. Going to get some damage down to Lulu. Kikis there in support means that there's not likely to be any kills unless a full fight breaks out, but Kikis should be able to stumble away, taking a little bit of poke on the way out. But Aero going forward, forces the flash. Nice ultimate from Dan, though. This fight could just kick off again, but the Ragnarok is going to be used defensively, and Olaf walks away. No kills this time around, but you can see that things have started to speed up a little bit with the Rift Herald now spawning onto the Rift.
Oh, there's the
Oh,
flash.
ultimate coming through onto Kick. Is the damage coming down? It will be Leona falling, but the return from Dan and Eminez, they might want to try and get revenge, but they also need to be careful. Another flash being burnt by JDXL in the mid lane. The Ricky turn it on and grab themselves their first kill.
Yeah, Niriki making a good play right there. First using the exhaust to completely negate the Diana in the first fight, and then the re-engage from Aero, correctly spotting that he could go for that play. And I think Aero's been the shining light, together with A-Star probably, for Niriki so far in this tournament. He was playing really well on Monday on the Vex, doing a lot of, like, really not being afraid to go for the plays. And that's something that you have to do as a mid laner. I think you can't just be sitting back and farming. At least when you're playing these champions like Vex and Lissandra, you have to spot the opportunities where you can go in and then be brave about it, not being too careful. And I think Aero's been doing a good job of that so far.
I think so too. And look at this play again. It was quite a drawn out fight, but what do you make of this?
Yeah, so first off, the Olaf is just really tanky at this point. It's hard to get at him. Dan tries to go for it, but you can see the exhaust coming in. Not at the perfect time, but still makes Dan disengage. And here you can see Olaf is at half HP, Kix is half HP, and then Kix walks up really far, while Eminez is at the tower. So the wave was pushing in, so Eminez went to pick that up. And then I just think that JDXL were not on the same page. Eminez should have said that, hey, I'm going to go back to the tower. Oh, here we go, though.
Oh, another fight kick up. Eminez in the backline. The center is going to be melted through while Ragnar rocking, but the fight continues. Nice catch out there onto Aztor. He's going to be able to get away for a second longer, but actually steps away and survives. Aero hanging around, but isn't going to be caught out and does manage to move away. A fight one-on-one trade in the end, but it was close to much more.
Yeah, 4v4 is just getting won here by JDXL being able to burst down the Sidra, not able to do too much there. His team came in to help him, and they pretty much had to pay they were close to having to pay with their lives as well. Asator just surviving at the last second with a clutch shield coming in there, and you can see Patoska having a rough time up here as well. 20 CS for Christ, it goes for the dive.
It should be simple as that. Easy pop, and Christ won't even take tower aggro as he makes his way out. This Vladimir, once again, we're seeing it have a lot of success.
And this is so scary for any team who's preparing to fight against JDXL, knowing that both the enemy top and mid laner can play Vladimir this well. Like, it's not an easy champion to play. The mechanics might not be the most complicated, but knowing when to go in, knowing when to play, how to lane, it's an early game, sort of a weak laning champion, still being able to do it this well. Like, JDXL are impressing with this Vladimir pick.
Absolutely true, and when you can flex around a pick that isn't the most common, you're going to cause people to have to think, I'm going to have to deal with this, I'm going to have to think about this possibility. Chemfog we're going to see across the rift this time around means that we're going to have a bit of an interesting one. The Ricky with those two dragons could set themselves up a win condition in 10 minutes time if they can keep up with the pace, but JDXL, comfortable gold lead at the 10-minute mark, looking to make it difficult for those dragons to be secured.
It is a pretty good gold lead for JDXL. Early Cloud, like one Cloud, one Mountain at this point doesn't actually do that much for Niriki. What it does do is, of course, bring them closer to that, to the potential Chemtech Soul. So yeah, they've got that opportunity, but I do like JDXL's position a lot more at this point, especially this Vladimir. Look at this, Patoska being forced to use the wave, the ulti just to clear the wave, and that's almost a 30 CS lead for Kreis.
It just feels bad when you see a Gangplank ult used directly on top of him to clear out a wave, and Niriki just needing to calm things down a little bit, especially in that top side. But again, the fact that the jungle, Decidra, didn't really get all that much done in the early stages. He has got Rift Herald now, so could look to invest some of that gold into one of these lanes and hanging around mid lane for now. Then there's being on that Zed, going to be dropping that one down, no CC available, and Kikis walking in. It's going to be able to take out those Rift Herald as soon as it charges, but I think the charge will pop off and some gold will be put into members. But in the top side, we've seen this one before. Patoska, buddy, there's just no way, but Dan will have to flash to survive.
Not sure exactly what happened there. It looks like JDXL might have misplayed it a little bit. Kreis not tanking it up. Oh, all in mid lane.
Ooh. Aero going to ult away from a lot of the damage, but it's not going to be enough as Eminez gets the cut down and the kill. The assassination is complete.
And Eminem just looks at the items in the mid lane, having completed both his mythic item and then getting another serrated dirk while there's not even one item onto Arrow. Dive top lane though, yeah, it looks like it was properly played by JDXL there. Christ tanking it up, then pulling to dodge the tower aggro, then forced to use the flash, but shutting down Pataska, giving Christ an even bigger advantage here is definitely worth it. And this Vladimir is just going to be so hard to deal with for an Aphelios, Lulu. Christ is going to be a monster this game, that's my prediction.
2 kills, look at all that health. He's not easy to take down, and Patoska needs to decide how he's going to resolve this issue, because Eminez is now moving up to that top side. You can see on the minimap as a lot of people hanging around bot, but it's just no rest for this poor Gangplank. He's not been allowed a second to breathe, and Eminez is just going to be keeping the pressure up. Maybe Kryze is going to be able to take down this tower in the next couple of waves.
Yeah, that tower is low. I think that's 4 plates have gone over to this Vladimir. Also, the Zed not really getting punished too hard for these roams. I talked about how Lissandra can push the wave really quickly and punish the Zed, but he's been roaming quite a bit and is still ahead in CS in the mid lane. So this just goes to show that JDXL, they know what they're doing. They are in the right place at the right time. You can see Dan actually rotating towards the mid lane to pick up the wave when Eminence was top lane and counter jungling. So they have good team coordination on the map, a strong knowledge of the macro game, and they're just getting... I mean, they're punishing Niriki over and over here. 5k gold lead.
Oh, Zamalek going to be called out with a lot of CC popped onto him. Going to be stunned up with that Glacial Prison as well.
Whoa!
Zamalek! What?
Ira just flashed in, thought he could burst down Zamalek 100-0 with some help from Abagnale as well, but goes down, and Zamalek, I think, surprising him with the damage on that last piercing arrow. Abagnale did not even use the wild growth, even though we were in range from across the wall. So Zamalek with the outplay right there on the... Wow. Impressive.
I mean, I'm shocked. I have no idea where all that damage came from. Zamalek, up to that point, hadn't done anything but farm this game. Turns up one-shot arrow when he's got support, and now the game is looking a little bit brighter for him. Rift Tower going to be dropped in the mid lane. Second of the game this time, it's JDXL, and Kryze continues to play on the top side. Observers, if we could just have a little gold toggle, if at all possible. I just want to see what's going on that top lane when it comes to gold. Oh my goodness, 2,500 gold for Vladimir. JDXL starting to run away with this one a little bit.
That is pretty insane. Not that far away from having double gold. And this matchup, wow, Kryze is huge at this point. Having taken down that tower in the top lane as well, he now has free reign to roam, both in the enemy jungle to steal away those camps, or roaming down to mid lane to pick up those waves, which allows his team to go towards the bottom side.
I mean, that's how your fancy feet. He's going to get a little bit of damage down onto Olaf, but it's not going to be enough to secure the kill. We're going to see the wild growth to make sure that the death mark doesn't pop him. But the dragon will be secured by JDXL, sneaking it from under their noses. A kill for a dragon. It's probably worthwhile.
Probably worthwhile from JDXL. Not 100% sure about the play from Niriki. I think when you're this far behind, you have to make risky play. And trying to go for some sort of a 50-50 flip to maybe secure a third dragon to get that, like, to get so close to that Chemtech soul could perhaps have been the play there. I think desperate times call for desperate measures, and trying to go for some sort of a big dragon fight, even though you are behind, might be what Niriki had to do there, but they did not, and that means that a potential dragon soul strong point is going to be quite far away.
Yeah, it's been pushed back by another 5 minutes at minimum, and Kryze just finishing the work that Emnes started on that bot side. Baron hasn't even spawned yet, going to be up in 2.5 minutes as Niriki move bodies towards the top side. Patoska called for help. The beacons are lit, but only Olaf has answered the call just yet. Kicker's hanging around in that Chemtech fog, and it's pretty rough for Niriki right now, just because of the dragon creating this uncertainty in the jungle. It's giving the likes of Kikis, the likes of Dan, the opportunity just to wander in and create threat without them even knowing.
Yeah, when you're running these two big assassins, the Diana and the Zed, that is something that you like, being able to hide in a lot more places, giving you more opportunities to go to set up plays. I would love this if I'm Enemenes or Dan. Did take a bit of a chunk from the GP, having finished both the Executioner's Calling and the Triforce. You can see that Patoska's not that weak, but he might still go down here.
Ooh, very nice play from Batoska. Going to be flashed away from Dan, exchanging flash for flash there. Ultimate's not being burnt either side because Patoska didn't have his to use. Dan actually putting his down, but it's a lot much of a cooldown, and Nuriki will move towards this mid lane siege with Zamalek and Kikis the only defenders. I think they might be able to crack open this tower.
Yeah, are they going to be punished by JDXL? Though there is a cleanse coming out for Asador, so they are able to get away, I think. Yeah, they're just going to be getting out of there.
Olaf gonna Ragnarok. Dan is there though. Eminez on the side, and I think he's given up his life so the rest of his team could leave. And Zed, the damage is pretty dirty, and Eminez picks up another kill.
He is pretty big at this point, does have the Ghost Blade and the Eclipse finished right here, so the 2-item sort of power spike for this Zed. There is going to be a Zonia's Hourglass on the way for Eero, but other than that, there is not a ton of defensive items on Niriki to be able to get away. Speaking of Niriki getting away, though, can Eero get away from this?
Well, he's managed to root up one, but Kryze is still chasing, puts the ghost on. I thought he was a vampire, but apparently not. Teleport coming through, but the ultimate will stop him in his tracks. He's going to ult himself. The Glacial Prison will be a tomb, and it's going to be the kill going over to Kryze.
Very optimistic play there from Eero. Not sure if it's worth trading the TP for the Leona ulti. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's not worth it, but try to get away there. All in top lane.
Oh, Patoska trying to dive away for as much damage as he can, but Gangplank sleeping with the fishes.
Yeah, Eminence is so huge at this point. He can pretty much one-shot anyone on the enemy team. Perhaps the Olaf could survive that big burst, but I don't even think so. I think Eminence is fat enough to kill anyone, and with all of these squishes on the enemy team, he is having a field day right now. He can pretty much run anywhere and just one-shot almost anyone, maybe. Eero with both a stopwatch and the defense of the Sandra ult. He could survive through it, but I'm not even sure about that.
It's looking harder and harder for Niriki to get back into this one. The damage coming out, you look at someone like Eero, who's reasonably tanky, has the Frozen Tomb, has the opportunity to keep himself in stasis and lock people down, but he just can't survive any of these fights anyway. And that's not to say the other players. Patoska 0-4 has had no opportunity to do anything this game so far. And now JDXL, 21 minutes on the clock, have started up the Baron, and I don't know if there's any opportunity for Niriki to even get to this one.
Yeah, look at the vision in the top side jungle here. All of the controlled wards down for JDXL. Nothing here for Niriki. They could use the GP ult or the blue trinket on Asator, but I think it's going to be too late. The Baron goes down in favor of JDXL, and I think at this point they pretty much just need to recall and then do this 1-3-1 that I do love when you have secured the Baron. Throw Eminence and Crycy on the side lanes. They are so strong that no one on the enemy team can deal with them. That should be enough for them. Third dragon perhaps for Niriki spawning here, though. Will JDXL be here in time to contest it? Looks like they will.
I think they will, and they don't want to be giving Niriki any way back into this game. Yes, it's a long shot, but the Dragon Soul for Chemtech is just so powerful. Kryze needs to be slightly careful. I only say slightly because he gets a massive ultimate off. Another fight's going to kill off in earnest. Kryze on the side gets hit up, and the healing is huge. It's a big Viking, but I don't know. Zamalek on the side just deletes Lissandra, and now will dance away from Olaf. Picks up a second, looks toward Patoska, picks up a third, looking for more. He hits a fourth. Can he get it? No! Dan steals the Penta! Dan, no!
No, Dad, what are you doing? Zamalek just pew, shooting there with a bow and arrow like crazy, just killing them one by one like lambs to the slaughter they were running in, and Zamalek's just like shooting them down 5-0-2 right now onto this Varus with an insanely well farmed game, 240 CS at 21 minutes. Let's take a look at this fight once more and just look at Crycy's damage here when he goes for the big combo on several people on the enemy team. That is, I believe, a 3-man ulti and a 3-man Vladimir E there, getting everyone low. GP ult and Aphelios does some damage, but then it's just the Zamalek show right now. Desidere, Patoska, everyone's just dying one by one. Samlek pretty much solo carrying the fight right here. You love to see that if you're an AD carry main.
Absolutely monstrous positioning and movement from Zamalek in that last fight, and picking up 4 kills, 5-0-2. The farm, as you said, is exceptional, and the Dragon going over to JDXL slows things down even further. Frozen Tomb has been popped. MNS diving away, though, because he knows support is inbound. This time around, Noriki survived with their mid laner intact, but on the top side, with Baron on 5, you've got to... Oh, Baron on 4, actually. Cry's not being a recipient of that one, as he did go down. But JDXL are going to have the opportunity to siege, definitely taking everything outside of the base, you have to imagine, but could look to make inroads towards inhibitors.
Do have a pretty strong diving composition. Honestly, when you are this far ahead, perhaps you could go for it. Samulek, Gale forces away from the engage, that way played by him. But yeah, getting back to my earlier point, I think if you just engage with the Leona and then follow up with the Vladimir, who can tank the tower and then drop into the pool, you can honestly just go for a 5v5 dive here if you are finding that position. However, you might want to minimize the risk and then just go for the slower play, sieging it down with the Varus instead.
And that's exactly what they're going to do, just looking to play it pretty safe. Baron not up anymore, so the siege is going to be a bit slower, but everything outside the base was taken down. So successful Baron from JDXL, and 11,500 gold lead is definitely been a fairly simple game for them up to this point. Now we're going to have to see if they're able to close out efficiently, and if not, what Noriki can do to make their lives difficult. Aero looking towards MNS, but won't be able to catch him. As Zamalek down on the bot side, looking to just push on through. Noriki need to mount a pretty solid defense and scale themselves back into this game, but it's looking harder and harder as they're dragged around their Nexus.
Could they just go for a big engage here? MNS is not here if they want to go with a Lissandra E engage perhaps, but it is still really hard to find it. I think that's the hope for Noriki. Catch someone out of position now. Dive coming in here.
Podolska takes a big chunk, will be able to heal through and survive, but MNS, he's a real threat, he's a real menace on the other side, and JDXL don't need to give him that much support because he's got so much self-peel, he can just try and get an assassination, 3/4 health of the top laner, and then wander away.
Yeah, and with the ulti being in such a short cooldown, you can see now it's 1/3 of the cooldown gone already, so he's going to be able to do that quite soon already. JDXL are going to go for a recall here, though, so Noriki actually being able to defend their base quite well, and I'm not sure of how strong set of a place there it was for JDXL, because I think with the position that they had with the Baron, they could have gone for a big dive, they could have gone for a 1-3-1 split push, they could even go for the siege together as 5, but now they kind of did a little bit of all 3, not really going for, like, really committing to any of those plays and not actually able to break the base there. Noriki defending well, JDXL perhaps a bit too cautious there.
Caution isn't always a bad thing, though. JDXL haven't put themselves out of the game or given Noriki much opportunity to get back into this one with their kind of split decision making. That being said, Baron is up in 45 seconds. Dragon is up simultaneously, so could be a simple trade. It could be JDXL trying to take both, or it could be a different play entirely. Hanging around, looking towards the Baron area, wanting this objective a little bit more because Soul isn't online for either of these teams just yet, and Noriki, even if they take this Dragon, I don't know if they survive another 5 minutes. They're looking for the engage on the Zamalek, who is going to be able to jump away. Now the fight is being engaged. Dan gets the ultimate onto 2. As Tor goes low, Zamalek looking for the snipe, but he needs to be careful because he's gone pretty low. Patoska on the side. Zamalek is burnt as Kryze has to go golden. MNS moving in now. He wasn't here initially, but he's going to be able to get the assassination. Arrow goes low, goes into the tomb. He dives on Patoska, grabs himself one, gets another with the help of Kryze. And that's 2 members of Noriki down. JDXL, split decision-making, decide to go towards the Dragon, towards the rest of Noriki, who are just going to clear out vision and look to back away. Eminence gets the assassination. Antor has nowhere to go. The damage is massive. The polymorph, the gold, the damage on to another as Olaf is felled. Vladimir picks up 1. It's just Abagnale looking to waste some time, but he hasn't got too long for himself. The stun, the damage, the kill, the ace. And I think JDXL might be able to close this one out.
JDXL just too dang far ahead. There's not much Noriki could have done in that situation. They did go for a big engage, but weren't able to find anything. I mean, look at Acidar here, is really big at this point. 3 completed items is pretty strong on this Aphelios, but still walks in range of a Diana engage. You have to question that decision making from the Aphelios. Being half HP and forced to flash very early on in the fight means that he won't be able to deal the damage, has to play very far back. And now you can see the disaster here for Neroki getting split off, 2 people on one side of the wall, 3 people on the other, not able to do anything in this fight. And I mean, it's not only Neroki playing bad or JDXL playing well, it's just that JDXL are so far ahead, which you can see here. Eminence not even ulting and still just one-shotting Acitor in that play. Not sure if they've finished the game while we were watching the replay. I guess not, because I think our observers would have shown us that. But I actually thought they were going to do it with a TP coming in from Crysi, but no, they just went for the double inhib, and we're back in the game here.
Maybe the safer play is Dang goes gold and has got ultimate available though, so he could look to pull the trigger on that one. Will look to do something. He gets shut down by Olaf. Ragnar rocking away. Nariki going to pick onto the jungler, which may well stop them trying to get towards that Baron. Don't want to be giving up a smite steal to Nariki, but JDXL needs to be careful. Podolski needs to be even more careful, and it's just one of those games for the Gangplank. He hasn't been given any opportunities to survive. Damage coming onto Zamalek though, as Kickers grabs the ultimate only onto Astor though. He needs to be a little bit clever, cleanse the way, but the damage is big. He burns low and Kickers grabs the kill. The Cedar on the side though. JDXL needs to be a little bit more careful here as Aero goes into statuette form. Crysi securing the kill just like that. And now with those double inhibs down, the pressure is on, and JDXL move towards the Nexus.
And that should definitely be the game here. Eminence is going to go for it, finishing it off in style. 9-1 on this set, being able to find the catch on the GP there, using the Chemtic Rift very well. 0-7-0 for Petoska. Compared to like the 0-0, I guess this is a license to int or something, I don't know, but not having the best game.
It was rough. Petoska was focused so heavily in that top side. Cry's play exceptionally well, and it just like that, JDXL 30 minutes in, grab themselves another win in the NLC, and Nariki still searching for that first W.
Yeah, Nariki having a rough one right here. The favorites definitely were JDXL, and they executed it very well. Playing with a very fun draft as well, rounding it out with the Vladimir and the Zed, 2 really fun solo laners to watch. Just sort of curious. It might just be my mind working in a weird way, but I'm curious to see what would have happened if Nariki would have thrown the Lulu in the mid lane, countering the Zed. They do have enough damage on the team anyway, and then they can throw something like a Morgana in the support role, hard countering the Leona. That's just my weird mind at work there.
Well, we're going to hear from some great minds as we're going to head back to the desk and some interviews. We're going to jump to a short break, but when we come back, we're going to be talking all the action. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
we are back. Week 2, day 2. First game is done. XL looking solid. Nuriki weren't able to pull that early game, early pressure, and XL just run amok. Alongside with that, Vladimir on the top side, alongside with the Zed in the mid lane. I do have a few questions for the coach. Supposedly, we're going to talk with the coach of XL because Trouble predicted it and they brought it in. Who came first, the egg, the chicken, or Trouble, or the XL coach? I don't know if he's with me already. I don't know. Are you dead? No, he's not. By the way, how are you doing back at home? I want to know more about you. I want to know if you're enjoying the NLC. So head out onto the Twitter, NLC, obviously, and send your messages. Send us also ideas that you want for the segments on the post-show and on the pre-show as well. If you have any idea that you want to see on the show, if you want to talk about any specific champion, if you have any questions for Trouble or even Goldberg, you can bring it in and we'll make a segment just for you guys. So interact with us so we can interact with you because, as I told you before, NLC is also your show. So we don't have a lot to talk about now because it was a solid and massive win for XL, bringing them to the top. There we go. Are you there? The coach, the one and only?
Hello, I'm here.
How you doing, my friend? Okay, big smile, big game. That was a solid one for XL. How are you feeling?
Torok.
Okay, seems fair. Seems fair. I have a few questions for you. So, what is the idea with Varo's attack speeds? Everyone is expecting the lethality builds, but he doesn't care. Is that your idea or his own idea?
It's kind of my idea. I passed it on to Dom. I told him to try it in solo queue because I feel like everyone just started to ignore Varus the second he got nerfed, and they didn't nerf his crit build. They even gave him, I think, a buff a little while back to help his crit build, and then nerfed his lethality. And everyone was just, for some reason, dropped Varus. I don't understand why. I think Varus is a very strong champion and will consistently be good. So we're just going to keep picking it until people try to copy us in, NLC, then LEC, then LPL, we can say it came from us, right? So that's the plan.
Wait, did you rate like NLC, then LEC, then LPL?
Yeah, in that order, right? Because they copy us because we're the best, right?
So
and then
NLC
it goes to LEC.
first, then LEC.
Yeah, and then it goes to LEC. Yeah.
Okay, now we are in agreement. Okay, I have a question for you, man. Like, in the pre-show, did you watch the pre-show?
I unfortunately was busy prepping, so I didn't manage to catch it.
Because there's something like a spicy thing. When we were talking about the teams and the picks, Trouble came in and said that she wanted to see on the mid lane for Menezes like something more assassin-wise, an Akali, a Zed. And you picked Zed. Was that your idea as well, or the player's idea?
This was all Minsu. Minsu's a very creative guy. He's a very talented player. And, we've been screaming some Zed. We were like, oh yeah, Champ's pretty good. Similar to Vi, right? We were like, Vi's kind of cool because of Arcane. We thought Zed was just a kind of cool champ in general. We like assassins. So we decided that, why not just be one Diana, make sure we can get a Zed game in. Whatever the matchup is, he'll be fine. We know Jimenez is great, so we'll just put him straight in.
Was it for Trouble, though? She's standing there. She's run away. Yeah, she ran away. She ran away with this one. Okay, also, the Vladimir to the top lane. That was a specific pick to actually deal with GP because you have so much range. You can deal with them, with the barrels and all that. And you needed that AP on the top side as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, we didn't actually need AP on top side. I think Diana can stand alone as an AP champion,
Okay.
but Kryze is a very well established Vladimir player. We obviously picked Vladimir on Monday as well. And we think the champ has, some strength at the moment. So, when they showed the GP blind, which was unexpected, we was just speaking about top champs and felt that Vladimir was a reasonable response. So I guess we're just, every time we get surprised in draft, we'll just lock Vladimir. So yeah, it seems to work so far.
Works really well. And last question for you. Can you bench or punish Dan for stealing the first penta of the split?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. We've done some internal checks. I've just spoken to Dan now and decided that actually he'll be taking about 4 weeks leave to, recover from that mistake. Maybe he can come back in the future, but, taking Dom's first ever competitive pentakill is a sin. So let's just remember that Dan did 7,000 damage this game and we'll just leave it at that.
Thank you so much for the interview. You're amazing. And good luck next week. You guys are looking solid.
Thank you very much, Akro.
And there we go. Interview again with the coach. He's amazing and always bringing these sort of informations. This is what I love. Like when we talk to the coaches, we can actually understand the thought process behind the champion select, like on the scrims and all that, and that information that they are able to share, because sometimes players are not aware if they can share specific information, and at least the coaches can relate to us that information. Obviously, I want to know more players. I want to meet more players, and even you guys at home. I'm just wondering if we're going to have another interview after this one. Just trying to get that information out of here. In a minute, we have an interview with Nuriki Desidre, the jungler who played Olaf. Obviously, it was a really rough game for the entire team of Nuriki. XL just popped it off. But looking into the champion select, I do believe Nuriki had an amazing champion select. They had everything they needed to reach the backline, just demolish the Varos, but something didn't work out. And this is exactly what we were talking about on the pre-show, that something was not working for Nuriki. And obviously just having like one day to work it out after the X7 to fight it off XL is really hard. But I do believe Desidre is with us already. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, there you are. How you doing? I know it was
Nice
a
to see you
tough
again.
game, but there we go. That smile, that's what I love. So the champion select for the team, in my opinion, was perfect. What happened?
I like that as well.
Yeah, what happened? Like, what was the point that you guys just couldn't get over with XL?
I mean, I would say a couple of things. So, like, I think we need to work a bit on how we put our numbers and where we need them. So basically, if we want to play with waves, then we need like people to be there to make sure that we can set up the waves properly and make proactive plays with them. As for today's match, like against XL, I feel like these games are for sure winnable. And
Yes.
yeah, I was really happy with today's comp, and I think our early game went pretty well. It was stable, and I mean, both teams had a lot of skilling, so it was kind of like wasn't too much happening. But yeah, honestly, games like this give me more confidence than doubt, because the mistakes that we're making are like really clear to me, and I know that they're really easily fixable. So yeah, I think we can catch up and even overcome these teams. Like from next week, I think we're gonna have better games and maybe bangers.
That is actually a question that I had for you, and I'll talk about that later, because I love the idea that you're talking about, okay, these games allows us to explore on our flaws and what we can work with, because your early game is massive. Like, you guys are making it work. On the bot lane, for instance, your AD carry is always popping off in terms of not only farm, but damage per minute, and even gold per minute. Like, you guys now realize it can work on the bot lane, but obviously looking into the top side, the Vladimir versus GP, you guys were not expecting that, and it was like a curveball, wasn't it?
I mean, I don't want to speak in Petoska's name, but he wasn't happy with his performance today, which is understandable. Like, he had some solo balls happening in top lane. But I really believe in him as a player, so I don't think today will hinder him at all. And as for Vlad into GP, I think it used to be a very common matchup back in the day. And I think Peto is very comfortable with it. It just, yeah, everyone has bad days.
It didn't work out today. It's like,
Yeah.
it caught him off surprise, and probably like adapting to the pick and all that in a specific moment just didn't work out, and XL just run with a score. And that's the thing, like, you guys have the early game, you guys have the players, and I'm really happy that you're so confident on the team, because you see the same as us, and that is really happy. So the mental state of the team is still high up there, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the main thing for us is to just fix our mistakes, improve, and become the best team that we can be. So if it's going to happen now or next week, doesn't matter. The main objective is for it to happen, right? So it's one brick at a time.
So now looking into next week, you guys are going to play versus Singularity. What do you expect? What are you hoping for?
I mean, I don't know if it sounds cocky, but I expect to destroy them. But yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we will.
I like that
Yep.
answer. I like that answer. Confidence above all. And you still have a few days to work around on those specific subjects you were talking to me. So I want to see that on Monday. Let's see if Singularity are able to reply to that on an interview afterwards, and then get it
would be
just to
glad.
spice it up. You know, I like to spice things up. Thanks
I
so
like
much
spice
for
as
getting
well.
this interview with me, man. You're amazing. Keep that smile up.
Yeah, thanks, you too.
So there we go. This is the interview for the first game. I love when the players have confidence in themselves, even though the game didn't work out the way they wanted. But now, finished with the first game, we're looking at the second one. Don't go anywhere. It's just a small break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the NLC. This is the second game. It's going to be Riddle versus Eminem.
Are you looking at me?
Oh,
Okay.
you guys have so much
Great,
fun.
brilliant.
Wow.
No, I think this is a really exciting one because, as we obviously mentioned in the pre-show, Eminem has just come up a victory against Astralis. Moving on against now Riddle, we want to know, was it just a fluke, or are you able to continually prove that you are at a high level?
I feel like they have proved to us that if they draft something that is very easy to execute and they have a very clear plan and very clear strong side, they are able to execute on that. So I feel like keep on going with the same plan. You know, simple, easy to execute drafts, pile up the wombo combo, and just go from there.
But I also think gameplay this time around will be a bit faster. On the side of Riddle,
Oh,
you know, we
yeah.
actually have MC with the AP junglers. He loves to play a fast style. Bruises in the mid lane or ADs in the mid lane from the side of Slowq as well. You are going to be challenged in different ways that you were against Astralis. Obviously, they brought out the Akshan mid as well. That gave you a lot of priority from that mid lane. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to blind pick this the same way, as I know that Slowq loves to take a skill matchup and try and outmaneuver you as well at the same time. So I think for this game specifically, top side of the map might get real interesting, but that's how I always feel like when Riddle is playing.
See, I really like that because now the Rumble is in the equation, right? And the Rumble is a really big problem for the backline. Whether it's a Camille or not, he can completely close out an entire piece of the map by just putting down the equalizer, and then you can't walk into objectives, which means Riddle can get them for free. And with a lot of the immobile AD carries, and we've seen Eminem going and favoring these immobile AD carries, maybe the Rumble should stay at the back of your mind. So maybe we could see like 2 targeted respect bans towards MC. One would be the Needle and the other one maybe the Rumble.
Yeah, I was going to say, but I don't think MC is the only jungler that deserves a respect ban. I think the Hecarim as well from Cano is something you'll have to take a look at, either through a takeaway or through the ban phase, because we just know this is a comfortable champion for this guy. He played it in previous seasons, 100% win rate in spring for him last year. So obviously this is a guy that finds himself very comfortable in Hecarim. Hecarim is a great champion as well when you're looking for this backline dive that we've already talked so much about when you have hyper carries you're playing against.
Yeah.
It seems like the bot lane will be targeted
6
nonetheless.
jungle bans.
You think so?
No.
No,
I mean,
definitely not.
Definitely not.
you're the prophets. I'm now always looking
No, no,
out
no,
for
no.
your calls. What champion will we get now, Treble? Do you have anything? Like
Yeah, what
any
does the
champion
prophet
on
say?
your
What are you
mind?
seeing in your crystal
We need a
ball?
segment for Treble's
You
sake.
guys are putting me under pressure. Now
Yeah.
it won't work. It won't work if you put
Really?
me under pressure. Yeah.
So don't look at her, okay?
Look at her.
Who's winning? Who's going to be big trouble?
I would love to see, but the idea that both junglers will just demolish the backline, so there's a lot of attention. As you said, the top lane will be actually fought off, not only on the champion select, but inside of the game. It's going to be really interesting.
So that's the thing, right? Because I think it's going to be more exploding in team fights as well around the objective setup. That's where Eminem found their success the last time. So when we're going into the draft now, I'm expecting Eminem to still show that priority. We might even still see the 6 as well down towards the bottom lane again, just because that was something that worked so well for them.
Yeah.
Neutralize enemy AD carry, nice team fighting into the mid to late game, keep that objective control up. So that's the key picks we're looking for the side of Eminem. And speaking of the Italy, speaking of the action, they're already getting taken off the table.
My problem before was maybe you have to think of the Rumble, but now with Riddle being on blue side, you have to be very aware of the Diana, because Diana in the AP junglers list is all the way to the top. So I wouldn't be surprised if Eminem actually right here removed 3 junglers for MC, and then they're like, what have you got? Because the next AP jungler down the list would be Elise.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like he's only an AP jungler one-trick pony. Obviously, that is where his comfort lies, but it's not. It's still pilot other champions. It's not just an AP jungler
Amumu?
one-trick pony. No. Evelyn is also an AP jungler if you were
Yeah,
going to get something
true.
like that. But obviously, red side is still, at least here in the aero level, very fond of banning Caitlyn. It's a champion that very easily gets pressure down towards the bottom lane and just pushes the tower in. So obviously, we're getting a ban on that phase. And then the first pick, Karma here, flexible, but also very good at getting priority if paired up with the Geno Ezreal in the bot lane. Actually,
Pretty
anyone.
sure they played it in the previous game with the Rumble, and they had the Karma Jin in the bot lane and Corki in mid, and it worked absolute wonders from them. They could keep the distance from whatever the opponent team was going to draft here, and I think it's going into the same direction. You know, the Zinza, potentially like a Jinx or an Aphelios, which are very immobile AD carries, could come through, and then you can just bring back the Jin, and you can just bring back the Rumble and just play from distance.
The duelist comes in, so Xin Zhao is also picked up. So we already have the jungler for Eminem, at least that is not going to reveal a lot. But now Leona, they want to lock in the bot lane. Let's see what Riddle is capable of bringing now. What rotation should they be looking for? The bot lane?
Okay, Gulbok, you're a support main. We both know how much any melee suffers into Karma bot.
The thing is, you can easily turn this one around and just create a hyper carry, AD carry composition from the side of Riddle and just say like, okay, I'm gonna pair this up with a Jinx and a Thresh or an Aphelios of a Thresh, and then just flex the Karma up towards the top side. The other option is obviously the one we have already mentioned,
that.
which was the Ezreal, or
the
rather it was the
LPL
Karma,
special,
with
baby.
either with the Ezreal or the Jhin as well.
Okay, MC is coming to clap me wrong here. Yep.
I told you, he's not just an AP jungler one-trick pony. I mean,
I
if he
didn't
loses...
say he is, but I love him on
Had
every
a good
jungle.
run.
Yeah, obviously, but I mean,
Had a good run
obviously, if
as
he
a prophet.
loses, you can say that. But on the other hand, then,
Put me under pressure.
It's my bad. It's my bad. It doesn't count now. It doesn't
Vayne is
count.
honestly not bad here. You don't have immediate CC right now on the side of Riddle. You got flexible Kaising potential. You got decent scaling against the Astral. Like, Vayne for Michigo here, I honestly would not mind it.
I mean, he was playing melee on the Ziggs.
Ah, come
I
on!
was about to say I would like to see it again because it's paired up together with the Leona, and the Leona Ziggs was a bot lane that we saw in the LCK, if I'm not wrong, last season, and they made it very popular, and I think it can work wonders, especially when you're against champions that have to be locked down to be kept in place, because the Ezreal is very slippery with the Karma shields and the speed ups. It's going to be even more. Same for the Lee Sin. I think at this point you're trying to get rid of champions that could potentially wreak havoc from a very long distance, such as maybe something like a Jace. LeBlanc is already out. Maybe we're looking at a Zoe as well.
Yeah.
Anything that can play from a distance and can be problematic to you to reach.
I think there's obviously two options for Eminem. You fourth pick your mid lane, you fourth pick your top laner, save last pick for the other one, whoever you prefer with priority. And right now you can see Riddle trying to take away some of the bully top laners as well. Gangplank is still up and available. We know that's one of Babista's favorite champions too, so it wouldn't surprise me if that would also be taken off the table. Whereas on the side of Eminem, they've taken the approach where they want to ban away some slow queue mid laners.
See, I don't mind Gangplank here because you're playing Ezreal on the side of Riddle. Like, letting the Gangplank go to the other side, I don't think is going to be that much of a problem. Maybe taking away something like a Renekton that can dive in or create space, you know, together with a Leona could be something that they find a little bit more tricky. Now, the very cool thing here is that Kex is in the side of Riddle, and I see a lot of members that want to jump in. The Zinzao, the Leona, and Kex is known for playing a very mean Poppy up in the top lane. He hasn't yet, but I feel it would be really cool because the only heavy engage that they have is Leona. If Leona cannot get into the fight, who's going to start it?
Feel like
That's who's going to start it, but Poppy counters that too!
Poppy, yeah, you can bring Poppy, you stop the Shins out.
Poppy's
Leona,
actually
Camille.
such a good champion here into a lot of their champions, but I was gonna say, I would be surprised if they locked in that top lane, just due to the fact that I think blind picks in the mid lane right now is a lot more safe than blind picks are in the top lane. It's easier to punish topside blind picks, especially if you're going for a bruiser, easier to kill. In the mid lane, very short range of a lane, and if you keep yourself with a champion that has getaway, like the Corki as well, it's easy to get away. But obviously, there's still matchup that can punish a blind pick Corki. Victor does well in the first two levels, but there are also, you can also take the assassin approach if that's what you're looking for. Looking like they're going looking like they're going for a poke approach here instead on the side of Riddle.
That is... I love that. And if they actually... I don't know if I'm fancying the Brom here. I think still a Poppy would be sick because the only engage that, again, you have on Eminem is going to be that Leona. You can keep the Zinzao away as well. I really like the poke composition that they have from the side of Riddle. Poke them down. They have two melee champions, one's low range. If the Corki wants to get into the fight, and auto attack is going to be in trouble there because it's going to be in short range as well. I think Xerath, Ezreal, Karma are going to be really hard to deal with.
But it's poke against poke so far as well, right? You still have the Corki himself, you have the Six down in the bot lane, and now you have a counter pick on towards the Renekton. Graves is something we've seen a lot in the other eastern regions as well, up in that top side. That creates a lot of pressure against the Renekton in the early game. Obviously, it's not a frontliner, but right now it doesn't look like an extended team fight. It's more looking like a poke game of hitting your abilities into a team fight then afterwards.
The thing is, Graves, deals a lot of damage and zones out Renekton in the early game, but we saw Renekton just demolishing Graves if they're capable of using that champion accordingly.
So here's the thing here. I feel like whoever gets first into an objective takes complete control of the area. You cannot walk into a Ziggs, you cannot walk into a Graves, you cannot walk into a Corki, and vice versa. You can't walk into a Renekton, a Xerath, and an Ezreal. Now, from the side of Eminem, I feel it's much harder to walk into Eminem than it is to walk into Riddle, because they don't necessarily have that much slowdown and CC from the side of Riddle, but the bombs are a big problem, the satchel is a big problem, and then you also have the Graves to pop down the smoke screen, and you could get locked out by the Leona without being able to see it. So I feel like overall, I feel like Eminem have again drafted something that is easy to execute once vision has been set down.
I just like the damage ratio better on the side of Riddle, just due to the fact that you have Corki and Six as your main damage dealer on the range on the side of Eminem. So magic resist is more easier to itemize. Where on the other side, at least you have the Ezreal, and you still have the mid lane as well with the poke damage in Seraph. So it's going to be interesting to see. It's still two very not unique, but similar compositions rather, and it's going to come down to execution really.
And now, is Eminem on top of the game, or was it only one game? We have to find that answer, and we need to go into the Summer's Rift. And obviously, we need to talk with the casters that are going to bring the game to us. How are you doing, guys?
I'm doing great, but Henning, I'm just going to throw straight to you on this one, because these drafts, again, we've got a couple of curveballs. The Zaraf, the Graves top, of course, the LPL Classic has been picked up. What are you making of these compositions?
I mean, it's like whenever I get to cast the game in the NLC, there's a really fun pick getting showed up here, and today's the Xerath for sure. Xerath versus Corki in the mid lane might not be the most eventful lane, but later on that Xerath can really make things happen. I mean, he's going to get to a point where he can pretty much one-shot a squishy on the enemy team with only his ulti in the later stages. So really looking forward to see what slow Q can do on this Xerath.
He's going to be having to throw some fast Qs in these team fights, but we're a long way off that point yet. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift. Riddle on the blue side up against Eminem Gaming on the red. Of course, Eminem playing off the back of some momentum. Riddle themselves having a good opening to the season, so should be an exciting matchup. Henning, you got any predictions for this one?
It's pretty hard to predict. I have to agree with the analyst desk in the sense that these are two very similar comps. We've got a heavily poking bot and mid laner for both of these teams. Both of them also have a pretty strong fighter in the top lane, an aggressive early game fighting jungler, and then so the support is really like the only position where you're sort of looking at something different here for Eminem. I think the comp that I like slightly more is on the side of Eminem in their fact that they have a bit more tankiness. They have a bit more from a front line with the Leonas and Sao who can actually tank a decent amount. Speaking of tanking, here's the flash from Nukes.
Ooh, Nukes gets a little bit of damage. Mishigu going to be able to dodge away from the Q from the Lee Sin. The burn runs low, but Mishigu runs out. It does mean that Riddle are going to be able to get the early invade onto this blue buff with the help of Fadikan and Nukes, but no one dying just yet. However, flash down on the Karma. Does that make things a little bit easier for Canna potentially ganking?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this Nuke is going to have a target on his top of his head right now. Canna's going to be looking for this Karma without the flash. That's going to be pretty hard to play, especially into a Leona. I mean, if the jungler is close, Leona can just flash Q, and then the Karma can't really do anything. There's also to note that there's no heal on the side of Riddle because Fadikan decided to go for the cleanse instead, so don't even have that to help his support to get out of that position. Smartly enough, though, MC is going to steal away the enemy blue buff and split the map, which does give his bottom lane a lot of security because now they know that Canna is on the top side of the map, thus he cannot be bottom lane to gank. So MC is giving his bottom lane a decent amount of security here with splitting the map early, so that's definitely a good thing for them.
Yeah, Canna quick to reaction is up on that top side, just stealing away camps and making things even in terms of farm, but as you said, not going to be able to abuse Nukes not having a flash initially-ish. And it should also be said that Mishigu also does not have heal on this. Ziggs has gone for the teleport to get himself around the map a little bit more. Canna setting up a dive with a beast on the top side, though. I don't know if they really want this one, though. Nice dodge away from Kex. Damage coming through. The root down from Canna, who flashes forward. Doesn't have the dash, though. And it's just going to be Summoner for Summoner as the Crocodile survives.
Does miss a decent amount of CS, well, like picks up the XP from most of them, so it's not that bad. Does miss a few CS here. That does mean that MC can get the crab here, though, so it's actually 2 camps ahead right here, and also has a decent amount of camps in his own jungle, as well as the bottom crab, while you can see Canna only having 2 camps in his side of the jungle. So Canna sacrificed a bit of his own farming and his own strength right there to help his top lane get a small lead.
Beast off to the honest. Graves is going to want to have a lead, cause the pressure to the Renekton early and make sure that his life is a little bit difficult. In the bot side, Riddle continuing just to throw down a little bit of poke, and poke is really the name of the game for both teams. I know Trouble touched on the desk. When you've got the likes of Ezreal, Xerath, Corki, Ziggs, you're going to be just able to throw so much hurt if you're in a stationary position, and in laning phase, it'll likely be pretty difficult for either team to go for that all-in. MC there, double scuttling, and is really taking the jungle matchup, at least in the early stages.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to be 3 camps ahead here once he picks up the red buff. And there's also no camps for Canna. Oh, actually, the wolves spawn just as I say that. But there's going to be a time where there's no camps. Canna's probably going to recall. after picking up these, but this is a decent lead for MC, and I'm not sure how much Babista actually got of that in the top lane. Sure, their Renekton has no flash, and yeah, he missed a couple of CS, so with the positioning of the wave, I think Babista is like a few CS ahead, but overall, that was probably a pretty decent set of plays there for Riddle. Cannon now walking over a ward here, does spot it out with a sweeper though.
Gonna be able to just clear that one away, and the Gromp did spawn while he walked past it, so there is a camp available for him if he moves directly back into the jungle, as it looks like he's going to do. But scrappy early game from these two teams, nothing going down in terms of kills, however, and it's just a case of farming up in this mid lane matchup. Two pokey champions in the Corki and the Xerath, and it looks like things are going the way of Slowq right now, with the health bar being a little bit higher as he recalls and having a couple more farm to his name as well.
It's really cool to see the Xerath actually. It's been a while since I've seen it in competitive. Sort of a solo queue favorite for a lot of people going at it there. Can be a bit difficult if you get engaged on, so a Leona ulti into a Zinzao engage or something along those lines could be difficult for Slowq to deal with, but other than that, I think he's going to be putting out a lot of damage, and he's probably going to do it earlier than Royal Cannon. When we talk about the Corki, it's really 3 items when his insane poke really gets unlocked, but earlier than that, I think Slowq is going to get rolling. Speaking of rolling here, it's a dive.
Oh, going for the dive. Dominus has been popped, but it's a 2v2 on the towers. Canna's here as well. First blood going over to Eminem, and they might be able to pick up MC as well. Canna looking to chase him down and spear him through. And just like that, it's a double kill once again. The jungler from Eminem is taken off.
Disastrous mistake there from MC, missing the Lee Sin Q. Actually just went straight into the air there. Means that they did not even kill Babista. I think if he hits the Q, he kills Babista, and he probably gets out as well. So individual mistakes there turns it from a probable 1-for-1 into a 2-for-0. And now Eminem is really strong, looking really good here. So let's watch this fight once more. Oh, our observers are smurfing here as usual. Look at the Lee Sin Q here. He flash Qs and then misses. That is painful for MC. Also have to mention that they had no idea that Kana was there. Lee Sin just took a pretty big risk jumping forward there instead of watching where the enemy jungler was. Royal Cannon forcing the flash mid. Might be vulnerable here though.
Oh, MC not going to be able to land the Q again because of the flash, but the damage comes in this time around, and it's MC picking up Riddle's first kill as he takes down Corki.
Very confident play there for Royal Cannon, Valkyring forward. And those last couple of kills that we saw there from both teams are pretty much both came down to not respecting the enemy jungler. MC went for the top dive without knowing where Canna was, and then Royal Cannon Valkyried forward without having any idea where the Lee Sin were. So yes, you burn the flash on Xerath, but you also have to flash yourself, and you die when there's no TP. Actually does not miss too much on the wave, so he's going to be fine there, Royal Cannon, but still not the greatest.
No, not the perfect play, of course, going down, but trying to get back into this one, scrapping it out, and not allowing Slowq too much time to breathe, because had there not been the jungler there, would have been a very different story with Slowq having to burn his flash to survive the 1v1. But as the Rift Herald spawns onto the Rift, of course, as we talked about a lot recently, how the stats have been changing. So we're talking about 8 gold at 8 minutes and gold at 14 minutes. So let's do just that. It's dead even right now as MC moves towards the Rift Herald. But is there a team that you'd be more happy to be at this stage?
It's a difficult question. I think there are, while the teams are pretty similar, I think they have some different power spikes where Eminem, they're getting engaged on here.
Yeah, Canna needs to be careful. Takes a lot of damage. MC could go for the assassination. The ultimate has been thrown up just to give Canna a little bit of defense against that poke, and it looks like it's going to be okay, but Cannon has package, as you say, going towards MC, who gets stunned up. The damage comes through, is huge. Who's going to be able to grab it? I think MC did manage to get the Rift Herald, but will go down. The eye is still on the table, and Riddle have been chased away. Fanacan goes low, hiding behind Blue. Nukes is there with the shield. Nasty picks on the kill, on to the Corki. Dr. Chaos diving on through, but has no support now. Nukes moving forward with the tether to make sure that she's rooted in place. Dr. Chaos is going to stumble away as the eye sits forlorn. No one picks it up, and the objective goes wanting.
Riddle actually won a 4v5 right there. Kex was in the bottom lane without TP through all that time, and he's just been pushing solo here. 20 CS ahead, got I think 2 plates during that time, so Riddle not losing the fight is great for them. So we do see that they burst down Kana here. MC could go for the 1-for-1 there if he wanted to take the Q. Probably good choice not to take it though, instead securing the Herald. You can see here Renekton is just charging away at the bottom lane at this moment. So also we should look at the Royal Cannon here. Dodges away from some of the Seraph Qs, but I think he actually dies to the blue buff. At least partly there, the damage from the blue buff melee auto-attacking. Babista gets chased down.
He's in trouble, but does manage to survive with support coming on through. The Seraph ultimate isn't going to land down, but Babista gets sniped out as Kex is the new target. Looks like he's going to try to get towards the wall, but can't get over it. And will be taken out. It's a trade 1-for-1 at the end of play.
Yeah, it does show how strong the Renekton is at this point in the game, and that's what I started to talk about earlier, that the teams have some different power spikes there, with the Renekton being very strong right now, while Graves really wants to farm up before he can win that 1v1 convincingly and be strong in the team fights. While in the mid lane, Riddle also has a bit of a faster spike there, with Seraph going to be having more damage on like one item compared to the Corki. Also noteworthy, speaking of the items here, is to see that Corki is not going to be going for this Rocket Man build that I like to call it, that just focuses on dealing all the damage with the rockets, like a Luden Sekko, a Ravenous Hydra, a Manamune, because he does have the Noon Quiver in his inventory. Not sure if that's going to be going towards a quick Immortal Shield Bow. I guess that is it, because he does not want to get bursted down, but still an interesting adaptation, going more for the auto attacks rather than the poking.
Okay, the top side, Corki, Royal Cannon hanging around with Riddle's bot lane, who are looking to shove in and get some damage down potentially onto these plates before they slough off in a couple of minutes' time. But things have been pretty action heavy so far in this game, which is always nice to see. Neither of these teams holding back too much, even with the compositions that like to scale and poke rather than necessarily going all in. Well, with a number of people on each team that want to be scaling up, but it looks like there's just going to be a little bit of a break as Eminem move members to the top side just to defend this tower against the increasing Riddle numbers. Not going to be able to find anything too exciting as Nuke spots out Dr. Chaos, and everyone's just going to return to farming away quietly.
So as we take a look at the top bar right here, you can see 7-1, and that is the tower plates. That is an important stat to be looking at right here, because that is pretty much the entire goal difference. Riddle actually 1 kill behind, but I think that's 1.5k gold ahead, just coming from the plates pretty much. There's some CS there as well, being about 25 CS ahead in the mid lane, and I think that's about 15 in the bottom lane. But still, those plates, that just goes to show that Riddle they're strong players with strong laning phase, and they also know how to rotate properly early on and get those tower plates. So well done by Riddle.
It's been good for them so far, even if the fights haven't necessarily been optimal, and there's still a couple of minutes to grab away some extra gold as well. You can see Kex on the bot side, but has been matched by the Eminem bot lane. Riddle's bot lane in the top side trying to grab a couple of plates as well, but Renekton needs to be careful. He's pretty strong, but 2v1 doesn't feel super confident. Canada's going to make it super unfair if he turns up and MC is there for support, but the Dominus has been popped. He's going in onto the Ziggs to try and get some damage. He actually gets the kill, but will be chased down and removed. It's a trade 1-for-1, but when that was a 1v3, that seems pretty good.
Yeah, that just goes to show how strong Renekton is at this point. We've even been picking up the lethality. This is going to be a Prowler's Claw Renekton, not something we see every day. But Kex just goes to show you how confident he is on this Crocodile. Even though he's 0-3, he just wants to keep going in and dealing that damage. So, love to see that. Also, I think this benefits Riddle, having these lane assignments where the top laners are alone fighting against two players, because the Renekton is a lot harder to dive than the Graves. Even though you can do it if you bring 3 people like that, you were punished, Eminem.
Yeah, it's a case of, yes, you got the kill, but at what cost? And when you're having to put multiple members into a Renekton and he's still able to take someone down, that's not going to show off super well for you as MC sneaks in, grabs the skull, and sneaks back out again under the nose of Kana and Dr. Chaos. And with Nukes in support, MC might be feeling his opportunity here. A dive could be in the offing, but enough vision being placed deep by Eminem should dissuade any kind of action for now. And at the 14-minute mark, it looks like gold is going to just stand at about 1,500 to the good for Riddle, which, as you say, is a lot on those plates, a lot on those extra bits of gold that are being taken in a macro sense as Kex once again dodging away from a potential engage.
On Monday, I mentioned Corki probably being the strongest champion in the game. I still probably, yeah, I'm going to say that I stand by that still. I think Corki is an extremely strong champion at the moment. But when something's that pick is that popular, you have the opportunity to prepare something against it. And Slow Q, having prepared the Seraph for the Corki matchup with a counter pick, it's working out so well. 160 CS before 15 minutes. I mean, he's going to be 40 CS ahead of this Corki. He's one-shotting the waves already. This is going to be a very scary Seraph to deal with, especially for an immobile Ziggs. This Seraph raining down abilities is going to be... I mean, Ziggs is going to get out-poked. That's not something you see every day.
I mean, that Xerath is the gold lead you can see already, because you look at Cannon 900 up on his lane opponent, things top looking very, very even as a little bit of a scrap in mid lane comes to nothing. But the Xerath 1,500 gold up. And
That's
a good lead for Fatty Cannon in the bot side as well. It's pretty gross, and Slowq's going to be able to keep throwing those out, keep poking away, and just like that, dissuading Raw Cannon from making any kind of play with a package, because he dives in on half health and he dies. The Dragon's going to be maybe the port of call as it spawns onto the Rift, a late second spawner of the Inferno, and it looks like Eminem are going to want to try and grab this one and pick themselves up their second of the game, but Riddle are looking pretty comfortable so far in this game.
Riddle giving this up. Not sure if they had to do that. They're gonna be prioritizing the Rift Herald instead. So I'm not sure about that play from Riddle. Actually, I think they could have gone for the fight there. They have Prowler's Claw and Ekton. He's going to be really strong at this point in the game. They do want to keep scaling, which I also understand, but giving up his second dragon could perhaps come to punish them later on.
If they can't close out this game or start taking more of a vice grip on it, then absolutely. It's going to be an Ocean Soul coming through, so Eminem going to be able to grab that one and cause some real problems in team fights where there are pretty fine margins across the board, especially with so much poke being thrown back and forth. If they're the ones getting that regeneration, then things are going to be much better for them. That being said, second Rift Herald, we'll have to see what can be procured with that, because remember, the first one didn't actually get picked up, so there was no advantage gained when Riddle secured it. But this time around, the eye is safely in the pocket of MC.
I think you made a great point there, Viperoon. We talked about these two comps really being heavy on the poke. Corki Ziggs versus Ezreal Seraph. And in that situation, that's when Ocean Soul is really strong and trying to poke down each other, getting these long fights where just chunking down your enemy's HP one ability by one ability, and then having Ocean Soul is going to be huge. So I think Eminem, I do like their position, perhaps even slightly more, just because they have the two dragons and they're going to be closer to that Ocean Soul, because that's a huge threat that Riddle will have to deal with later on.
Riddle have threats of their own, though, it should be said. And you mentioned Slow Q already. Kex has been, although his score doesn't really show it right now, has been looking pretty strong actually to dive in onto the MC. Needs to be careful, going to be able to dash away. Canna should be able to walk away, take some poke on the way out, but take some poke on the way out is just going to be a, let's just assume I'm going to say that at the end of every sentence, because of the two compositions that have been drafted. It does allow Roy Cannon to grab the tower in the top side. And Eminem have started to grab some of these objectives that are necessarily being slowly whittled away by Riddle, but while they had more of the plate gold, aren't able to get anything going. But here comes the fight as Mephisto is going to be diving on through, forcing Slowly to flash, and he will follow. MC is there trying to secure some CCs. Chaos can't do so either, and Mephisto gets the kill, gets the shutdown. Now Eminem not going to get anything further, but one shutdown, one big kill could be enough to grab this mid tower.
Well played by Bobista, gets rewarded with a 700 gold shutdown, and they are even going to be continuing with the siege of this tower. Eminem now having taken down the gold lead, so they're pretty much neck and neck in terms of gold here. Does Kex wants to go for anything? Does not look like it. So Eminem, I think they were slightly behind, but with that pick from Bobista, this game is neck and neck in terms of gold, and with them being two dragons ahead, I think starting to like Eminem's position a bit more.
they're starting to look like they're in a nicer position than we necessarily expected. Remember, those two dragons can come into play later on when it becomes that Ocean Soul or the potential to grab that Ocean Soul. Of course, they're about 6 minutes away from that one if they're able to take the next two dragons. Riddle needs to be a little bit careful. They haven't really been able to take down any towers, so the territory on the map is slowly dwindling for them, and that just goes to show how much of a resurgence Eminem have had in the past few minutes, because we were talking at 14 about how positioning looked great for Riddle. They've got so much more gold from those plates, but now they haven't been able to take down a single tower in its entirety, and these low health bars are good and all, but they don't give anything. They don't give territory, they don't give money until they're fully secured. Two members of Eminem in the mid lane defending should be able to crack that one open with multiple members of Riddle committed, but things have started to slow down a little bit for blue side, and they might want to try and get something going again.
Oh, Michigu!
He's dodging. He's only got small legs, but he will be able to survive. Dr. Chaos takes a lot of damage as well, so they're going to be forced to back away Riddle, causing the poke, but members of Eminem are coming in to replace their injured comrades, Cannon and Cannon. The 2Ks are moving on through to defend the mid lane. Mabista has shown up as well. And it looks like they'll be able to stop Riddle from going for anything just yet, but with Dragon up in 25, I think that's going to be the next battleground.
This is going to be a fight for sure. The third dragon, absolutely certain that Riddle does not want to give this over for free to Eminem, and the same can be said for Eminem. They don't want to give it to Riddle, so they're going to be fighting this. There is a package on the Corki, and it's all going to come down to the poke. How much damage are they going to be able to deal before the fight starts? And both of the teams have been taking a chunk here from the poke.
Cannon in the backline, though. Look at him. He's got the package. He breaks up the fight. There's so much damage coming in from Eminem. Nukes is going to get deleted. He goes golden, but I don't know if he survives from one more skill shot. But actually, he's going to be able to walk away with the shield. Eminem grab one. They grab a second on the side as Beast chases down Kex. And just like that, Eminem will set themselves up for Soul Point if they can grab this dragon. But that was all about them in the fight.
Wow, Eminem are playing so well right now. They're executing these fights beautifully. Michigu starting it out with the Mega Inferno Bomb, chunking down the backline, and then Wild Cannon teleporting behind with the package. I mean, Eminem, you just have to give it to them. They are playing like a top contender in this league right now, and that's not something I think we expected to say going into this season.
Not something that we expected, not something that I think anyone expected, looking at power rankings before we came in and talking to the other talent and a couple of people around the scene who were saying Eminem are not looking as strong. Their roster looks okay, but it's probably not going to pull up any trees. But hey, they come up against the Astralis talent, they grab the win, they're up against Riddle, and they're in a decent position in the game. That being said, it's not a dominant lead just yet. They've got themselves Soul Point, they've got themselves 3 towers to 0, and the last fight looked good. But Riddle still have a lot of very strong members. The Zareth still has a lot of gold in pocket from all of the farm. You've still got the Ezreal Fadikan, who's going to be able to put out a ton of damage, and they've got a lot of standing gold, which is fairly low. And I know that I said that towers don't mean anything until they're taken down, but if Riddle could knock down a couple of these, then gold-wise, they're going to be right back in it.
Yeah, and the lead is very small in terms of gold for Eminem right now, but Bista gets chunked down, does have a ton of life still, though, you have to remember, with both the Immortal Shield Bow and the Bloodthirster. He's going to get dove here, though.
Yeah, MC just showing his face. The collateral damage on the Kex will force Renekton back. Poke coming through from the mid lane, and Michigu just going to sit on a satchel charge just to make sure that he can get the dash off and will be able to dodge away from those last 2 barrages. Excellent play from the bot laner from Eminem, who's someone who actually has been playing very, very well this week in its entirety. He's a little bit of far behind the Ezreal, but you've got to say that he's been immaculate with positioning so far this game, which is, I don't know if it's something we can say about last game. He was pretty melee for his Ziggs, but he didn't die that much, so, I mean, good, I guess?
I think he sort of did what you can expect from a Ziggs. Like, he had the big ults in the team fight, and then before that, in the early game, he's just controlling the waves really well. It's really hard to push into it, which is what we can see here on the minimap with all the towers still standing. Part of the reason is that Ziggs is so difficult to push into. You can also see Babista here on the side lane with almost 3 completed items. this is the point where he will start to win this 1v1. Renekton starts to scale off with this full lethality build, and Bobistis actually really tank with the fleet footwork with overheal and 2 lifesteal items. Might even be tanky enough to go for the dive here together with his team.
Yeah, but Ket's going to be able to dodge away from the CC, so doesn't lose out on too much. Actually, Dr. Chaos using that ultimate does take away a pretty big tool from Eminem for the next minute or so, which allows Riddle to move back through, try and take back a bit of their jungle and chase away Eminem from their bot tower. So keep your eyes peeled. 2 minutes time though, that dragon is going to spawn up and needs to be fought over by these teams. A little bit less so from Eminem, of course. They're the ones playing for Solon with nothing given up yet, but the overextension from KX could be very problematic for him. He's going to get caught out and taken down, and I know that we were saying that his KDA earlier wasn't necessarily indicative of his performance, as Raw Cannon gets caught up and might go the same way as the damage comes through. The Arcane Barrage secures the kill. But yeah, I'm worried about Kex further and further as we move on to this game.
Yeah, he's really starting to fall off, not been able to utilize this full damage Renekton build well so far in the game, and it's not going to get easier. I think you might have just, build actually might be a mistake now that you're far behind. It's so difficult to actually be useful in these team fights versus a poke comp like this with a Ziggs and a Corki. You might just have wanted a crocodile that's really big and fat and can stand in front of your carries tanking it up, but Kex is not tanking a lot at this point in the game.
Well, I mean, he's taking a lot of skill shots. It's just they're killing him.
Well, he's dying.
And he's on his own, so he's not really defending anyone. But, you know, he is tanking damage, kind of. I suppose the question really is, what is he going to look to do in these team fights? Because if he can get a flank off and potentially get an assassination on someone like Mishigu, if he can catch him out, then perhaps the build will start paying off. But right now, he's just in the side lane getting 2v1'd, 1v1'd, and it's a lot harder for him to have an impact. Now, 20 seconds on this dragon. You can see Eminem have the run of the river. Teleport coming in upstream, though. What can Kex do? He's in the fray now, and it will be a pitched 5v5 if they take this fight. Remember, package is available once again from Raw Cannon. The poke is flying thick and fast as the engage comes on through from Cannon. Won't be able to catch up too much, though, and has to ult to keep himself alive. A lot of poke is going to miss onto him because of that one, as Eminem, they're happy with what's been bursted. They're going to move down river and try and start up this dragon. Of course, Cannon is their jungler, and he's cut off a little bit. Raw Cannon has gone pretty low, gets a shield, but needs to be careful. Has the package available, wants to get the dragon down as much as he can, and will be able to secure it for his team. All 5 members still alive, just about.
Can they get out?
The Ocean Soul, and they will get out. It's all 5 members of Eminem going to be recalling, as Riddle might
Baron, though.
move towards the Baron, yeah.
Yeah, Riddle's gonna look for this Baron, and that is absolutely huge for Eminem, being able to secure a very early Ocean Drake versus a poke comp. That is big, but if Riddle can respond with a Baron, it's probably even a good trade for Riddle. So will Eminem be able to stop this? They have gone back with a lot of members. They are lacking key ultimates, though. There's only the Leona ulti, but they will force Riddle to run away. So when the dust settles, you have to call that a huge win for Eminem, getting away with the Ocean Soul and not losing anything for it.
Absolutely sensational play from Eminem, and now they're the ones moving towards the Baron. Don't know if they're going to start this one up, but they're just going to clear out vision, show that they've got control of the area, and will actually make the first attacks onto it. MC cancels his recall, though, as Riddle move members towards it. It's going to be the same issue, but reversed. Higher health bars, but a nice chunk coming off of the Ziggs. A nice chunk off the Xin Zhao, as they're looking to turn the fight. Riddle is split up, and Eminem are together. But it looks like they're not going to be able to catch anyone out just yet, moving away from Baron. But won't be able to take down Riddle, who just fade back to their side of the map.
It is pretty hard for both of these teams to do Baron, because while they have a lot of damage, both of them, they can like chew through the Baron HP kind of quickly. It's really hard to do against these poke comps. Like if you're grouping up against the pit and you get hit by Serath and Ezreal, like Ezreal and Serath ulti, or a Serath Q on one hand and Corki Rockets with Ziggs bombs on the other hand, I mean, it's a difficult position to do, so these teams have to be pretty dang careful around this Baron.
It's just the lack of magic resist, really. It's the case of Baron saying, it'd be funny if I took something of magic resist, wouldn't it, friends? And then both teams being like, not really, because we'll just die. One big Ziggs ult when you've been tagging Baron for like 4 seconds. that's a one-shot, almost, and Fadikan might do his one-shot himself, takes a decent amount of damage as he gets engaged on Dr. Chaos, moving on forward. Can they get the fight in the pit? Yes, they can. Cannon moving forward, but they've only got one so far. Mishigu gets sniped out, and it's the Kings of Poke once again as both marksmen are felled. Eminem feel confident to start up the Baron, though.
Whoa.
It's a question of will Riddle be able to contest?
I mean, you realize you just lost your big damage carry, right? You did kill Fadikan, but can you actually fight this 4v4? We're about to find out.
They've got cannons still. The damage is going low, but they're going to peel away from the Baron as MC showed his face. As they're just going to not look for a fight, but peel entirely away towards the mid lane. And once again, it's a case of, I don't know if either of these teams can really do Baron on an even playing field, and no one's been able to grab the advantage just yet.
I'm starting to think about how you're gonna be cracking a situation like this. I mean, yes, if you're Eminem, you're sort of. I mean, both teams are sort of happy with scaling. Eminem more so with the Ocean Soul in their pocket. But like, how do you do this when Baron is so difficult to take? I think split pushing might be part of the answer. Like, send Graves bot lane, Corki top lane, maybe if you're Eminem, and try to make something happen right there. But that's not really what they've been looking for so far. I mean, they've been more focused on going for the big fights and trying to find the engages with Sinzao and Leona, but Riddle have been pretty strong at responding to that as well.
I mean, both of these teams have kind of stalled the game out, which does mean that we need to start talking about Elder Dragon, because that's on the map in less than 2.5 minutes. And yeah, Eminem have themselves the sustain. They've got themselves the Ocean Soul, but if Riddle could sneak away the Elder Dragon, that would be huge for some of these pitched 5v5s where people are getting away on half or less health. If Riddle can get one more auto attack, one more big ability onto some of these members, Eminem would start popping, and what they need is a big fight in order to take Baron. Either side needs a big fight when to take this Baron, it would appear at the moment. And Elder Dragon is not only going to be an opportunity for another one of these big fights, but also a huge boon for whichever team can take it down.
Elder Dragon is absolutely huge, probably the strongest objective that exists in the game. And I love seeing this situation when the Baron and Elder Dragon are on the map at the same time, because it forces your team to make so many difficult decisions. How do you play around that, those objectives being up at the same time? And it's 1 minute 30 seconds until Elder. Already now you have to prepare the vision, have to take control of these areas, and especially with these poke comps where it's so difficult to walk into an area where you don't have vision, you're going to be tanking all of these skill shots. These teams, I mean, I think the game is pretty much going to be decided within the next minute and a half, because whoever picks up Elder Dragon is going to be so far ahead.
But we'll have to wait and see a minute's time. You can see Riddle have already started positioning themselves towards that bot side river, want to just poke away and cause as much damage as they possibly can, and getting the snipes down from the Zev ultimate, but they're all being dodged away. Not one of them landing on a priority target means that Eminem, a couple of members low, but not too low that they can't stick around. 45 seconds, if you want to recall, do it now. It's going to be the shout as Raw Cannon starts to go back, but Riddle, with high health bars, are just going to look to try and control the area. Whether it's going to be a trade, whether it's going to be a fight, who can say, but I know that in 30 seconds, it's all going to kick off.
Here we go, there's a package coming in as well.
Oh, Cannon's in there looking for the engage on the Kex, but he's got a little bit of bulk behind him now as Cannon has this package. As you mentioned, not going to be able to pull the trigger on it just yet, though, as Eminem poked, but not diminished, and are going to be able to move towards the Dragon hit. 10 seconds till it spawns, though, so there's still a little bit of time for afters before we get involved. And nice engage going on to Nukes. He's the lead. The package goes through the backline, and suddenly Slowq's on his own. He is removed as well. Dr. Chaos moves on forward, finds his way onto MC, who's going to have the kick available, but needs to back away. Kex goes low, but won't be removed just yet as the poke still flies as Vatican moving forward, trying to get as much as he can onto Eminem's roster, but none of them have felled. And just like that, you can see the regen from Ocean Soul doing its work. They move towards the Elder Dragon, and this could be massive.
Yeah, Ocean Soul, people are not giving it enough credit. I mean, it's helping them so much in these fights. Will MC look for the steal here, though?
He looks for it, won't be able to find it this time around, though. Will be executed by Canna for his troubles. Eminem, with this objective, can start moving towards this Baron. 2 members still on the map for Riddle. And this one, finally, might be taken down.
Yeah, there's not going to be much that Riddle can do here. Maybe a Hail Mary Ezreal ulti could try to steal this away. So look to Fadikan to try to go for it here, but it's going to be very difficult without any vision in the pit.
No vision, hasn't even thrown it yet. The Baron goes down. And all 5 members of Eminem with Elder Soul. It's going to be a tough road back into this game for Riddle. Eminem Gaming grabbed themselves the big 5k gold lead at 34 minutes. Now, the next couple of minutes pivotal. How are they going to be able to close this one out or at least put their lead beyond all doubt?
Yeah, Ocean Soul, Elder Dragon, Baron, everything stacked up for Eminem right now to go for the big siege. Also, just looking real quick at the scoreboard, if I am Riddle right now, I'm very scared of Babista. He's been playing really well on this Graves, and right now he's pretty much full build. I mean, he's got the stopwatch, but other than that, there's 4 big damage dealing as items. That's going to be very hard to deal with, while your Renekton is 2.5 items. Speaking of items, though, with 3 of them on Serath, he does a lot of damage to Mishigu, who does have the TP to come back into the fight, though.
Yeah, we'll have the opportunity to bundle back in with that teleport, and he's going to do a lot of damage himself, throwing himself into that top side where Canna and Babista are hanging around. Dr. Chaos is threatening a dive. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Canna is just going to be trying to secure another wave as it moves towards the Riddle base. One more team fight could well be it. But we're going to be running on through. A lot of damage is being thrown as the Canna minion will start just to poke away. That being said, there's a lot of poke coming through from Riddle, which means that they'll be able to defend pretty handily, at least for the time being. Mid lane tower falls, and now everything outside the base is gone for Riddle. Eminem are just going to be creating some damage and forcing some hands. And now we can see the top lane tower's gone. The mid lane tower could be the next focus. The inhibitor is also targeted. MC dives on forward, dives on back. Eminem break the base at the 35-minute mark, and they're not done yet.
Eminem are playing so well right now. It's not easy to push into a Serath, even when you have the Baron buff minions, but they are doing a very good job of this right now. Playing really well together as a team. Court pushing in the mid lane, and then Leona roaming back and forth between top and mid, always threatening the dive, even throwing out the ulti just to make Slowq back away. So they're able to crack 2 inhibitors right now. Now Babista just recalled to finish off his build. He's 6 items right now on this Graves. Just picked up the Guardian Angel and then TP'd back in towards the bottom side. He is so big right now.
And Babista is someone we haven't talked about that much in this game. We might not get too much more opportunity, as it looks like Eminem are looking for the close as they throw abilities forward and backwards. Canna's been engaged on and gets kicked on through, but it's just Dr. Chaos that he gets knocked into. And now the 3rd tower goes down. Inhibitors are being taken left, right, and center. Babista goes low. He needs to try and get some regen up as Mishigu is being sniped. Eminem needs to be careful as health bars go low, but they want to get this ring gauge while they have the advantage. The inhibitor will be the focus as the start from Kex does absolutely nothing. The base is completely in shambles as Eminem lose the Baron buff. They're going to be able to move forward with double-powered waves, though, as Eminem could look to close with one big fight. You see the back from Cannon, but he has teleport to return to the fray. Damage is coming on through onto these towers. The Eminem that is huddling together, waiting for Corki, waiting for the opportunity to pull the trigger, and with 2 towers to fight under, they do need to be a little bit careful. Package is secured though, and I think Riddle are in for a heap of trouble when it's pulled. Babista going forward, trying to get some damage, trying to get some poke. Nice ultimate from Ziggs, will be able to take down some health bars as the first Nexus tower is blown to shreds. MC will go the same way. Collateral damage as Kex moves forward. There's the auto, there's the fight as Eminem keep it up. Package comes on through just to make sure that the Nexus is laid bare, and just like that, it explodes. Eminem Gaming go undefeated week 2 as they take down Riddle.
I am so impressed by Eminem right now. I mean, Riddle played well in that game. I think they had a strong draft. I don't think either team was really that much stronger than the other in the draft. I think both of them executed quite well, but Eminem coming out clutch in these later fights, playing team fights very well, but also rotating very well, being on the right spot at the right time, securing Elder Dragon, securing the Ocean Soul. Wow, Eminem, how good are they, Viperoon?
I mean, definitely better than we gave them credit for in week 1. Whether that's improvement or whether people are just underestimating, we'll have to find out. But we'll catch up with Eminem and Riddle in the interview segment, which will happen in a couple of minutes. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few.
Welcome back to the NLC. It was Eminem versus Riddle, and Eminem came out with the second win for them on week 2. So this is 50-50. They're holding on to their advantage. They're working out their flaws. They're adapting. They're overcoming. They're actually improving a lot. I know I have someone with me on the side of Eminem. It's Royal Cannon. Are you there?
Yes, hello.
Pleasure to meet you, man. So, good game on Corki. To start off, how do you feel about these victories? Like 2 victories in a row. How is the team feeling?
I mean, we feel really good. I guess there's no other way to put it. Like, the first 2 games were kind of shit, I won't lie. But yeah, we have gotten back our confidence, and I'm looking forward to the split.
Okay, I would like to point out a single play. It's like a props to you, but also to learn about the gameplay that you brought into this game with the Corki.
Right.
You got that package, you went to the TP, you went to the back line, and you just demolished the entire team. Like, was that a specific ward that your team put up to actually fight over those objectives? Because every single dragon went to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, props to my support. I think it was him that placed the ward. And he's the one that called the package as well, so like, all praise to him, honestly. But yeah.
Nice. Giving the props to the support. That it's actually hard. Another thing that we had on the green room was like a debate between the Corki build, where a person was saying that the Ludens would be better for the idea of the poking compositions, and you brought in the shield bow. Another person was actually defending you. It was not a heated argument. It was like, oh, this should be... How do you feel about that? Like Immortal Shield Bow with the Ludens, especially on the poke composition comp?
I mean, I feel like we would lose the poke war anyways, even if I went poke build with the Ludens. And also enemies had pretty good mercs value and just magic resist value overall. So like going magic pen flat or like flat magic pen stacking is not very good. So I'd rather have the package and just die backline because we had to kill the Seraph, and for that, AD Corki is better.
I like it. So that is an answer. Also, another fact and stats that I need to bring to you is the fact that you guys have a 100% win rate if Babista is not playing GP. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, his GP is good, but he has been griefing it on it, the champ. A bit, but he's good on Gangplank, so...
He is.
I
He's
don't
a
think
beast.
there's no special connection there.
I know. I just wanted to bring in the flame and see if you would take on the flame for Babista. But it's fine. It's fine. I got you. So 2 wins on week 2. How are you guys feeling about week 3?
I mean, I guess I can only say that we're feeling good. I guess, like 2 wins this week, so there's no reason not to look forward, I guess.
Makes sense, man. Thanks a lot for the interview. Good luck on week 3 and stay fresh with that Corki, man.
All right.
There we go. So this is the side of Eminem. We need to look into Riddle now to see what happened, because the idea was they got a lot of platings in the early game. The casters were always talking about that, about the fact that we're getting a lot of gold, global gold for the entire team as well, to try and get plates all across those specific champions that they need to get ahead. Even though Renekton got camped in the early game, he got a lot of access to plating gold. He went to the Prowler's Claw instead of going for a more tanky build, which didn't allow him to take a lot of damage throughout the fights. I don't know if we have him already, but I know, no, and I'm not going into disclosure who is going to be the interview, but there is someone that had a lot of damage on this game, and it's actually the person that we're going to talk with. He brought in all the damage. He had almost full build on his champion. He was just poking everybody up, and it just didn't work out, even though they had the poking game, just as we debated now with Royal Cannon. Even though he thought that they wouldn't win the poke composition, the idea was they brought in the Ocean Soul, and that was more than enough. But with me, I have Fatikan. How you doing, mate?
Hi, I'm doing fine. I mean, actually not that fine, but how about
Not that fine, but kind of fine. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay, I can say.
But the Ezreal play, like, it was clean. You were getting a lot of damage. I saw the first strike as well when you got those ultimates, cashing in more than 150 gold. You had those 2 items on the Ezreal. It was so close, but what happened?
Yeah, I mean, game was going good but in early game, we might have made some mistakes on the top dive, and the top dive leaded to the worst things. We couldn't do the things that we want to do. We couldn't keep the tempo on both. So I think that's about it. But there are still pretty sure many mistakes that we don't see, but we will review and figure out what we did as a mistake.
Yeah, because you were talking about stuff that you guys wanted to do, but were not capable of transitioning it into the gameplay. For instance, the Herald you guys did, but were not capable of getting the eye to use it. Probably that would be like a first tower, opening up the map. That is one of those plays you're talking about, right?
Yes. I mean, this game could have been a really different way, if just things worked out as we wished.
So it's about communication and actually working around that. So it's not that big of a deal. So it's a little bit of a flaw you got on week 2, but now you can work around it for week 3 and forward, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a long-term competition. I want to shout out to my enemy. Just don't let this fool you. I mean, we're gonna work out. I mean, we're gonna work this fix things out, and you're gonna see a really different Riddle than this.
Nice, because you guys have an entire week to work, not an entire week, but almost an entire week to work around the team and work around the calls. And do you guys have a strong voice inside of the team that is making the calls?
I mean, it depends on the situation. I mean, someone sees an opportunity to seize it, and also someone. I mean, to be honest, everyone is trying to call out if they see something, and we just reaching a consensus. If you say yes, that's a good play.
Okay, I see it. So week 3, last question. Are you guys feeling? How do you think the score is going to work out for you guys?
I mean, I don't wanna speak big, but I just wanna show it. I don't wanna speak. We will just show it.
Yeah, you guys, okay, you want to come to the week 3 and just get the 2-0, the 2-0, and just show everybody that you guys are capable of doing it.
I hope so.
I like it. Stay fresh, man. Thanks for the interview, and I'll see you on week 3.
Take care.
And there we go. This was the second game, but we still have a long show ahead of us for you guys. So stay with us. We'll be right back. See you soon. Welcome back to the NLC. It's going to be Singularity versus X7. It is the first place, second place versus the last place. What do you guys think about that?
It's gonna be it's a tough journey for the sake of SNG. We were trying to sell Nuriki yesterday. We're gonna be trying to sell Singularity today. I think there is the chance that X7 might play a little with their food again, and hopefully
they might have fun.
Yeah, I think they might. So hopefully, as Singularity, you're looking to punish a team that like to be cocky, but so far no one's really been able to shut them up. So I mean, they have the right to do so.
It was only one game. It was only one game that they brought weird stuff.
So I'm thinking right here, Tatooine, like. Especially, I just don't remember off the top of my head if X7 is blue side or red side. I think if, do we know that?
I can check on my notes to tell you this.
Because I'm thinking that definitely
they're right,
you have to give the strong side to Tatooine, right? I think that Jaeger has played some strong sides, but then we've seen him on the on, so this is something that you could potentially abuse on the side lane and try to bleed the pressure through there. I think there's very little openings when it comes to playing against X7, and especially how aggressive they like to play their game. So maybe if you try to find your strongest pawn in the game and you put all the eggs in that basket, you could come out victorious.
But I know you want to talk, at least you have that face. But the thing is, they brought in Tatooine as we jump into the champion select. The last time we saw Tatooine, he was forced to play on the tank champ.
Yeah, I think he's going to be forced to play on the tank jump again because they're on both sides.
It's going to be interesting. Obviously, there are still a few blind picks you can go for. The problem is, once again, we mentioned it in the last champion select, blind picking top laners usually get punished a little bit unless you're going for
no
the
more Tom and
safer
Jerry.
style. Yeah.
Kasing is not going to play anything that requires him to press E and W unless he wants to play Janna or Soraka at this
So
point.
taking away all these enchanters, you definitely want to take away the options of an hyper carry. So I wonder if they're following that trend and gonna ban Thresh as the last one, just in case that, you know, he kind of does the same in terms of helping out these hyper AD carries, but they're just gonna take away Tim's Akali. They're worried about a third pick Akali going into the second ban phase as well, former. So interesting, very interesting. But Caitlyn, Diana, still up and available, so one power pick should go over to Team Germany.
Probably Caitlyn, yeah. You take Caitlyn out, Diana for Pope. But Pope is like, we're just not, yeah, exactly. We're just not used to seeing Pope play the more aggressive junglers in the game. He plays more the types of Graves, the types of Carthus, something that chills back, carries. And this is something that bothers me on the side of Singularity because it creates a slow pace, which means that the opponent team has the opening to engage on you, and now that you've left Diana open, it's like the easiest bundle up with the Yasuo into a Victor as well that's immobile. Windwall works with his laser as well.
The thing is, we can even get Renekton in 3 here, and you can ban out Renekton counters. Nope, they're just going to pick a Sion here instead. It's interesting, they're just picking up these solo laners immediately, but with the Jhin here as well. Okay, interesting, very, very interesting. Right now, you don't have that consistent damage.
I was about to say, you're missing a carry here, mate.
Obviously, that can still come from a jungler, but blind picking this Victor, there's already a lot of pressure on Muta. As soon as you hit level 6 on that Yasuo and Diana, you're going to be under a lot of pressure.
Here it is. Graves, Kindred are the two consistent damage AD carries that I can think of that could go in the jungle that feed Pope's playstyle so far. Something that chills back, farms, comes later on, hyper carries. We saw Graves as well in the hands of Obista, did great in the jungle. You're chilling even more because you don't necessarily have to play the laning phase, you're just clearing your camps. Now, not that I necessarily agree with that because again it slows down the pace of the game because you've got a tank top, you've got a Victor in the mid lane. So if you want to play towards this, the Jhin, you can, but we don't necessarily see too much. On the other side, it's like all in. The Gwen, the Diana, the Yasuo. I just love the composition so far from X7.
Yeah, so what we're going to be expecting is definitely Singularity, funnily enough, taking away some of the bot laners instead. They lack a bot lane right now. You could argue that Yasuo could be flex bot, but let's assume for the sake of Diana being there, he's not. So it looks like they're going to take away some of the support champion pool, which is quite interesting because right now you're lacking the support yourself, so banning away the support is actually taking away some of the picks for yourself. But honestly, taking away the Nautilus is not a bad shout. You have a mobile AD carry, you have a mobile mid laner, you don't want to set up Yasuo as well with a roam like that because we've seen Matt Lyons do it in the LEC just this weekend as well.
Yeah, and I was wondering if they were going to take away the Braum as well because Braum is another pick that sets up really easily for Yasuo too, unless they want to go for something a little bit more for face forward, which is something like a Leona to set up and then go in with the Diana as well. So far, 3 out of 4 bans have been targeted towards Kasing. 4 out of 5 bans have been towards Kasing.
Kasing is getting counterpick either way. Enemies already picked their AD carry. You can just pick your AD carry on 4th, save the counterpick for the support on 5, but looks like they just want to secure that hyper carry or hyper support in Thresh. I actually completely went under the radar with this one. I'm so used to him to either be picked or banned when we enter the second phase here. So obviously taking away this now is super fine, because if you could have Thresh on Singularity's side, they'd probably be super happy about that. It's also a comfort pick for Jeppe, but it's already setting up a Jinx and an Aphelios down in the bot lane if you just want to chill against that. Free scale against the Yin.
The only thing I could think of here that can beat the Thresh in lane and potentially whatever else comes through.
What?
The hyper
Okay.
Hyper carry.
That's a solo queue classic. That's a solo queue classic. Taric and Master Yi is like, usually you do a funnel strat with it. It's probably not going to be the case here, but that's still something where you're looking to cause a lot of damage in the mid game. And right now, all these champions are super good for Master Yi because there's no instant CC.
You know what?
What's up?
Hope is my favorite jungler.
I mean, he's not my favorite jungler. If he manages to pull this off, he will probably be one of my favorites.
Against like 7.
Yes.
Nonetheless, yeah.
Yes, but actually these champions are super good to play in if you're Master Yi. Like if you just get a few kills, or even if you just go even and have like 2-3 items in mid game, you can definitely be facilitated here. Taric is a great pick into the composition too.
Now, problem is, you have priority through the Victor in the mid lane. Your top lane is gonna get quite punished, and probably so is your bot lane because they're playing Draven into a Jhin, and that's extremely aggressive. You need to play around the priority that Mutter is going to create for you, because Master Yi doesn't necessarily create too much tension in the early game. It's just about
no tension.
He creates no tension at all. It's pretty much farms through the entire game and hyper carries in the lane, which again feeds Pop so much. I'm like, this Graves, this Kindred, these two, you know, ranged AD carries, scale well into the lake. I never thought of the Master Yi, man.
As long as Jeppe doesn't end this game on the Taric as well, so bot lane doesn't get completely behind to the Draven, and he can come out and roam with the Master Yi, then you have your game plan going. But if he's kept in lane, you're going to be having a rough time then.
This is an exciting champion select. Master Yi and Taric, one of the things that I insta-dodge on solo queue.
Oh yeah.
Viper Rune, if you don't get this one with excitement, if you don't pick this one with excitement, you're going to get on Smurf's queue. You know it. How are you doing, Viper Rune?
It's bad, right? Like, I've got Nightmare in my DMs explaining why Singularity have done well in this draft, but Henning, I just can't see it.
I mean, I don't know at this point. This is just a bit too crazy. The NLC, what sort of a league is this? We get Vladimir and Zed in the first game, and then Sarath, and now we got the Master Yi Taric in the third one. I mean, this league is just a bit too entertaining. I don't even know what to say. Like, it's probably not that good, honestly, but it sure is exciting to watch.
I mean, we haven't even talked about the Draven that much. That was final pick here from X7, just because, I mean, okay, first things first, I'm glad that they haven't put the Taric top to funnel the Master Yi, because funnel is lame. I want to go on record, funnel's not fun. Don't do it.
Why is there fun in funnel? If that's
I don't know.
Huh?
I couldn't tell you why there's fun in funnel. Well, okay, so this is the logic here, and I've opened the Book of Nightmare and I'm reading from it verbatim now. Is that the idea here is that going up against X7 and playing a traditional game of League of Legends against them has provably not worked for anyone in this league yet, including JTXL. So they're looking to do something a little bit different and maybe catch X7 off guard, which is kind of, if you kind of play something early, catch them out, maybe grab a couple of kills and then snowball off that. Maybe Singularity or anyone's best opportunity to give X7 a really good game. My counterpoint to that is that Nariki gave X7 a very good game on Monday, playing traditional League of Legends. So I'm not entirely sure. But do you know what? Let's just stream here. What does Singularity need to be doing in these early stages in order for them to go into mid game in a position that we'd be happy seeing?
Sion getting XP off the first minions, I think, is a pretty good first step. But he's not kind of getting any XP here. He's getting so hard punished by
Jaeger,
Jaeger.
stop, dude.
That's a bully right there.
Well, I mean, this is also the double-edged sword of picking your solo laner so early, is it gave X7 a lot of license to just counterpick and to have the opportunity to say, we know what you're playing in solo lanes before we're picking ours, therefore we're going to be grabbing the Yasuo in first rotation with the Diana, which we know is super good. We're picking the Gwen into Sion, which we're confident in. I would have been interested to see the Sion go bot, potentially, and then for something else to go into that top lane. Not a Taric, not funneling, Singularity, no. But, you know, I'm just
look at this Sion,
wondering...
0 CS. Like, he's nice. I don't think he's got like any XP. This is insane. I've never seen the top lane getting this hard punished early.
I'm hopeful that it's a tank as well, so if they're going for not the damage Sion who can go down and then keep punching, but just is going more traditional tanky route, which would make sense considering you've got the Master Yi who's going to be doing a lot of damage, the Victor and Jhin as well, then you don't necessarily need to be grabbing so much farm because you're going to be building tanky and it's not that important. Plus, Sion gets naturally tanky when minions dying near him, so it's not good at all, but it's better than on a lot of other champions. I'm going to see where action is going to kick off immediately, because Haru's level 4 has just hit onto that scuttle. Of course, Porp has hit level 4 himself. Master Yi has a decent early clear, but Haru might be looking towards diving this top lane, but rather is just checking things out. Nothing to steal, so he's going to go back.
Yeah, Sion is a bit hard to dive, and even if you do pull it off, his passive's going to be able to pick up most of the wave anyway, so I think it's a good choice to not go too hard of that. And yes, I have to agree with you as well on the Sion tankiness. I mean, he's going to be pretty useful even if he's behind in farm. He's going to be losing the 1v1 with Jaeger, but he's still going to be like, useful in the team fight. He's going to be standing in front of his carries, tanking it up. Speaking of carries though, Pop is looking for something here.
I like this. To be fair, Porp is trying to hope that Jaeger's going to overextend. Remember, he has no flash either, so he's got the Ignite teleport. But Jaeger is able to skip away from that one. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, will the bot lane from the Singularity be able to do the same? Yepe's been caught out and will go down for first blood. And really nice play from Kazing to keep Speggy in the fight. But Spike is going to be able to walk away from that one. Heal, flash, burn, and exhaust. But in the mid lane, it's going to be an exchange as an aggressive play from Tempt ends in both mid laners dead.
Yeah, that was a really nice play firstly in the bottom lane by Kazing getting the Lantern and then flashing while Haru was taking the Lantern and getting that final hook onto Spike, almost setting up the play. Let's take a look at the 1v1 here in the middle, and we can see Muter getting pretty low before this fight even starts, and he's also kind of low on mana, tanks up all the CC, actually uses the flash as well, and oh, Tempt, I guess he goes back in for this. Wow, this is pretty cocky by Tempt here, but he does want to go for the 1v1 and uses the flash to get the 1v1. Not sure how good that was. Yes, Muter missed some CS, so guess that's all right. But you're also, by trading 1-for-1, you're accelerating Victor towards his first upgrade on his abilities, like giving 25 stacks with that one kill. So not sure if that was a great play by Tempt, but I guess it's also about establishing dominance, right?
Yeah, real asserting dominance in the mid lane. Singularity first ones to the Dragon, so we'll be able to secure this one pretty speedily. Chemtech first one down as Tempt is continuing to fight Muter and to cut him low, but members of Singularity were at the Dragon, so they're already in the neighborhood. Tempt, he's gonna have to dive away, could get stunned up, but nice dodge, and he'll be able to slide through the minion wave to potentially get away. Porp is also there, and you can see the Taric Master Yi combination so prevalent, so strong a couple of seasons ago. It's already starting to move around as a duo to get things done. I'm a little bit worried about Spike, though, on the Jhin. Not necessarily someone you want to leave on their own in a side lane, because, yeah, you can kind of farm safely, but also it's not the easiest thing, and it's very easy to dive. Speaking of dives, Haru's thinking about just that in the mid lane. Muta has just hit 6, but members of both teams are here. Kazing's here with the Lantern to allow for Haru to get away, but Tempt's going to go low. He's actually going to fall, and the damage coming through is big. Porp might have an opportunity, but Haru gets the Crescent Slash down for the double. And X7 doing pretty well. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Nata is 1v2 on the Draven, trying to juggle those axes, but I don't think he'll be able to get through. It's Yepe who punches through for the kill. A decent amount of power sustained coming through from this tag pick even early on.
A lot of things to unpack there. First of all, Nada not using the flash there. I think if he flashes the Taric stun, he potentially gets away, although Yepe could just flash after him, so Not entirely sure about that. Also looking towards the mid lane, I think if Pop is level 6 there, he gets a triple kill. Like if he gets has the ulti and then gets the reset on off his Q, he can Q again, kill Haru, and then it's a 1v1 with Kasing. Like that was actually pretty close. So starting to show a bit of the power of this Master Yi pick. I mean, it's still obviously not a good pick. Like if he gets hit by one skill shot, he's pretty much dead. Like if he gets hit by any CC, he just dies. That's like my assessment at this moment. But if he does not, if he's able to use his Q and W smartly to be able to get away from things, I mean, he can start to pop off, and he's going towards the top lane here.
Oh, Jaeger actually going to be able to 2v1, potentially going in towards Pop, trying to get as much damage done as possible, but nice play coming through from Pop. Will get the kill on a sliver of health. The Trump keeps him alive, and that was real edge of the cliff stuff, but Singularity managed to make it work this time around, and X7 go aggressively into their jungle to grab away Krugs. Not just going to be giving away those plates and will speed away from Yepe, who's trying to get a re-engage going. But kills all tied up here at the 8-minute mark. Gold lead almost 2,000 in the back pocket of X7 at the moment, as Muto once again in mid lane could be in a massive amount of trouble, and just Diana Yasuo things really.
Yeah, the amount of counterplay there for Muter is not that high. Diana ulti lands and then Yasuo ulti just follows up. Not really anything you can do. Smarter though from Pop to get the Herald while that is going on, so that is a good set of objectives actually going over to this Master Yi. Yes, he is behind in the farming department, but one Dragon, one Herald, and he's also obviously playing a scaling champion, so see what he can do here. With this Herald, I mean, you're going to be getting an injection of gold for this Master Yi, and he is a carry champion, so if he can get going, could be pretty strong. Also looking towards the items here, I was sort of expecting the Duskblade Master Yi, not saying that I've seen a ton of this champion being picked in competitive, but it is going to be going towards the Noon Quiver, so more of a on-hit build rather than a lethality burst build here.
Well, it's good to see Singularity definitely taking the fight to X7. Nada actually might be in a lot of trouble here. It's a 3v2 because Pop's moving through. They're going to go invulnerable. The curtain has been called, and Kasing is going to have to tank up a few of these shots, but should be okay to take all 4, as he was full health when the barrels were unloaded. Singularity, another proactive play. This time around, don't gain anything from it. But this is kind of what we wanted to see. We wanted to see them being active early, and while Pop might not have gotten kills just yet, the objectives are going down, and you can see the Rift Herald has been dropped pretty early in the bot lane, something that we don't necessarily see too often. But now Kasing is going to move forward. You've got Haru and Tempt moving on down as well. The Rift Herald is just going to be left standing as they want to get the engage. Nice flash from Tarek means that Yepe will be able to step away. The Singularity, they're still falling, they're kind of leaking drop by drop that gold advantage as X7 keep gaining more and more. But they're definitely not going down without a fight.
I mean, I'm honestly pretty impressed by Singularity. This is better than I was expecting. I was thinking they were just going to get rolled over early, and while they are sort of getting rolled pretty much across the board, there's a 20 CS lead for X7 in every lane, including the jungle where there's a 30 CS lead. Speaking of jungle, Haru's going to one-shot Spike here. If he walks up, he does not. But getting back to my point there, it's not like S&G are just taking the beating from X7 and not doing anything about it. They're taking the beating, yes, but they're also hitting them back, and they're doing so quite well.
They are when it comes to fighting, absolutely, and Jaeger might be the next victim of that. Diving away from the audience pretty clean, but he's going to get stunned up. Porps there as well, and that's the first kill going over to the Master Yi. Singularity moving as a pack will be able to grab that one. Dragon will be the exchange though, as X7 grab their first. Mountain early is not too impactful. We'll have to see what soul it's going to be. And it's going to be another Ocean. So a run back from the previous game as Tempt thinks about going in on Muter again.
Ooh, I think Pop wishes he had saved that Herald because they were 3 people alone up in the top lane there, and with the Master Yi, with the ulti after getting the kill, he gets the extended duration of that, would have been able to do a lot of damage, perhaps even kill the tower. But no Herald for him. Instead, chooses to steal away the top side of the map. Then Haru just counters on the bottom side. Spike might be out of position.
Yeah, he's going to just get assassinated. Not the one shot, though. The burn does come through as Haru takes a couple of tower shots on the way out. But that's the power of the Diana. You've got 4 kills, and Haru in a very, very strong position right now.
Yeah, he's starting to get pretty dang fat on this Diana. 99 CS here. 30 up on his jungle counterpart, 4 kills, and it's not even really an early game champion. I mean, this is sort of the time in the game where he starts to get going. And you can see how strong the proto belt is as well for her when it comes to just getting all of the damage down and being able to gap close in these trades. So Haru playing really well so far, and it's not going to get easier for Singularity to play against this Diana when he starts to combo with the Yasuo.
Absolutely, we've already seen it once, and when you get in a bigger team fight setting, things will be problematic, especially when you've got the likes of the Master Yi. If you're not dodging away from that Diana ultimate, you're getting one comboed, and Tempted in mid lane does need to be careful as multiple members turning up from Singularity once again, and this moving around this death squad of Yepe and Porp have been seeing some success, especially in that top lane where Tattoo's managed to find his way back into the game after a very slow start, with Jaeger being an absolute bully up in the top side. But while it's been effective in terms of grabbing a couple of kills, in terms of gold, it's still growing 3,500 now before the 14-minute mark, and X7 are just gaining advantages across the board. If we can see gold very quickly, I'd like to see how much of that's on the Draven. Because of the passive, of course, 1,800 gold in the bucket of Nata over Spike, which accounts for a decent amount of it, but it's just kind of looking at it, it just leads across the board. Yeah.
Haru's really, really strong at this moment. Already got the stopwatch going forward. And there's the Kraken Slayer getting finished by Pop. So he's going to go for a big on-hit build, perhaps against his Rage Blade. And yes, that's going to be very strong once you're up to like 3-4 items. But before that, it's going to take a long time for Pop to scale up. And looking at how aggressively X7 are playing and how big their lead is, I don't think Singularity is going to have that time. I don't think Pop's going to have the time to scale up, but he's going to try. And yeah, if this game goes really late, it's going to be very strong for them with the Master Yi scaling and with the Victor scaling as well. But before that, it's going to be pretty difficult for them.
Tempted's diving in and out, but a lot of damage coming through from Mute. The ultimate's going to be burnt, and the Yasuo has to walk away. Tempt actually in this lane where he had the counter pick, remember, hasn't been having the best time. Up in farm, certainly, and did get that 1 kill on the tower, but has been struggling a little bit. Muta, of course, the Singularity player that we've been talking the most positively about so far this season. As Haru maybe looking for an engage onto 2, will be able to grab onto Yepe, but he's going to go indestructible for a couple of moments. Going to go golden as well to keep that running even further. But now Pop needs to be careful. He's got the Highlander pop in. But X7 come and knock in. They're looking to get the damage down onto this Master Yi, forcing the flash away. His Tattoo on the other side jumps towards Jaeger, but he's immune from CEC as the X7 turn around to join him on the Scion. Muted there as well, though. And X7 can't find anything. A couple of members left to take down the Rift Herald, and the rest move back upriver.
Yeah, we'll be able to secure this in the pocket of Haru. It's going to go, and that is going to be an even stronger gold lead. Singularity might try to contest it. Here we go for a fight.
Although Tattoo trying to get the ultimate off, but we'll just get hook line and sinkered by Kasing. Jaeger in the backline is keeping everyone else out, and Hassan's cut down. Porp goes the same way. And Singularity maybe don't need to try and contest that objective, lose 2 and the eye. And that's a lot of damage going the way of X7.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to get those kills as well, and you can see the Scion being the hope to have a big frontliner who's going to be able to tank this up. And there are no really great tank killing champions on X7, but I think they're just so far ahead that they will be able to chew through this Scion. Like, he's not going to be that big. I guess if you're able to stack the armor, Yasuo and Draven's going to have a tough time, but then there's also the Diana and the Gwen that you're going to be fighting in the 1v1, so it's also a very hard game to itemize in if you are Tattoo right here.
X7 moving up towards the top side. Ooh. Nice hook in from Kasing once again. Laser-sighted, heat-seeking hooks this game from Kasing. As he picks up another Haru on the bot side, will solo take down the third dragon of the game. Second for his team. And the first Ocean that we've seen in this game. Of course, we had the Soul last game, which proved to be very pivotal for Eminem Gaming. But Muta needs to be careful about stepping into the jungle, because while the Victor is strong, the Diana is certainly strong too.
Absolutely. And speaking of the Souls, don't think this is a great game for an Ocean Soul. These are not poke teams. These You could say they're split pushing teams, but these are mostly teams where I'm thinking that the fight is going to be over in 2 seconds. And speaking of a fight being over very quickly, Kasing with a clutch Thresh play, and he's been doing really well so far. One of the stronger support players in this league, perhaps the strongest support player in my opinion, been really performing well as Thresh this game, getting the Lantern Flash earlier on in the bottom lane, and now the Flash Hook there in the top lane. Definitely more impressive than he was playing Yuumi.
Well, I mean, the Yuumi game was good, but also how impressive can you look on Yuumi? I guess is the question.
It's hard to judge, right?
You're just chilling, just having a good time, but X7 moving in towards the mid tower, just trying to grab away Muta's safety net and really pile the pain down onto Singularity. The gold lead is coming up to 8,000 gold now as Nata's just going to send those whirling blades up to clear out the wave. And you've got a feel for Spike up here, right? Because he's really... the way that Singularity have played this game has not really considered a Jhin at all.
Yeah. He's been playing weak side the entire game. Like, the Tarik's been roaming. He's been forced to pick a champion before the Draven, so he got counter-picked there. And he's been pretty much playing 1v2, 1v3, even with Haru coming in to dive him in the bottom side. So with that in mind, Spike being 30 CS behind is not that bad. I mean, it's not him playing bad. It's just his team leaving him alone on this Jhin and trying to play around the Master Yi instead. It's just that it's not really been working out for Singularity.
He's 60 farmed. Pauper's 60 farmed down in a team where you've kind of...
Wow.
You have to warp the draft around the Master Yi, right? And we're seeing a team fight coming on through here, and Tattoo just going to be deleted. The rest of Singularity stepping forward, but I think we might have done a little bit of a time travel there on our screens as snap back to reality.
Or
do you know
what?
I think it was a little bit of foreshadowing, because I reckon with the teams in this kind of position, we might be about to see that team fight as we're seeing a snipe come on through as X7 step on back. Singularity again moving as a group up towards Spike this time around so that Jhin can get involved. But X7, they haven't even got Jaeger here. Of course, the teleport is available for the Gwen if they want to take a 5v5, but X7 happy just to step forward and take down the mid tower if they possibly can. It looks like the foreshadowing was not the case this time around as X7 grab themselves another objective. It's a Doctor Strange level, isn't it? It's a this is one of a million scenarios as Tattoo going to be taken pretty low and Haru comes on forward. He gets the ultimate down, but I think we all know how this one ends as Tattoo flashes over the wall. The teleport coming on through from Jaeger though as Singularity really want to press this fight. Nice knock-up coming on through on to Jaeger. But I think Tattoo is going to be cut down. The ultimate will be enough as X7 pick up another victim. Singularity looking to press forward, but they're running in blind. And they're running into members of X7. A lot of damage coming on through from Pop, but he doesn't manage to get a single ultimate. Nice one from Tempt to dodge away from Mutazol as he stays alive. Longer and longer will eventually fall, but I think the whole of Singularity will go with him. Yeppy under tower can't find a way out for Muta though, as it's a 4-for-1 exchange. X7 run towards the Baron.
What a Yasuo play there from Tempt, getting the wind wall and then kiting around that wind wall very, very well, getting out so much damage in that fight, and they are going to be rewarded with a very early Baron, a 10k gold lead as well for X7. I think that was like the last chance, the last stand for Singularity, going for the big fight. I like that they're trying to make something happen, but at this point, this is like 1 in a million if they're going to be winning this game.
I don't think Singularity put themselves in the best position in this game, and the early game was good aggressively, but the quality of X7 is showing through, right? And I think this is something that must be noted, that this X7 draft, actually I'm going to have to hold that point as Haru has to dive away from Yeppe as members of Singularity coming up through, but the rest of X7 is turning up. Nice triple knockout from Tattoo as the curtain is cool, but the damage going through is massive. Shutdown for Pop on it to Tempt before he is finally removed, and Singularity, they might have found one, but that's all she wrote for them. Actually, Nata needs to be a little bit careful running on forward, gets the stand aside, needs to be careful about Spike, but the fourth shot does absolutely nothing. Muta stepping forward to make sure that the chase is only going to be a short one as X7 take another fight.
I'm really feeling for Muta right now. I think he played really well in Monday when he was on the Syndra. He he really performed. Now on the Victor, he's been doing a good job. Like, we see how good Tempt is on Yasuo, and he's been going toe-to-toe with him in the laning phase. And then he's like sitting down in the bottom lane farming, and his team just runs in 3v5 in the enemy jungle, dies immediately, and he's like, yeah, there's not too much I can do right here. Mute or not, I wouldn't want to be in his shoes right here.
I wouldn't either, but Porp is moving forward once again, looking towards Haru. But he's going to find Nata instead, who 1-2. Can't find the third auto, but will dodge away from the slow field. Muta hanging around in that bush. Haru is there, but members of Singularity. It's 2v5 with the ultimate available. Proto belt for Haru to gain some distance, and resources being burnt and not catch Tana. Remember, this is the day that he almost caught Captain Haru as he moves back into the jungle, playing bait as he knows that his team is following through. Nata spinning those axes, running as fast as his legs will carry him, but can't find anything there. But it's fascinating to see this matchup and how X7 are confidently moving from play to play, looking for every opportunity to take advantage, and Singularity, just through force of numbers in most situations, still in this game.
Yeah, when you secure the Baron this early, it was Jeppus is going to get one shot.
Yeah, yeah.
Not too much
You can continue with your
down
analysis,
there. Yeah, I was going to say that when you get Baron this early and you're up against a team with only one real wave clearing champion, at least who can wave clear from far range, which is the Victor, it's really hard to do something about it. I mean, X7 don't really have the best comp to dive with. They don't really need to. They can just push the waves with a Baron buff, and there's not really much that Singularity can do. Yes, X7 are so far ahead that they could probably go for the dives anyway if they wanted to, but they can just push the waves, and Singularity, yeah, Victor Laser is pretty good at clearing the waves, but with the Baron minions, and if that's your only tool, like X7 is going to get 2 free inhibs at 24 minutes.
24 minutes, 2 inhibs down, X7. Kasing, though, called out, the last one recalling, and members of Singularity are moving towards him. Kasing, he hasn't got his dancing shoes on this time around, puts up the box, but it's just going to be a coffin for him as he gets taken down. Pop securing the kill. First death for Kasing this game, though. 0-1-13, great performance, but Singularity, I don't know if there's a way back into this game for them. Obviously, they've still got a Nexus, so there is always hope. But X7, this is what I was going to say. You saw their draft against the Ricky. I think the Alice Des talked about it, and they talked about it in the interview, how X7 were maybe like, oh, we're going to have a little bit of fun with this. This draft is not about fun. This is a very competent, we're going to win this game and we're going to do so quickly draft. And it almost looks like Singularity's gone in the other direction, going for something a little bit crazy. And X7 are just showing a lot of respect, moving lane to lane, taking out everything that they can. Another fight might be in the offing, though. This could be Singularity's last chance, as the ultimate from Tarek could be massive as damage coming on through. Nata on the side gets called out by Muta. I remember the damage is there, but Tempt and Haru just rip through Singularity. Members are removed left, right, and center. Everyone from X7 stands strong as they cut down Spike. Muta, last one standing. And Kasing wasn't even invited to that fight. He's going to wander in now on the fresh, but the rest of the team wanders into Singularity's base, clearing out waves, finding ways for the super minions to come on through. Muta is going to do his darndest to keep this game alive, with 5 modes of X7 bearing down on him with 2 super minion up waves. I don't think there's anything he can do.
It's looking pretty grim for Muta right here. I mean, the final fight there was pretty sad for Singularity. Honestly, they're building their entire team around Path being able to get this Tarek Z combo, having a Master Yi like free hitting for like 3, 4, 5 seconds in the back line, and then it just dies without doing any damage. They were just too far behind, honestly. There's nothing they could really do at that point. But hats off to X7, really showing us that they're probably the strongest team, or at least one of the strongest teams in the league right now.
X7 remain undefeated, of course, going up against Singularity, potentially something that we expected going into this game. I don't know if anyone predicted that the way that these drafts were going to go, but I'm going to be fascinated to hear from both of these teams when they get interviewed in a couple of minutes' time, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few.
It was the first Mastery locked in on this split. Let's see if we get another surprise like that. But before that, we need to interview the winners, X7 again. And I know he's ready. Are you there, Cat Sing? I got you, man. How you doing, man?
If Yumi was open, you know, I would play Yumi, but it was banned, unfortunately.
So, okay, before we go any further, can we go to the Monday game? Can I talk about that? Yumi Twitch. Was that your idea to bring the Yumi?
I mean, to be honest, it was just like, you know, why not? If Twitch and Yumi are available to play, and I didn't feel like we would get that punished by them, so...
We lost Kasing. Obviously, when you start talking about Yumi, internet gets cut instantly. It's obvious.
Yes.
Oh, Kasing?
Hello, hello? Can you hear me now?
Hello? It's the voice from the underworld. How you doing, man? Okay, now I got you. I got you. You were talking about Yumi, the fun play lane, and then you disappeared.
Oh my god, sorry. No, I was just saying that Yumi and Twitch, obviously, you know, Tom and Jerry combo.
Yeah.
I think it's always a fun combo if you don't get punished. And I think in that case, we probably weren't going to get punished. So that's why I looked in.
Makes sense. And you guys got the W at the end of the day, as you did today as well. You picked in Thresh, and then you look and you see a Master E. What was the reaction?
I mean, unless enemy spot they queued up for solo queue, then, you know, sure, go ahead. But I don't think funneling is that good now, because you're against in competitive, you're against, you know, humans, you're not against bots. So unless, if we lost this game, then for sure we are worse than like co-op versus AI, intermediate.
Exactly.
Oh my god, is the internet GG again?
No, it was the answer, man. It was the answer. I love the answer.
Okay. I
No,
thought
you're
DC and I was like very sad.
You're fine, Kasing. Okay, so you got this one as well. At any point in the game, were you guys worried about the Master E just popping off with the Taric? Because I think you guys found a reasonable answer, like stacking up the CC and the slow and all that, so he couldn't approach you. Wait, tell me. What's happening, Kasing? Are you there?
Okay,
No?
I have internet now. I have internet now. Sorry, this UK internet is not great. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyway, in terms of if we were worried or not, to be honest, no, because I don't believe in Master Yi. I think whenever I see Master Yi, it's a free win. So thank you very much, Singularity.
Okay, I love these spice answers. Looking into the third week, are you like looking into any of those games that you might think it will be difficult? Or are you guys on a really good spot right now as a team?
To be honest, I feel like our biggest difficulty is probably just playing disciplined. Like, for example, obviously, we don't have to fight 1v2 on bot, but we did. We don't have to not cancel our recall on top, but I did. It's just more about being disciplined. If we're able to fight, be ourselves, we'll probably win a lot more faster.
Okay. So recently, and I want to tell you this, recently, and this is an open letter for all our viewers, I was asked on an interview if I believed in any of the teams, and I said that EU Masters is going to be deleted by X7. And if they are not, I will dye my hair on live broadcast. How do you feel about that? And am I secure?
Let me just tell you, you get on the X7 stocks right now, guys, you're in for a good treat. A good ride, guys, guaranteed. X7 Casing approved.
Like it? So you're telling me the only super team that actually works in Europe is X7?
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, we're gonna make an impact. Whether that's 0-4 in groups or 0-6, but
no.
let me tell you, we have really good chances, honestly.
Okay,
We'll make NLC proud.
So you guys are comfortable, the Monday game was kind of a weird spot just to test some things out, and it actually worked out in the end, it doesn't matter. Today you felt comfortable as well. I believe week 3, you guys are feeling comfortable. Is there any team you want to fight aside from Excel?
To be honest, I'd love to play against ourselves. Would be fun.
Oh, okay. That is an interesting take in the question. I like that idea, but you can't. So, so you don't feel nervous with any team on the NLC right now?
Not at all.
Confidence is a slow and a serious killer. Be careful. No, I'm kidding. Best of luck, man. You guys did awesome on this game. You guys have everything under control. Please don't let my hair be dyed on a live broadcast. Please.
Don't you worry, man. We got you. But thank you very much, though.
See you, man.
Take it. Bye.
So there you go, X7 are feeling comfortable right now throughout the rest of the split. They're looking into EU Masters as well. They want to play against themselves somehow. I don't know how that's going to work out. On the other side, though, he was saying, losing versus Mastery? No, we're not bots. I would like to see the opinion on the Singularity side to actually see the thought process to take this Mastery alongside with the Tariq, trying to get the funnel system in that actually didn't work out. Pop, are you there?
Hey there.
How are you doing? What happened? How did you pick Mastery? I have so many questions. How?
Yeah, so going into this match, I think we definitely had to think out of the box.
Yeah.
And we had a number of different strategies planned depending on how the draft went. And yeah, we just know that Mastery has a controversially good matchup into Diana, and that it's this kind of unorthodox strategy that we're more likely to have experience on than they do in terms of playing against it. So we thought playing the odds game that Tariq Mastery might have been a good idea. I think it was close to having its moments, but yeah, then fell kind of flat in the end.
I mean, you guys had to risk something. You guys had to bring the cheese, and you tried the cheese with the Mastery. At what point in the game did you thought things are not going as smooth as we want, and we're not translating the Mastery funnel system to us, and they're running away with the game? At what point did you feel like losing control over the game?
Yeah, I mean, the strategy was never to funnel. We were just going to play Mastery jungle with Tariq supports and wait for the team fights to go our way, basically, because they want to come into us. Tariq and Mastery have a really good way of avoiding things and dishing out a lot of damage in return. I think the beginning of the game actually wasn't going too badly. I think we had a Drake, we had a Herald, and we had some kills. But I think once it comes to the 5v5, we're just a bit too uncoordinated, which is a given. And yeah, just after the Herald fights, things kind of starts snowballing out of control.
And I know, you as a master, you want to take as much farm as you can and just power up through until level 6 to get your ganks a little bit more easily. On the other side, though, Diana was just camping mid lane. Yasuo, Diana, just not leaving Victor alone. Did at any point you thought okay, I need to stop and go help, or I just need to power through and just try to get the leads? What was the decision on that situation? Because it's a hard one.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really hard balance to track, especially into kind of the caliber of player we're playing against in terms of laning. Yeah, I mean, that's like a whole nother idea of why like Tarek Master Yi we thought might be a good idea, is because through like watching X7, they tend to overdive or overstay their welcome. So we thought in those kind of scenarios where they're diving towers, like I think against their game against Niriki, they dove bot lane tower and traded like 3 for 1 or something like that. So if that situation happens, Yi gets a few shutdowns. It can kind of turn the tides of the game. It was just about picking which options were best, and yeah, I just didn't pick the right ones.
So I know next week you guys are going to play, I think it's Riddle on the first day, on week 3, day 1. I think you guys are going to play Riddle, if I'm not mistaken, or Nuriki.
Nuriki,
yeah, Nuriki. How do you feel about that game? Because Nuriki told me that they're going to win without a doubt. How do you feel about that? Give me the spice.
I'd say there's absolutely no way we lose against Enrique. I think it's going to be our first win, and we're going to be able to snowball it throughout the rest of the split.
I like it. So this is high stakes for both of you guys, because both of you are saying that you guys are going to take the win. So I love it. Like, have a good rest. Prepare that game for the Monday, because I'll see you there, man.
Thank you.
Nice. Confidence above everything now, as we're going to make a quick pause because we have an exciting game after this one. Don't go anywhere. Don't touch the cross. I'm looking at you. I'll see you soon. And welcome back to Bifrost versus Vanir, the team that everybody thought was going to lose, but they're still staying strong, challenging the Elite Four. And now Bifrost is part of the Elite.
Sorry, I only see Elite 2 so far. Only X7 is undefeated, together with Vanir.
But that doesn't
So
fit with our
technically-
storylines. No. So
Vanir is
the
Elite
stories-
4?
Elite 4.
No.
Astralis, JDXL, X7, and Bifrost.
XD who and Lastralis who?
XD who?
Storylines. Elite 4.
Elite
Vanir
2.
climbing, 8
Vanir,
matches.
X7.
Yeah, it's Pokemon. It's great.
You're welcome.
Are they the Elite champion? Like, they just took like the Elite Four? Is that it? Is Vanir just running?
Okay.
They're the protagonist.
Okay, so the thing is,
Yeah.
right
They have
now,
plot armor, okay.
right now with the standings, it seems like an Elite 2. We have X7, who were the clear favorites coming into the tournament in general. And then the only other undefeated team, which we didn't expect it would be them, is Vanir at this point. You want to call it ease of schedule? You can call it ease of schedule. But right now, they're going one step above. They're going to the more big boy leagues, right? They have to face Bifrost, which we put in between our top
Elite
3.
Did I ruin that? Do you want to continue to
It was
grab
my
it?
line.
Such a good
I
sentence,
was
though.
creating my line, man. Come on.
So,
But I genuinely
yeah.
feel like Trouble is completely right, is what she's saying, right? But I will still call it ease of schedule. I will still, and I will say that now you're going up against the big guys, okay? Vanir, they've been doing exceptionally well with their team fight composition, or at least that's what we saw work for them most of the time. So I'm expecting to see the same kind of stuff to come out of them. I want to see how that mid game is going to fare. I think mid game is the biggest name of the game for me in this one, because if you're going in with a great early game, as we've seen, they might not even be able to have a good early game now that they're going off against better teams like Bifrost, where you'll have to face off Fury and Shikari, who's Shikari getting solo kills, Fury just all around mid laner we have here in the NLC. Like, it's not going to be as easy as it's been in the past.
Yeah, I agree. And seeing the Xin Zhao band right here, there are 3 prominent junglers that we see fall with Diana, if you will. It's the Xin Zhao, the Diana, and then it's Viego Lee Sin, right? That we see a lot going back and forth.
J4 goes in every now and then.
J4 is like the tier right
Yeah,
below,
yeah, yeah.
right? It's sort of like your gap closer. But I'm seeing, this is the thing. I think this is the most unique ban phase we have seen, if you exclude the previous one
done.
banning everything that Kasink has played, right?
Everyone's done playing against Aphelios. He got 2v2 killed by Aphelios last time. It's not happening again. That's going on the ban
Too
instead.
scared of seeing a failures in his backline. You know?
Yeah, maybe. So now it's interesting because Thresh has been taking off the table with obviously Caitlyn and Jinx still being up and available. So if you remove the Jinx here or the Caitlyn here, we could actually potentially see a first pick AD carry here instead.
Okay.
Could even just, wow. So Karma is off the table, so Caitlyn actually has a little bit of more value down here. Obviously, you can still neutralize the lane with the likes of 6. If you'd like to try that, we've seen Jin be picked into Caitlyn as well. I haven't seen the highest success rate of it yet, but I know teams have a theory behind that as well. So yeah, there we have it.
Okay, so the only people we've seen counter the Caitlyn Lux in the bot lane was when we saw MC in the on the Rumble with the Camille and stuff, but they insta-locked that Viego.
We also saw the GP top lane from whenever was playing against.
Sure, I do not mind that here, but having R5, who are you gonna give it to? Are you gonna give it to Sahira? Or are you gonna give it to Nilla? Because if that was up to me, if I was Vanir, I would give the R5 to Nilla, like, instantly, and probably try to ban away the Gangplank on the second ban rotation. Now, here for Bifrost, they're going full-on poke in the bot lane. We've seen this in the LPL as well, the Caitlyn Lux, a heavy poke lane. You need something to sustain down the bot lane as well, together with the Jhin. The Karma has been taken out, which is a big issue.
I honestly wouldn't mind a Jarvan here to be locked in and to just force him, what they say, Lee Sin or Jarvan here to just run around and shadow this bot lane. If you lock this Renekton in, obviously we know it's comfort for Shikari. Got a solo kill as well just in his last game against the
2 solo kills.
yeah,
You
2.
forget
So
the second one.
that's true. But that obviously also leaves a counter open. That means that
Hero Victor.
support will, or not support, but jungle will most likely be trimmed from the side of Bifrost, where on Vanir you can remove away some of the Renekton counters now that they decided to go for the Victor priority for Sahira.
So I'm thinking right here, Jarvan. You definitely want to take away the Jarvan because you've got two immobile carries in your back line, you definitely will probably have to remove something like the Lee Sin, because C-Boy does play Lee Sin.
Exactly.
And then that leaves a lot of stuff in the mid lane, which honestly, you wouldn't mind, because usually the mid lane is sort of like a handshake situation, especially since you've locked in the Victor. We could see something like, I know the Corki doesn't have fun versus the Victor, but it is a matter of sort of like the Azir Victor kind of thing, where you just handshake, yes, a little bit of harassment back and forth, but you lock it in anyway. Something maybe like the Syndra, the Zoe we have seen before.
Yeah. I was going to say, because that's also another dimension you have to take a look at. If Tahira is not feeling comfortable in some of these matchups against the likes of Fury, then it's perfectly fair to ban out some of these mid laners as well, because you'll most likely be picking a top laner here on 4th. You'll have support counter pick either way. Like, you can do whatever you want here. Support is already picked, Renekton's already picked. No matter what, for the majority of your last roles you're picking down Vanir, you already know what you're going up against.
I think we shouldn't also forget that Fury can play Renekton in the mid lane if paired up with something, maybe AP in the jungle. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. C-Boy has played Zac before, and he did flash it here.
Renekton into Victor, probably not my go-to matchup, I'd say, but it is just going to be the mid laners they keep banning away here, and Vanir supports the name of the game on the side of Bifrost. And I wonder what you would be looking for right now on Vanir, because you don't have an immediate engage. You have the facilitation of the backline and the poke and space around to play around with the Victor, but you don't have that immediately go button right now. So either in the side of the top lane, you can go and just neutralize the lane, say, alright, I'm going to be picking a tank, but you already have the Victor or the Jhin. So you need something here as well that does facilitate your team composition with a little bit of more damage, unless you're relying on Tahira and Noodle to just take away that front.
It's a big question, like, what you bring with the Jhin? You lost the Karma, you lost the Thresh.
That's an OG Lux. That's it. Lux is OG counter to Rakan as well, so this is very interesting.
This
Lux
is
a
so
counter
risky.
Rakan. You jump in, you get insta-bound, you get insta-trapped. I think Zac here, he's shown, and he is something that C-Boy has played in the past. It could work, lock someone down in the backline, insta-Lux ult right on top of this. You have everything else jumping in as well. The Ziggs can reach the backline too with bombs. I think I'm liking what Bifrost are bringing in the table. Now, seeing the Rakan here being locked in, it's a little bit of a head scratcher for me, because I'm like, I don't see the Rakan staying in lane, because it's just so dangerous to stay in lane.
So you leave Jhin alone on the lane versus
And you
Caitlyn
go where?
Lux.
Because you can't play towards mid lane either, because it's just a handshake with the Victor. I'm very much leaning towards Bifrost here, especially since that we're able to get through the Javan too.
Oh, and this Vex is actually brilliant as well, because you get mid lane priority, you go down towards that bot lane, you set up a dive, you have the Vex coming in from long range too. There's a lot of stuff you can play around with here. We'll say that early game, the Caitlyn has not been punished for being first picked. The first pick Caitlyn so far has worked out for the side of Bifrost, and they should be able to dictate pressure around that bot lane in terms of getting plating, move that Caitlyn around the map. That should be the name of the game, and then put yourself in a favorable position to the mid game. Here on the side of Vanir, they are looking for that engage option, and because of this, they don't have that extra damage up towards the top lane. So you are relying on the Jhin, well, who's most likely going to be on the tower for the majority of time. So let's say Viego and Victor will probably be your go-tos here.
See, this is what I'm thinking here. I think the Rakan was picked for aggressive plays down the bot lane. We're going to have a lot of Viego action down the bot lane, possibly blow a flash off of the Lux or the Caitlyn, and then just keep on punishing with the Rakan. Exactly. Because I don't see another way that the Rakan can stay in lane. There's no other way you can go. You can go towards mid lane, but Vex is not that easy to play against, and it's not that easy to gank, especially if you have Fear up and available. Production, can I change my prediction?
No, you cannot. I am taking back this one. I'm going to tie the game with you after this one for sure. But no, obviously you can't call the game yet. Mistakes can happen. But I think both Trouble and I agree that Bifrost has a little bit of an edge here in the drafting phase.
But they tried something a little bit risky. Let's see if it pays out or not. But it's time to send it to the Rift and obviously send it to the casters that are going to bring us this game. How are you guys doing?
Honestly, I'm relieved. There's nothing that wild in this draft. So we've got like normal champions that are meant to be in competitive League of Legends right now. Henning, we can actually analyze this game. This is new.
Wow. Yeah, that's a change from last time around. But yeah, I gotta admit, while you're a bit relieved, I'm a bit disappointed because there's nothing that's really that crazy when it comes to the champions. When it does come to the teams, though, this is like a really big game. This is probably the game that I was looking forward to the most, because Vanir is about to prove to us whether they actually are a top contender in this league. Because yes, they're 3-0 so far, but I don't think with the opponents that they've been playing against that's enough of a proof to say that they should be a top contender in this league. I think if they win today, though, they are a top contender.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's a case of they've been going through the motions. Their competition has been getting harder and harder, I would say. And Vanir have been looking better and better as they go on. And while they've given themselves some questions in this draft, the bot lane is certainly one that stands out to me. They've got some real power here as well. And you look at the Viego Noodle on this champion, a champion who's had so much success in the NLC so far, and is generally just so powerful. If he can get this one going, it could be a massive game changer for his team. And whether he'll be able to do so is going to be a big question, but Bifrost is going to get some vision on him and back away into their own jungle.
Yeah, keep your eyes on Noodle this game, because on Monday, I think he was 6-0 or something like that on a Xin Zhao, and now with a perhaps even stronger pick here in the Viego, such a dominant champion. I mean, I'm looking forward to see what Noodle can do. But on the other hand, Seaboy, I think the Jarvan pick here is brilliant. You are up against a Jhin and a Victor as the two main carries on the enemy team, and neither of them have any way of getting out of a Cataclysm. So if those Jarvan ultis are clutch later on in the game, that can mean just deleting Vanir's big carries as well.
One of whom is Sahira, definitely on performance, and of course on the Victor up against the Vex. Very interesting lane to keep your eyes on, and Fury historically been one of the better mid laners in the NLC. Of course, last split was exceptional. I believe he was on Singularity last time out and looked very, very strong. This time around on a Bifrost team who are looking to compete up at the very top, but stumbled yesterday or on Monday. So will need to pick themselves back up and go for a win here, because going 0-2 in a week for Bifrost would be a big question mark on the credentials of a team that we talk about the Elite Four, but is maybe the team that is the bottom of that, the first enemy in that Elite Four, if you look at them on paper right now.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you right there, although Astralis have not really been impressing us this week either, so for me it's really starting to look more and more like a top two, like X7 and XL being the top two, and then who is the third place behind that? Could it be Bifrost? Is it Astralis? Is it Vanir? I think we're about to find out today who's going to be, who we should consider to be that third strongest team.
I absolutely agree, and I think Vanir have needed to work their way into the conversation, and winning here removes all of the the games in the early season have been easy, or it's early season. I think winning here would silence a lot of those critiques of their credentials going forward. However, losing here would kind of elevate those voices a little bit further. On the other hand, of course, Bifrost needing to get a strong performance in, and already they're finding themselves small leads in gold and getting a little bit of lane advantage where they can. Shikari up in the top side, getting some poke down. Interesting to see what kind of build he wants to go for on this Renekton, because we saw it a couple of games ago, a Renekton build which is all about damage and didn't achieve too much.
Yeah, Prowler's Claw, the really risky choice if you want to go snowballing and try to 1v1 kill your opponent. 1v1 kills onto the Ornn, though, it's going to be really difficult, especially in a game like this where Ornn can pretty much just itemize for armor, knowing that he's going to be up against Vex and Lux as the only two AP champions, and he's not going to be the target of those combos coming in from those champions, so he can basically just stack full armor. So I don't think Shikari is going to be able to do too much in the 1v1 matchup. I guess theoretically you could perhaps try to find some point after you reconnect on level 6 where you can try to dive the top lane, trying to shut down Nile there early, but once he gets even half an item, it's going to be pretty hard to do anything in the top lane. It's just going to be a farm lane right here.
Nile just playing it safe, noodles around to give him some protection if Shikari does decide to get a little bit frisky up in the top side, but respecting the potential of the gank and respecting the Ornn under tower is the name of the game for Renekton this time around, and we'll just be looking to get some damage down, get some poke, and maybe look towards getting a plate. But Nile can return the damage a little bit here, and it's going to ask Shikari a couple of questions. Sahira moves back into lane after not the most fun time has been had, but has picked up an Amp Tome and that Sapphire Crystal, and the Victor, as we see from Muto last game, can do quite a lot of damage and can be pretty effective, but Fury on the Vex, we all know what this champion's about.
Yeah, for sure. Big carry potential for both of these mid laners. I think Zahira on the Vector has been looking very strong so far in this tournament, pretty much his signature champion. So look forward to see what Zahira can do on this Victor once more. Do you want to comment on the summoner spells right here? Because we did see the TP change quite recently, being a bit of a nerf to the early game power of the teleport. And we've really been, I was really looking forward to seeing how that was going to affect the game. But so far, looking at this tournament, it's not been affecting the game that much because we've been seeing at least 2 TPs pretty much across the board.
This is true, but it does mean that bot laners do get to play the laning phase, which is quite nice rather than being just TP'd onto 4v4 bot at 5 minutes every game, which is, you know, for marksman, that's quite nice. But as you said, it is still being picked up, and it's just a case of top laners and mid laners or marksmen, depending on which champions you're playing down there, just wanting to get back into lane a little bit quicker, taking that easier reset and being more able to move around the map later on, because the late game macro uses of teleport are still very much there. It is just a case of trying to prevent those early stack spot.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, being able to play more aggressive bottom lanes. And speaking of that, the Lux Caitlyn is doing work right here. It's getting down the push, and that is 2 plates actually going already. So yes, you're 1 wave ahead in terms of CS, but those 2 plates are the big thing. And look at the division on the bottom side of the map. This is Bifrost playing really smart around their strength. They know that they need to give their bottom lane a lot of space to make things happen. And that's exactly what they're doing with these wards. I think that's 5 wards on the bottom side in the river and in the enemy jungle. So this Caitlyn Lux knows that they can push up, they can play aggressively, and they've so far been rewarded with those 2 plates, as well as helping their jungler secure the dragon. So lovely to see Bifrost playing properly with the Caitlyn Lux lane, which is not always that easy to do.
Absolutely, and you get a lot of pressure down there, which is, again, something that you gain from not being teleported onto every 4 seconds, but you do open yourselves up for a bit of aggression coming through. But Noodle so far hasn't been able to start anything up. You can now see Odie and Duel moving up towards that top side, want to be here for the spawn of the Rift Herald, which is in a couple of seconds' time, and a little bit of a lead grown by Bifrost. It's only about 500, 600 at the moment, but grabbing this Rift Herald will allow for a little bit of gold to be invested even further, and I don't think Vanir have any opportunity. Top lane has no prio, the bot lane isn't in position, and it should be as simple as that from Bifrost, who will be able to just secure this objective pretty quickly, and a fight might ensue afterwards as Duel puts some poke down onto Noodle, but this time around Vanir very capable of just walking away.
This is just a textbook macro play from Bifrost, playing with a very strong lane that has the pressure. First, you secure the dragon with your strong bottom lane. Then you get the push, so you're able to rotate quicker than your enemy team, and you do the recall timings perfectly, so you arrive to the Rift Herald like 2 seconds before it spawns. That timing was very impressive from Bifrost, and then because you had the push in the bottom lane, you're able to get there earlier than the enemy bot lane, and then that's just 2 free objectives going over to your side with both the dragon and the Rift Herald. So I love what I'm seeing from Bifrost.
It's been, I think textbook's the best way of describing this, because it's not been big flashy plays. It hasn't been flipping or going for something crazy. It's just been, we're going to play out the lanes as you'd expect them to be played out. Interestingly as well, Odie has the Rift Herald, which is something that we've seen a little bit from NLC teams. I believe Bifrost has been one of the main proponents of this, is they want to get Caitlyn ahead. Give her the Rift Herald. Yeah, the flexibility isn't 100% there to move it any lane, but you know that you've got ownership and prio of this bot lane as it is, and Zahira's going to get engaged on nice early flash to keep himself alive, and Fury going to be backing away, but the bot lane's going to get even more out of the hand of Bifrost, and Noodle and Vanir need to react to it somehow.
Look at this mid lane though, Zahira without flash and then Jarvan with ulti. I mean, onto a Victor, if you just ulti the Victor, there's nothing he can do. C-Boy's looking for the bottom lane instead though, but Noodle is here to cover.
A lot of those kill buttons being pressed. Noodle is here. It's a 3v3, but the Rift Herald is going to take a chunk out of this tower, and we're going to have to see the curtain call. Noodle diving on forward. C-Boy is in the wings. Nice knockout come through, but C-Boy can't really get to the fight as Duel will now be the target. Odie burning low, goes down for first blood as Noodle gets the reset, and is now going to start sniping away, taking a lot of damage though as he dives away, gets on top of Lux, but will be burned out. Fury moves on through, doesn't have ultimate though, so it's just going to remain a 1-for-1 exchange.
Not sure what C-Boy was doing there. I mean, he was just next to the tower, and then he was not participating in the fight pretty much at all, meaning that OD did go down in the end, kill going to Noodle. Oh, the dive coming in though.
Really, really nice. Now, Quickstep caught in the Cataclysm. The tower goes low, but it won't help him out, and that's another excellent play. Bifrost go from a mediocre play to a great one.
Yeah, great follow-up there. Okay, first let's see what's going to happen on the play right here. You can see C-Boy sort of stuck on the wrong side there. This is some good chunking coming out with both the Lux and the Caitlyn ulti, and then getting the Herald charge. Yeah, that's a lot of gold on the Caitlyn, but then you can see C-Boy being completely out of the fight here. This is a 3v2 pretty much if you're counting the Jhin ulti, and that's enough to just chase her down right there. Then C-Boy coming in with a lot of damage, being able to take the Noodle. Actually, is almost able to turn it onto Jewel. But Bifrost in the end, and this is where the play goes from bad to really bad for Vanir, getting Dove and double kill there.
Oh, Neil actually going to be called out as well, clearing out vision, and he'll go dark as Shikari picks up his first kill of the game, and Vanir on the bot side want to grab something. It's going to be the dragon for them. Chemtech's second dragon of the game. We'll find out what soul's going to be picked up, but yeah, Vanir just making a couple of mistakes here, and we're going to see the Mountain Soul this time around. But some questions to be asked of them so far, and Bifrost seem to have all the answers.
I mean, speaking of textbook, they got the bottom lane tower, and then they're throwing their Caitlyn Lux into the mid lane. They're going to be starting to chip away at these plates as well. Not going to be super easy to push in versus the Victor, but it does allow Vex versus Jhin in the 1v1 long lane in the bottom side. That's just going to be Vex being able to push in and have completely free pressure right there. So I do like these lane assignments. It looks like, well, they're actually going to go towards the top lane here, probably with the Caitlyn, and then throw Vex into the mid lane. So they are playing around a bit with this. Perhaps they're also looking towards the Herald, which should spawn in about no, it's going to be a bit more than two minutes. So
just hanging around it nonetheless, though. You want to get vision and control, and with Bifrost having all of that throughout this game so far for Nier, it becomes harder and harder for them to make a proactive play because they're not able to rotate, they're not able to catch people out, and Bifrost are not giving them openings, they're not making mistakes, which is something that we love to see from a team that needs to, both of these teams need to prove their top 4 credentials in this game. This is why it's such a crucial matchup, and right now it's Bifrost who are doing a better job of that, but this fight might prove otherwise. C-Boy able to dive away, no fallout from Vanir. And this is the difference here. Bifrost overextend, they managed to fix the issues. But so far when Vanir have done it, deaths have been had.
yeah, for sure. 4 of them going over to Bifrost so far. A couple of them is on a dive there. 3,000 gold lead at this point. Actually, I'm not sure about the towers because you can see the top bar says that Bifrost has 0 towers, but the minimap says the tower is down. So I guess we can't trust that 0. Yeah, you can see Shikari pushing down the bottom lane as well. So we have to confirm that tower is indeed down.
Yeah, it's definitely not on the map anymore, or Shikari is very overextended with the entire minion wave, but tower plates have now fallen off, and as you say, it's a very dominant lead for Bifrost. Vanir have some late game options, of course. They have strong champions like the Viego, like the Victor. They've got ornaments to be putting on as well once we get Nille to that point, but Bifrost have been performing admirably so far this game, and second Rift Herald should be theirs as well.
Yeah, it's going to be picked up here for free pretty much for Bifrost. Would love to see them use that to crack open mid lane if they were able to get some chunking onto that tower. Perhaps you even get the Caitlyn Lux up onto there, and then you're able to take so much more vision control in the enemy jungle if you have that tower getting taken down. Could also use it towards the top side though, just to get a bit of an injection of gold here. As Quickset goes up to solo defend the tower. This is looking a bit weird. So this is going to take some damage.
Yeah, I don't know if Quickset was in the right position there. Gets rooted up, and again, just slight positioning errors coming through, and Vanir once again punished. Noodle is thinking about going for a dive or a play or something, but is looking towards duel, but the Brute, that's a really nice flash from Noodle actually to start this one off, gets the ultimate, gets the reset, and now gets the CC, which he can use towards Odie, but misses half it and will be removed. It's Caitlyn grabbing that one as Fury dives on forward, tries to get the damage down on Sahira, who flashes away. Will he be able to survive? He will, by the looks of things, as Fury looks around the side. Kevin gets the kill onto Seaboy as he can't get away from the tower. Naturally, that's an winning play for Vanir 2-1, but I think the tower will even things up.
Wow, that's a greedy play from Seaboy right there. He got cocky thinking that the kill on Sahira was already secured, so he can use the ulti to perhaps secure a second one, but instead they end up getting none of those kills. And as you say, they get away with a 1-for-2, although they do pick up the tower, so I don't think they're too sad. But still, that could have been a lot better for Bifrost.
It could have been better, but it also could have been significantly worse, right? You get the tower, you break over another portion of the map. Now the mid lane one is the only alpha that stands against you. That will really open up the jungle, and it's not going to be too horrible to take when you've got the Lux, you've got the Caitlyn especially, who can siege down, keep waves low, and cause so much threat to the likes of Quickseth, the likes of Kevo, who don't really have a way of escaping this damage. And Vanir looking to try and get in and help defend, but Noodle and Sahira are in a awkward position, being blocked off by the rest of Bifrost, who, once again, just playing very methodically, very carefully, and making sure that the number of mistakes are minimized.
A potential Mountain Soul here could prove to be pretty useful in these team fights, since both these teams really... Oh, here we go for the fight.
Quickseth goes into the backline. This is the fight that they kind of want to take, but Vanir are pretty slow on the uptake, and they're just putting damage down now, but so much is being returned. Sahira's gone down. Vex has got the resets. The Cataclysms comes through. That's a second. That's a third coming through. The snipe is big. It's a quadra for Fury, as Noodle's the only survivor. The resets are big. The Vex is bigger, and Noodle has nowhere to go.
I'm not sure how many times Vex ulted in that fight, but I'm pretty sure it was more than one. Wow, what a fight for Bifrost. I mean, Vanir, they pretty much got down all the CC that they were looking for. Quickseth had a good flash engage with Rakan and then the follow-up from the Ornn, so that was looking good. But the problem is, there's no one doing damage throughout that time. I mean, Noodle is pretty strong on the Viego, but as we take a look at the fight once more, I think this initiate is pretty solid from Vanir, but it's just that Sahira and Kevo are not really doing anything. There's like one Victor Laser, one Jin W, but while the entire enemy team is CC'd, Vanir's backline is just zoned away, so they can't do any damage. And then when all of those important cooldowns have already been used, Bifrost can just do pretty much whatever they want. And yeah, those are quite a few Vex ultis going off in that fight as well. And with the Herald, they got both mid lane towers and the Dragon. Bifrost are in such a dominant position right now.
It's looking harder and harder for Vanir, and fights like that do not fill me with confidence, but they do fill the pockets of Vex, who is 5-0-1, even on farm with Sahira, and having an absolutely stellar game, alongside the rest of the Bifrost roster, who, aside from maybe one or two missteps, have looked very, very good. The problem for Vanir right now is that the missteps have been too frequent and across too many members, as Kevo wants to step up for the farm but doesn't want to step up to his death, which is wise, considering there's a Lux and a Jarvan in that bush. Kevo, they're being patient for him. The root doesn't go down the ace in the hole. The Lux ult will land, and those two ultimates are not far off from being a one-shot.
That is a lot of damage right there, and you can see how tough it is to play when you're missing both of your mid lane towers. I mean, it's so hard for Vanir to even walk out of their base. They need to be going as a team, and they are doing it right now.
Oh, there's the team fight. Seaboy goes low. They want to try and engage on him before teleport's coming on through. That's the first kill. Noodle gets the reset. Looking maybe to get on top of Fury. Will be able to get towards him, and now ults a second time. Trying to cut Vex down to size. Sahira's there. The stopwatch is burnt, but nothing doing as Sahira grabs the shutdown. This is what Vanir need to do. They grab themselves a couple of picks. What can they get on the back of it?
Big shutdown going over to Sahira there, getting the 5-0 Vex with the kills, and you can see Noodle doing so much damage in these fights. And Bifrost, if you're... I mean, you have been impressing me with your macro play, with your rotation so far, but walking up like that into the enemy jungle without proper vision on where the enemy is, that's going to get you punished. And those couple of kills means that Vanir is really catching up. You can see this is pretty much the support jungle duo going in 2v3, and the immediate teleport is there from Zahira. It is, I believe, a pretty good Lux Q that stops Nilly from reactivating his ulti, but Noodle is strong enough to just chase down 2 people here pretty much and kill them while not taking much damage either way. And let's see how big this shutdown is. 850 gold shutdown going over to exactly the right member. Zahira getting that on his signature Victor champion. That's what you want to see if you are a Vanir fan. So Zahira might be the one to be able to carry these fights, because as we saw in that earlier fight, Quickset and Nille are good at getting the CC down. They just need the damage to follow it up, and Zahira with a lot of items might be the one to do it.
Could be. He needs to stay alive and he needs to get the support from his team, but as you mentioned, the damage could certainly be there, and Zahira we know as a player is certainly capable. But Bifrost calming it down once again, going back to this methodical style of play and maybe looking to pick someone off. Quickstep dives away this time around. Objective timers, keep an eye on those. The Baron is up. The Dragon is 1.5 minutes away, and Bifrost, of course, with the first two of the first 3, will be the ones towards Soul a little bit quicker. Mountain Soul's not the sexiest of objectives. It's not really a big win con, but it would make these team fights much, much easier for Bifrost.
Yeah, for sure. These fights are going to be pretty explosive. I mean, it's going to be someone getting bursted out, and then Mountain Soul is going to be helping quite a bit for both teams. So I think this is a pretty decent game for the Mountain Soul. However, Bifrost with total vision control. Our observers pointing it out really well in this jungle. Control wards and vision wards. Maybe those are the same thing. I don't know. Control wards and sight wards. I don't know the language, but they're everywhere.
They change it so frequently, but
yeah,
absolutely.
Exactly. We should just call them pink words.
Yeah, pink words that are red now, but don't worry about it. I prefer pink words back in my day, but Vanir just try to clear things out and get themselves in an okay position. Of course, with the Baron being up, there's potential to maybe start looking at that as a handshake or a trade if you see too many members going down towards the Dragon. Of course, you've got objective bounties up now, which is something that Vanir can take advantage of. Moving up towards this tower and cracking it down will get them a little bit of extra gold, which is always going to be useful considering they are a healthy amount behind. But right now, it looks like Vanir are just going to look to move into their jungle, giving away this Dragon for free. And I'm not really sure if even with a bounty, that tower's worth it.
Yeah, I think you at least commit heavily to the top lane so that you're sure that you get the tower. Okay, Nidley is going to get it. But yeah, free Dragon going over to Bifrost. I like what you're saying about the trading of objectives, being able to perhaps go for the Baron. The thing with Vanir's combo, though, is that they take Baron really slowly. I mean, Jhin is going to be... A Jhin that's quite far behind is still going to do very little damage to the Baron. And while Noodle and Zahira, yeah, that's going to be a pretty decent amount of damage. It's still pretty slow, so Bifrost pretty secure, securing that third Dragon, and they're going to be sieging the tier 2 down in the bottom lane here.
You can see Vanir on the side, maybe trying to get a fight, but they can't get through the choke, and Bifrost able to crack that tower, no problem at all. Can move down, of course. The mid lane has already lost its inner, and I believe the top lane also has, so no, it's still standing there, so there is one tower outside the base that Vanir can still cling on to. How long they can do so will be another question as the resets come through, items are picked up, and Bifrost return to the Rift. Now, the question here is, what can Vanir do? What's their option to get back into this game? Because they're down, but the gold lead isn't insurmountable just yet.
Yeah, the gold lead is actually not that big for Bifrost right now, considering how dominant of a grip they got on the map right now. You can see in the mid lane, for example, Zahira almost having caught up with Fury, just about a 500 gold lead there. And Noodle even being ahead in the jungle. The big difference is really the AD carry as well as the support position, but that might not be the most crucial. So I think what Vanir needs to do is get a good engage.
Oh, fight's kicking off as Noodle has to go gold, and Teleport coming up through into the mid lane as Noodle dives away, but Nile has committed. He's going to have to flash out. And resources burnt by Vanir. They don't really gain very much for it. Fourth shot does land on Shikari, but the damage isn't that big. And Vanir They go for the play. It doesn't really land. Now Bifrost could look to do the same. Quickseth could be called out, but Rakan is pretty slippery and he gets to jog away for now. Baron certainly on the minds of both of these teams, but it looks like Bifrost have control for now.
Yeah, the Lux being able to pick up some fruits in the river there, healing up quite a bit, but that's sort of what Vanir needs to keep doing. I mean, they were not able to pull it off in that situation, but they need to keep going for these engages, because if you're just letting Bifrost siege and push the waves, like you're just going to be slowly losing. You need to make something happen, and they do definitely have the tools to be able to pull it off, especially Quickseth and Nilia. We know they're both strong players. We know Quickseth is a real playmaker on these melee supports, so a Rakan or an Ornn engage at the right situation, that's the ticket for Vanir back into the game, because if you get like a couple of good kills on Sahira and Kevo, or even Noodle, this game is going to be neck and neck in gold once more.
And if you can get back in line in gold, the champions that you look at Vanir's roster of champions, and yeah, Quickseth doesn't have a great time in lane as the Rakan, but the engage is going to be pretty big onto the backline if he can land it, and they have a lot of stuff that scales very, very well, as we've already mentioned. So they have opportunities, but right now it is difficult for them. They need to get those shutdowns, they need to grab some kind of goal to get back on parity, because right now team fighting will be difficult. C-Boy searching for an engage, but won't be able to find one this time around.
I'm looking for what item Nili has chosen to upgrade here, and it's just me, or does it look like he's upgraded Quickseth's boots? Like, that's... You're not supposed to be able to do that. I don't understand what's going on there. Something weird with Ornn items is going on for sure.
Yeah, you know, that's... Just keep your eyes on it, see what happens. The HUD has been a little bit interesting in Season 12 so far, in-game and in Observer, but Bifrost are putting out a line. They've got a fish on the end of a hook, and they want to try and bait. It depends whether Vanir will fall for it. They're going to throw some poke down and say, we know exactly what's going on, please leave us alone. But Dragon up in a minute. This will give Soul. Again, it's a good Soul to get, but it's not a game-winning one, as the engage comes on for a catching Noodle. Could be massive. Shikari looks at the backline. There's the Cataclysm as Vanir are run out of town. Kevo is chased back, takes a lot of damage as they try and turn it around. Nile, actually in the middle of the enemy team, gets melted through because he can't get on top of Shikari, who goes golden. And yeah, the fourth shot won't land, but it just doesn't matter. Bifrost survive as 5 and can move towards the objectives.
That looking really strong. Bifrost is going to be recalling Shikari and Fury here and then TPing in. Or maybe it's just going to be Shikari who's going to go for that. But speaking of Fury, Vex just so insanely strong in these big team fights when she's able to get those resets and then get it like a free passage into the enemy backline and getting a full combo there, pretty much chunking them out. So look at Fury here. First setting up the play onto Noodle, where he's just getting caught out and dying before the fight even starts, and then being able to ulti into the back. And here's Sahira flashing while Fury was following him with the Vex ulti. So yeah, Vanir are sort of far behind, but it's also Bifrost playing these fights pretty damn well, and they're going to be rewarded with a Baron here, I believe. It's been taken, though Vanir were able to sneak away the Dragon at the same time, so that is at least a small win for Vanir.
Yeah, they are able to deny that Soul for 5 minutes longer with the Baron up, and with Bifrost already having taken a lot of resources. Question has to be asked, will Vanir be alive when the next Dragon spawns? These are sadly the questions that are going to have to be asked of Vanir, but they're looking to maybe catch up Fury as he goes forward, but they will be spotted out. Nice ultimate coming from Quickseth. They want to get the dive down, but Shikari is there. Dominus trying to keep the Yordle alive and really causing a ruckus as Odie now comes in. Duel is here as well, and the skirmish turns into a fight, but Fury stays alive.
That's what happens when you go for the catch-up, but you have no one of your damage dealers there. Noodle is not really that far behind, but it's not a big damage dealer at this point, so they were CC chaining Fury for a really long time, and he's sort of a squishy Vex, but barely got her to half HP using all of those abilities. They are going to be able to save their own tower here with the Curtain Call. Some other things, though, this might be the fight, though there's a Shunk coming out of Duel. He's looking pretty strong on this Lux.
Noodle has to stumble back to base. We'll be able to return pretty quickly because it's right next door, but the tower falls while he's gone. Inhibitor is taking a beating as well and may well crumble. as the engage. The corn has been called as Fury will go gold and dodging out away from the ultimate as damage coming on through from all sides. A decent amount coming in, but Vanir are being melted away. They will be able to catch out Fury as Sahira runs for the mid lane. Quickstep is there, but he's the only one left alive to stand by him. It's a 4v2 defense with Baron empowered minions crumbling towards the Nexus. Jumping on Sahira gets burst, and it will just be Quickstep standing on the fountain steps, watching his base get demolished. And just like that, Bifrost, they're going to silence the haters. They're going to silence the critics. Vanir cannot find the win. They're sent back to Pallet Town in a body bag as Bifrost pick up the victory.
Vanir, you had a good run. You got Sahira on his big carry. You had the team fight come, but Bifrost just too clean. The entire game, from a strong draft to executing it very well early in the lane, winning the individual lane matchups, and then afterwards rotating very well on the map. And it just felt like they were in control of this game pretty much from the beginning of the draft until the Nexus exploded.
Yeah, and Vanir, they drafted themselves into a little bit of a corner. They had options, but it was definitely a problem. And the Devs picked up on it, we picked up on it, and Bifrost picked up on it. We're going to hear from both of those teams in our interview segment, but we're going to jump to a short break first. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Welcome back to the NLC, and there we go. It's going to be Bifrost taking the victory versus Vanir. Vanir, actually heavily punished, even on Champion Select, and then inside of the Summoner's Rift, Bifrost were capable of maintaining their name of the Elite Four, at least on this week, because this is a best of one. We still have a long split ahead of us, and it's going to be amazing to see how the teams are going to adapt to these situations and how can they actually bring a better and improved Champion Select. And let's see how the meta is going to flow as well, due to the fact that for the first time, or one of the first times, we saw Caitlyn being picked alongside with Lux and making it work heavily in their favor. Not only that, those picks, but also the entire rest of the team. The deep dive, getting to the backline, not relying on Hecarim for the first time, or even the Rumble. I know we have some interviews to do, and right now I'm going to be talking with Bifrost Duel, and on the side of Vanir, I'm going to have the pleasure of meeting the coach. So you know we're going to have a lot of questions, but for now, there we go, Duel. Hello.
Thanks for having me again.
Always, man. So, Lux with Caitlyn, you guys made it work. It seems really hard on the NLC, but you guys made it work. How do you feel about that pick?
Well, I think they have enemy team had huge respect to all this champion pool, and that gave us a slight lead in the drafting, because they kind of gave us the Caitlyn looks for free, you know.
Yeah.
So we just take those, and yeah, it's basically that. We just take those. We were expecting some kind of engaged support, maybe Rel, maybe I don't know, maybe Blitzcrank even. But with pairing with the Rakan, it's like really hard lane for them, and I mean, I think it's really normal for them to struggle, and we just took advantage of that.
And we were talking about that on the Champion Select, the fact that Rakan gets heavily punished by Lux. It's really hard to get in as a Rakan, and that was the answer. So on the Champion Select, when you saw the Rakan, how comfortable were you?
Pretty comfortable. I think all the nerves that are in this room are from this camera, which is auto-focusing all the time, and I think she's the only one nervous here. So I think the matchup is really free, and like I'm allowed to do lots of things in the map. So when you allow me to just be free in the whole game, I kind of just take over. I should take over, because like the team is putting the trust on me on like that line pick blocks, and they just give me that window to take over the game, and yeah, you just take it.
And when you get that duo, the Caitlyn with the Lux and uncontested, no karma pushing you back, no one trying to get the line against you guys, you can go for the plates, you can get the pressure on the bot side, you can head ahead with the Caitlyn, and that's exactly what we saw on the rest of the map, though. We saw it with the Vex, the Jarvan, all those setups. I don't think there was anything on Bifrost's side falling in, so the communication inside of the game must have been pretty easy and relaxed now.
Yeah, it was a pretty solid game. I think I have a really solid solo laners. We have Shikari on the one-trick pony duty, and Mr. Fury as well with the quadra kill on Vex, just cleaning up, you know. So communicating is really easy. You just have to set up waves, control where the Ornn is, and just tell my jungle to phase check a bit, and the game should be pretty straightforward from that point. Like we would have to play we would have to play really bad a team fight for Vanir to actually have a win condition, or just flip an Asher.
Yeah.
That was basically the ways we could lose.
I also noticed that in terms of map control, you were just keeping tabs of pretty much everyone on the other side. How comfortable were you on setting up the vision? And did you have to prepare the vision versus Vanir, or you just used the normal vision route for you?
It's just a normal vision route. I mean, when you get like range supports, sometimes you get a bit delayed on the vision setup, because you need your jungle to phase check normally, since you're like super squishy. And I actually got caught like once or twice, because I'm just too greedy, you know. But apart from that, like the vision route is pretty common. And like when we were this ahead, I was just free to go wherever I wanted. Like, I don't know, I felt like Mondo, you know, going wherever I please, just queuing there, here and there, and just taking it pretty chill, you know, we're chilling.
That is a really good feeling for someone who's playing like a ranged squishy support, to actually go put the vision by himself, like, okay, I'm fine. I don't need to actually fear for my life, so there you go. And so you're capable of finishing the week 2 with another victory. You guys are now almost at the top of the standings, at least on the top 4 or 5, if I'm not mistaken. And you guys are feeling comfortable going into week 3?
Yeah, pretty comfortable. I think the loss on Excel was just slap on reality that we should focus and not throw games, because like from the early game it was really one-sided. I think we had like the full control on the game and we just threw in 1 or 2 team fights. So like my overall feelings is that the whole NLC is pretty winnable. Like every game is winnable, but also we can throw any game. So we just have to take it serious, take every opponent serious, and keep improving as a team. And just don't make stupid mistakes, you know.
That is a good takeaway. That's a good takeaway. I like that idea. Thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck for week 3, man. I wish to see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. There we go. So Bifrost are feeling really comfortable right now at this point. Also adding the victory versus Vanir, which actually puts him a little bit ahead of them. Vanir trying to finish with the 4-0, but not quite capable. Bifrost being the enemies that we know they are on the top elite of this NLC. But I also like the idea that Duel is aware that any team can take a game if you just get a little bit distracted, showing how hard and how competitive is this NLC, at least at 2022. On the other side, I know on the other side we have Flash ready for the interview. Hello, coach.
Hello, hello. How are you?
Pleasure to meet you. Finally, we get the coach from Vanir. I wanted to talk to you like on the clean record, but apparently you guys missed this one. What went through your mind after the Champion Select? Were you comfortable with Champion Select, or did you feel like, ooh, it could have been better?
I mean, of course, we are not satisfied with our draft. We could some changes. We could just ban Caitlyn when we saw 2 support bans. However, this is something we can easily work on, and even if we lost, we are not that as upset about it and really motivated for the next week.
And you guys were able to bring in a clean score, like a 3-0. Were you expecting to get this clean of a run at the beginning of the split, or you thought like you would get a few speed bumps?
I mean, looking at our scrims, we were pretty much sure that we are better than the teams we were playing. We were also having a good skill ring partners, and we could improve a little bit. However, I'm really also satisfied that we ended up 3-2 in the first 2 weeks, and we also have a little bit of space for some tests or anything related to that in the future in case we will lose more games. And obviously our goal for now is to get into the playoffs.
One of the things that I've been noticing about your team is obviously you have the V factor of the early game, mid game, it happens, and then the late game, bam, solid. But also on the farm, like the team is not farming as much as the other teams. They just want team fights. They just want to pressure it as a team, a cohesive team. Everybody's listening to the calls. Do you feel like the farm should be worked on, or you guys are feeling comfortable with the all-on team fight composition of Vanir?
Of course, we can adjust our performance a little bit and we can farm a little bit more. But however, I think that's not our main goal for now, and players are also aware of that they are not farming that much. However, the outcome of the games is satisfying, so there's nothing to worry about.
There's no way at this point that Vanir is not considered one of the top teams on the league. How do you feel about that and going into week 3?
I was pretty sure at the beginning of the split that we can either fight for the EU Masters, be at the top of the league, or just be at the bottom. That was the first feeling I get because we were pretty much on the same page at the beginning, and I think it's working on right now. However, I'm really happy that I get a lot of support on the chat and also at the analyst desk. So this is something that motivates maybe not only me, but also the other players.
That is good, but also, I'm done with the team. I have a question for you, because I know you are a young coach and you're getting the job done. What is your dream? What is your goal as a coach?
At the moment, of course, I would like to hit EU Masters again, because I did last year during the splits, the spring split with Kick. But obviously, at the moment, my goals and my dreams are to end the uni and then maybe in 2 or 3 years be at the LEC, but we'll see how it will go.
Let's see then, and thank you so much for this interview. It was a pleasure to meet you. And Vanir, good luck. I would like to see you on the week 3.
Thank you very much.
See ya. So there we go. Vanir are still staying strong and cohesive as a team because they're making it work. Bifrost stay on the Elite Four, but don't go anywhere because we have that game we're looking for. Will Goldberg be able to withstand what is going to happen next? I don't know. You'll find out after this break. Back for the last game of the week, which is sad but happy because it's going to be Astralis versus Dusty. What's gonna happen? Okay, we'll start with you, Go.
Wait, you're not gonna go Dusty this time?
No, of course I'm not gonna go Dusty this time. They're obviously... I mean, okay, I'm not going to say anything there, but first off, tied in predictions with Trouble, pretty good. I'm pretty happy. Thank you, Bifrost, for taking that one home. But honestly, I think this matchup can be interesting because if Astralis is showing the same kind of level they showed against Eminem, then I can easily see Dusty actually actually contest them.
I need a rise.
Let's move on then. As you were saying?
No, I think Trouble can pick up the point now.
Makes a lot of
I wasn't even
sense.
listening to you, man.
Oh, okay, so I'll repeat it to you again. I think if Astralis is performing like they were against Eminem with a slow gameplay, then they might be struggling a little bit because despite Dusty not being able to show up, you can see that they're still willing to pull the trigger. So I definitely feel like that you cannot slow down as Astralis. You have a lot of fine-tuning to do after what happened last time. And for Dusty, this is just up to you to abuse that.
I think if anything, you just go down the bot lane, right? I think Venza and the bot lane in general have had a pretty good game. Like even in the previous one, even though you can argue the overextension underneath the tower.
He had his positives. He got a 2v2 kill in the bot lane. They did well, yeah, and then he screwed it up a little.
I'll stay on the 2v2 kill because it seemed very decisive and the engage was pretty good and they were calling it as a team, right? So I think if you're gonna fight through something, I think it has to be the bot lane. That means that you unfortunately have second pick on the ADC. Unless you want to go with Astralis again, which I don't mind Venza if you take the assassin emblem off of him, so he doesn't find himself in the back line again.
Yeah. Somehow, yeah.
I think he's going to be more than fine.
It's actually interesting in the draft now as well. You can see that they're clearly taking an approach against assassins, not only in the mid lane, but Diana also taken away on blue side, which is a very rare side as well. Usually we see that on red side just because of how powerful it is. You don't want to give it over to the blue side. So far, Caitlyn has been removed as well, and all in all, not too many OPs just left that game. The last one, yep, that's the Twisted Fate. So you can first pick your AD carry if you want to now, but there's also a ton of other options you can go for. Obviously, Jinx and Aphelios can just be traded in these situations.
Honestly, here I would probably lock Aphelios with Lulu together. Yeah, you just want to solidify that you have a really strong bot lane that can beat pretty much anything that you can 2v2 anyone with. I think this is a clear path you can take. Or Jinx Lulu.
I mean, it doesn't matter. AD carry is fine. You just want the Lulu paired up with it.
You just want to take away the Lulu at this point, and then you can leave your Zinzao, Viego, Lee Sin for possibly like your third pick.
Yeah, because there's no rush here. They already have their pick on the side of Astralis right now, so you just take a chill. And I also think there's the fact that if you give over the Lulu when there's already a Hecarim, you may be running into a few issues. So I just feel like this is a pick that you have to take away from them. Now, Karma is still up and available if you want to handshake a little bit of an Echana matchup as well. Obviously, Karma with the Mantra Shield in team fights fares extremely well, both with your AD carry, but also with the Hecarim at the same time. So honestly, wouldn't be surprised to see Vendel bring that one out in this regard as well. And outside of that, I guess you're just picking up an AD carry for Chris back.
Ooh, but Ezreal Yuumi or Ezreal Karma is not bad either. I mean, Yuumi on the Hecarim is just pretty strong as well. The Karma is like obviously the LPL special, and it does really well, like you mentioned as well, into the Lulu. Wendell has played a ton of Karma in the past as well, so far, Astralis is looking pretty good here. I'm assuming like the call would be Zinzao here. Try to create as much space as you can.
Yeah.
The Hecarim dives in, you throw him back out.
Exactly, I think that's a really good shout. I think both compositions right now are looking to kind of do the same thing. Whereas the Zinzao right now, if it does get locked in, is a bit more peeling. Obviously, it can jump into your face, but we're not thinking backline access when we're thinking Zinzao. Where on the other side, with the Hecarim, obviously we're thinking about someone diving in. So either on Astralis side, I'd like to see someone be able to pile in on that. I think Vex again for Crest would not be a bad shout. We saw how well he played, but I'm expecting that to be banned here when the second ban rotation is coming around.
I'd really like a Renekton ban off of Carlson as well, because he would always find the flanks and the backline when he was on the Renekton, and together with Carlson, I think they can completely decimate the backline or even split up the fight, right? So I think that should definitely be here the last ban, unless they're scared of something particular in the mid lane.
Either they're picking Vex themselves or they're banning it here. I
mean, it's not really bad picking it for yourself, right?
No, they could easily go for it.
And you can pin him in place, and then you can throw him out with a Zinzao. I wouldn't mind seeing Vex here as a blind pick. I think it's much scarier to have Carlson and Renekton. They don't think so, though.
No, I mean, Renekton can be a bit difficult with the peeling that can come out from the side of Dusty. I'm assuming they might have to blind pick that. Once again, we're talking about blind pick top laners. They might be punished a little bit more, but GP and On is available, which is also the good blind pickable top laners. So I'd say right now, Dusty has a few steps they can take on the fourth pick. Either you just get a really good control mace you want to prioritize in this mid lane matchup, or you try and blind pick a top lane or anything and try to secure a good matchup for either your mid or top on R5.
You have to lock in possibly the GP, because it's going to be a big nuisance for the Jinx. The Jinx later on if Carlson chooses to go for that one.
It's not a bad shout. Like GP ultimate on top of Hecarim ultimate, that might be a little bit difficult to deal with. I think there's a lot of things Carlson can take to this approach. I'm more of a fan of the let me be a... See, it's interesting, right? Because I feel like they need a carry when they have the Ezreal. I feel like they need some extra damage. So at first I'm going like, oh, on pile up against that team composition wouldn't be too bad. But then again, you want
Get
to
a
make sure
mate.
there's the damage in the backline as well for it. So let's see what's going to be piled up with. Hecarim and Orianna is almost a combo as old as time, right? It's literally just here's
What
your
about
shield.
Orianna Renekton though?
I mean, it might
It's
come
even
out.
juicier.
It might come up, but we'll see what they have planned for themselves. Camille wouldn't be a bad shot here either.
Yeah, you
Decent
can
blind
do
pick as
pretty
well.
much anything.
Obviously, Renekton can come out on the other side, and then you'll play on a double blind pick. But you can clearly see that when you have Ezreal bot lane, you have room to put your resources up towards the top side instead, and you can try and create a favorable 2v2. But trouble there is your prayers finally answered by Khalid.
I mean, it makes sense. The second that Zoe dives in, you can just stand her in place, and then when she goes back into her ultimate, the Hecarim just dives in together with the ball, and the Zoe disappears. I'm not particularly huge fan of the Zoe here because I don't necessarily it fits the comp, because you want to protect the Jinx. So a control mage would have made much more sense for me. For example, a Rise, something along those lines. The Zoe throws me off a little bit on what they want to do because they also drafted for the Ornn. So yeah, you're giving Zinza a lot of your priority, but what do you do with that? Because Zoe's not really necessarily a roamer in the early game. You just want to allow your jungler to make plays, but I don't see where you would make the plays right here.
Well, I definitely feel like both team compositions right now have a way they want to play for, right? On the side of Dusty, you're definitely playing for your AD carry, and on Astralis, actually, I feel like they're going to be a bit slow because they don't have a specific lane to play for with setup. Orianna doesn't have setup before 6. Renekton, you're playing against an Ornn. It's going to be really hard killing him if you dive towards the top side. And bot lane, you're playing Ezreal and Karma. So I think most of Tax's job really is just going to be jungle track and making sure that his lanes will not fall behind to Sao ganking early. And if you can go decently into the mid to late game, then you can try and out team fight them. But I'd say both teams have tools to play for in these compositions.
And again, Astralis comes in with a slow start. On the other side, Dusty can actually punish that, and let's see what's going to happen. But before that, we have to send it to the casters. How are guys feeling for the last game of the week?
Astralis playing a slow composition. Who would have guessed?
Oh,
Shocker.
what a
am I right?
shocker.
The twist
Yeah,
at the end. But
absolutely.
it's not a bad composition, though. They've got all of the tools that they need. It just might be something that doesn't get going as quickly. I mean, we talked about Dusty potentially coming on through and causing an upset by being more aggressive. They've drafted the more aggressive composition. Astralis have drafted their comfort. Henning, how are you feeling about this last game of the day?
I mean, Astralis is going to have to show up here. If they would lose this one, that would mean Astralis is like deep into a slump. Like losing twice in a row as a potential top team versus two of the potentially weaker teams in the league. I think Astralis, there's a lot of pressure on them right now. They need to show up. And I think that if something would happen early, like maybe an aggressive early mid play from Viking and Backland, like shutting down Astralis early, they might get sort of nervous. And I mean, the pressure is really mounting up for them.
It definitely could be. On the other side, of course, Dusty still haven't got a win yet. So going out of week 2, 0-4 would be not the optimal position to be in. And Astralis, as we know, yes, they might be a little bit slower. They might not have the explosive pace that a team like X7 have shown, but they can control the game very well. They have players who are capable of doing so. And of course, as Gulberg said, Tax's job is just going to be controlling the jungle matchup and making sure that Viking isn't able to get that aggression down. And if Dusty go 10-15 minutes without being able to get a lead, then Astralis might start thinking, hey, now's our time to shine. Let's go online and start wrecking some faces. But as minions start clashing and jugglers both starting towards this top side, we'll have to wait and see what transpires.
Yeah, I think if a jungler is going to be able to play aggressive early, I think it might be Viking. He is this really smart and aggressive player, so I would not be surprised to see him try to make something happen early. I just remember the game on Monday where his bottom lane actually died level 2. Oh, speaking of bottom lane, they're trading sort of heavily here. Yeah, but on Monday his bottom lane died to a level 2 gank from a Xin Zhao, and he was really, really disappointed about that in the interview afterwards. Spoke about that as being sort of a turning point for the game. So picking the Xin Zhao now himself, can he make something happen, and if so, in what lane?
Well, Wendell forced to flash away early on by Dusty, hitting that level 2 first and getting some pressure down is going to be very, very useful because, of course, if Venta can get a lead, then this Jinx comes online much sooner, and then Dusty's win condition starts looking a little bit easier.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this game, looking at these two comps, it's basically going to be the battle of the AD carries, like Venser or Chrisberg, Jinx or Ezreal. Who's going to be able to carry the game? Because the rest of like the mid-jungle top side of the map is pretty much just going to be really good at creating space for the AD carry, but they are really the big damage dealers for both of these teams, and they have a shielding support, probably going to be giving them an Ardent Sensor buff later on in the game as well. So I'm looking forward to see what these AD carries can do, and we do see the pressure coming down from Dusty here early on now in this bottom lane, having both the push and getting the flash on Wendell. I think an important factor there that you have to point out is the choice of starting item for Chrisberg. He has selected to go for the Tear rather than Endurance Blade or even a Longsword. So not as strong early. Also has went for the heal instead of the TP for the extra power in laning phase.
Ooh, Venza coming on through, getting those choppers down, has caught Wendell out with no flash available. He's going to go down. First blood goes over to Dusty's bot laner.
Yeah, when there's no flash of the Karma, it's a really difficult position. Mid lane fight though.
Oh, so close,
Wow.
but Cress unable to get that final auto in.
Yeah, unfortunately for him there, Backland able to run away with a sliver of HP, has the TP to be able to come back, and then the Unsealed Spellbook to be able to get some different useful summoner spell there in a few minutes. Also in the bottom lane there, we could see that Viking actually went in and almost tried to take the kill towards the end there, but did not end up getting any assist. So just the assist on the Lulu and the kill on the Jinx, but that is still a pretty decent early game advantage for Dusty right there in the bottom lane. Finished Noon Quiver right now for the Jinx is going to prove to be quite strong. I'm not sure what Ezreal is going to be able to pick up here. Perhaps just a couple of long swords. So Venser does have a strong position in this laning phase, and I would love to see Dusty keep playing around this bottom lane.
And if they can do so, win condition could well be on. Backland needs to be a little bit careful about this mid lane, though, as we saw earlier. Cress has got the pressure, and in top lane, it's an Ornn, so don't worry about it. It's fine. But with the jungle matchup being a case of Taxi need to control it, how is he going to be able to do if the lanes like bot lane are able to cause issues and create problems without actually needing Vikings' intervention?
I think for Taxa right now, it's just about hitting that level 6. Get the wards down, control vision for your team, but just power farm to 6, which is exactly what he's doing right now. Has not recalled yet, he's just been clearing top to bot, bot to top, getting all of those camps, trying to get to level 6, and then look to make some pressure happen to perhaps towards the mid lane. Backland could be a good ganking target. We heard the analyst desk speak about the Orianna Hecarim combo and the strength that they have. But now Taxer might be looking for a play here. Remember, he's not been shopping yet, so no items in his inventory. Perhaps just gonna clear his last camp and then go for the recall.
Which should be pretty easy for him to do. The game has not had the most fast-paced opening, as Aleph just going to be chased off his wave by Carlson, who's just hit 6. Of course, a player we've talked about plenty in the first couple of weeks is Carlson up in the top side, coming in and performing exceptionally well on this Astralis roster, as Dusty used the priority, used the reset to grab themselves the first dragon of the game. The Cloud Dragon should be pretty easy to remove, as Backland just guards that river entrance, and with the Chem Tech being the second, I'm not going to be seeing that one as a soul for our final game of the week. But Dusty are doing everything that they need to do. Of course, they're not the ones who are wanting to play the slower style necessarily, but they've got plenty of scaling. So if the game kind of sits with them having a small gold lead and there's no way for Astralis to get anything going, then maybe they'll feel okay.
Absolutely. We'll see here if Aleph is going to feel okay, though, as the dive's coming in.
Yeah, going to be called out. Flashes over Taxa, and he'll just ride away. So flash burnt, but no kill going over.
Yeah, and Taxer here on this Hecarim. I was suspecting it when I saw the face rush rather than the Conqueror, but now it's been confirmed with the first recall that this is going to be the tank Hecarim. Just going to go for that Chemtech, whatever it's called, the speeding item. Having a bit of a brain fart right now, but yeah, going for that, the tanky Hecarim, not going to be dealing any damage, and honestly, I don't think this build is usually that good, since you're not really a threat to the enemy backline. which is pretty much what you need to do against the Jinx. With the Orianna, I guess it's a bit better because you'll be better at just delivering the ball into the backline. So hopefully for Astralis, if you're a Danish fanboy, it's going to prove to be the better build.
If you're Goldberg, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
No.
That's what I meant, but didn't want to call him out.
I'm all here for calling out Goldberg on the show, but right now Astralis not doing too badly, so we can't laugh at him just yet. And of course, Dusty coming out of Iceland, the only representatives from that nation in the NLC this split, and have always been the representative for Iceland, really, in the past couple of seasons when it comes to Nordics. Of course, there are other Icelandic organizations, but very much the leading one as Viking will lead into a charge. Taxa able to move away, not going to be too caught out, but the Rift Herald is still going to be focused down by Dusty. Astralis hanging around in the neighborhood. Carlson coming in from the top side, potentially for a collapse, but there are lots of members of the Dusty roster here. A fight you feel must be kicking off. The eye is popped. It's on 1K. Can Viking secure the objective? Tax is going to be chased away. Taken low. Has to ult to safety as Dusty secure the objective. Wendell is going to be chased back as Viking decides it's better to catch the eye than to force anything further. No kills, but objective secured.
Like seeing this from Dusty, they're pretty much playing this as we saw with the Caitlyn Lux earlier on, when Bifrost was playing that comp very well. It's first using the strong winning bottom lane to secure the dragon, then roaming them up to Herald, getting priority, getting there first because they had the push, and then getting them ahead in the bottom lane. So Dusty's really utilizing this Jinx Lulu winning lane. Well, not winning that hard, but being slightly ahead and having a bit more pressure in the lane. I think they're utilizing that very well, being able to secure 2 early objectives.
Absolutely, and on the flip side, Wendell hasn't been able to get too much going on the Karma, roaming around. Viking looking mid, jumps onto Crest, won't be able to get the knock-up though. Nice ultimate coming on through, back and forth to flash away, but Viking flashes forward and grabs the kill in the mid lane, survives one more tower shot, and will be able to back off. Wendell too slow to the punch, and it's another kill for Dusty.
Forced to use both flashes there, but Crest flashed as well, and getting the kill onto Viking, getting him started to snowball. That is definitely pretty good. Also, Wendell was roaming up towards the mid lane there, trying to cover for his mid laner, so that means that Dusty gets 1 plate in the bottom side, as well as a bit of an XP lead. FGG now with level 6 compared to Wendell level 5, so I think this is looking pretty solid for Dusty, and I mentioned how much was on the line for Astralis. They are the heavy favorites, but they're still like under a lot of pressure to perform, and they're falling slightly behind right here. We'll have to see how strong the mental game of Astralis is.
I mean, it's only 2 kills. The gold lead is less than 1,000, so we'll have to draw our lines where we do, and Astralis definitely have strong options to scale into, known for their slower style of play, and they haven't given away too much yet, although Viking moving on forward might look to change that, getting the gank going. Will he be able to dive on through? Catches one, but won't be able to dive forward. Looks towards Wendell, looking for the knock up onto him, and Venza picks up the kill. But now Taxa's here. The Jinx is low, but dives on forward toward FGG. Has to ult himself. Zap will land. Polymorph too as Chrisberg goes low with 0 mana. Backland and Kress have both arrived on the scene, which will spell the end of aggression. Well, Viking, he has the Rift Herald in pocket. He has a Jinx, and this tower might not be long for this world.
Yeah, Jinx and Xin Zhao, both great champions, are taking down a tower, and with the Herald, they're going to get first tower, not solo onto the Jinx. It's going to be sharing with the Xin Zhao, but still so much gold going over to Venza right now. Huge on this Jinx, and Dusty are just coming to play today. I mean, I was sort of almost touched by the interview that Viking did on Monday, because he was so disappointed by how the team was playing, saying that had more in them, and they are showing that so far. I like the way Dusty are playing, and if I was Goldberg right now, I would be shaking a little bit.
I mean, Astralis, again, maybe haven't showed up to the races, and this is the first time that we've seen a significant gold lead this game. 2,500 to the good off the back of that Rift Herald investment and that first tower going down. You could already see Venza moving up towards the top side. Smells more plates, and FGG and Viking have got some license to move around a little bit more and try and get something going elsewhere. But yeah, it's not been the best week so far for the Danish roster. Whether they'll be able to come back into this one, and of course, must be noted, it's early days in this game. There's not too much to worry about so far. But Dusty definitely looking the stronger of the two teams right now.
I think this is a smart play from Dusty. They're going to be giving Dragon in favor for Venser being able to free hit top lane tower. I mean, it's a bit weird to throw your dual lane to the top lane once Dragon is already up, but Astralis is actually not going to fall for it. They're going to go for the catch onto FGG instead.
They will find FGG, going to be forced over. The Chompers, nice ultimate onto two, will catch the backline as now Taxa looks towards Venza, running for the hills. Viking also fleeing, uses some damage, and actually Venza getting the reset, will be able to dive away. Carlson follows through and will be able to cut him down. That's an excellent play from Astralis. They call the bluff and pick up two.
They did call the bluff indeed. I think it was a strong setup for Dusty, but Astralis just saw exactly what was up right there. Going for the big, like instead of going for the dragon, which would give Dusty a lot of damage on the top lane tower, they went for the catch, and you can see the Lulu Jinx against the Renekton and Hecarim. Like once they're able to gap close, there's not too much that Dusty can do. I mean, Venser plays it quite well, but Carlson on this Renekton just so very, very strong, and with the speed buffs from Orianna and Karma as well, they're just able to run down the enemies, and Astralis are now in a pretty decent spot.
Found their way back into it, grab a couple of plates also on that top side, so getting some money back in their own pockets. And this is the power of Astralis. They're not in the world's worst position. Yes, there's a couple more kills on the Jinx than you maybe like, but that's fine. We'll just kill Venza. It's whatever. Yeah, we can see what they're trying to do with the setup. They're giving us a free dragon. Nah, no worries. We want to get those couple of kills and get ourselves back onto the Rift in terms of gold rather than objectives, which of course does give Dusty the opportunity to start up the dragon themselves. And with the positioning of Astralis, I don't think they're too fussed. Second one should go down as Aleph on the top side. Not really. Just giving some respect, not wanting to get called out. He's like, nah, I know where you are, and we'll have to see what dragon we're getting for the last game of the day as the observers drag us away very rudely. But it is going to be a mountain, so they clearly weren't that interested, and I don't think we are either.
Yeah, not the most exciting dragon, not the most exciting rift either, so not really too much to say there. Of course, it's going to be pretty decently strong, but not the strongest dragon. Ooh, Viking with a huge damage together with Backlund, and Wendell goes down.
Tax has to ult over into the Rift Herald pit to get away from any kind of collapse coming through from Ornn as well. And with that nice pick onto Wendell, it does give Dusty the opportunity to start up this Rift Herald. They've got members in the area. Even Venza has decided to show up and get involved rather than being in a side lane. But with tower plates having already fallen off, there's not as much gold value to be obtained. In fact, let's check in quickly with gold observers. If we could have a quick peekaroo and look at that from Venza, 1.2k ahead is pretty nice on a Jinx this early on.
Yeah, pretty big lead right there. Also decent lead in the jungle for Viking. But on the other hand, Carlson is a bit ahead in the top lane, so still sort of close in the gold, but I definitely rather be in Dusty's shoes here, scaling up with this Jinx together with the Lulu. I do believe that's going to be a pretty early Ardent Sensor, and it's pretty much anyone's game. Like in these team fights, Astralis have a good comp to be able to shut them down. Like Hecarim with Turbo Chem Tank Ghost, speed buff from Karma and Orianna. Like he's gonna get on top of your Jinx. The thing is that he can't kill her himself though, so he's gonna need some sort of backup there.
And the support for the Jinx with that Lulu, with the Xin Zhao, with the Ornn. Yeah, you can maybe get on top, but are you going to be able to, if you can't explode the Jinx on your own, who's going to be supporting you? Are you going to be able to survive? You've got the Zoe as well, who's going to be a consideration moving forward as well. So, questions, lots of questions to be asked of Astralis talent. Will they have answers? We'll have to find out on the next episode of Team Fighting. But right now, it's just a case of sieging and taking down this mid lane tower. We'll be able to do so. And Astralis are going to be chased back for a second charge. I don't think there's going to be too much damage past that. But it's always nice for Dusty to be able to break open the map, especially in this mid lane, and get to fight over these neutral objectives a little bit easier.
That was a bit weird. Crest just went top lane without TP and like pushed in a couple of waves, but they didn't even stay around to hit the tower, so Astralis couldn't really defend that. Rift Herald was able to actually get a second charge on the tier 2 tower. I think that is pretty big for Dusty. We'll give them some more control, some more opportunities to put down offensive vision in the enemy jungle and try to starve them off their own jungle. So do you think that was a mistake from Astralis?
Yeah, they will be able to grab that bot lane tower, though. Carlson cuts it through, and Viking very sensibly doesn't look to defend, but rather just holds off behind the tower and allows Venza to come in to lap up the wave. But Dusty are looking particularly strong, not looking like a team that's yet to win here on the NLC stage in 2022. And Astralis running hot and cold at the moment in this game, and indeed in the season, have started to come back online just a little bit. You said you were more comfortable with Dusty's position. What do Astralis need to be looking at, do you think, for you to change your mind on that?
I think they need to try to keep going for these catches, finding Dusty out of position. They do, like, it's going to be down to Taxer now that he has completed his turbo camp tank. He does have Ghost, he does have ult, he does have Chilling Smite. Like, he's so fast, he's so good at finding the catches. But he needs to have the proper vision to be able to go for the plays, knowing where the enemy team is, and then having the follow-up. So if Astralis is able to find like 1 or 2 picks with the Hecarim, that could be really strong. I think they could also try to utilize Carlson's strength in the side lane on this Renekton. There's no one on Dusty who really wants to split push, so... Well, even Orianna like could pretty much go side lane this game, and there's no one on Dusty who can really go toe-to-toe with them, so... Going for something like a 1-3-1 with Renekton and Orianna split pushing is also a decent choice here for Astralis.
The macro decision maker, we'll have to see. Taxer so quick, dives in but doesn't find Venza. Catches out FGG, who will go down. Elif called into the mid lane, but too late to save the spot.
Oh!
Comes on the other side and he finds Venza. Double kill to Crest. Just like that, Astralis talent do exactly what you said and pick up 2.
Amazing set of plays for Astralis right there. First of all, Taxer setting that catch up really well, just pretty much one-shotting the Lulu who didn't even have time to flash away. But then the TP for us, no, it wasn't even a TP, it was just a straight-up flank from Carlson. Like, that was really well played, being able to get into that position. Like, he just got on top of the Jinx. So let's take a look at what happened. Taxer can just go in for the backline, and Venser already using the flash. This is a solid Hecarim play right there. And then Carlson just walks on top of the Jinx, and there's nothing that she can do at that point. And there it doesn't matter how fed your Jinx is. It doesn't matter that you've been able to get your AD carry rolling, giving her plates. Like, that's irrelevant when there's a Renekton who can just walk on top of you unpunished, use his entire combo, and just one-shot the Jinx. So really well played for Astralis.
And now, just like that, they close the gold lead to 1,000. And if you can remove Venza from teamfights the way you did, then one more team fight and it'll be a lead for Astralis. Dusty back to the drawing board just a little bit, but they only lost those kills. They didn't really lose anything else on the back of it. In fact, have taken... Well, they lost the dragon off the back of it, but it's the first mountain, slowed down on the soul and the elder, but not going to be losing sleep over that one, you would have thought. But Baron is now on the rift. It's something worth gaining vision for, and Wendell wants to try and prevent Viking from doing just that. And Astralis, you can tell that they've just started threatening a little bit more, and Dusty maybe a little bit scared.
I think they should be a bit scared. Like, this is a strong point for Astralis being able to pretty much equalize the goal, and they have that big 2-item power spike for Chrisberg now. He's getting rewarded for starting with that tier, as it's been stacking up to complete the Muramana early. 2 items across the board, pretty much, well, only on the 2 big carries as I look at it, but they're still pretty decently strong with their power spikes at the moment. I think just they have to be a bit careful now for a while. And Astralis are taking they're slowly securing a bit of control here in the enemy jungle. Do you like it? Speaking of Backlund here, he has not been really performing too great this game. I mean, it's not easy to be his champion to pilot the Zoe, but it's not really been able to make any big catches. And I think Backlund's previously been one of the stronger players on Dusty, one of the big carries, and I think he needs to step up and find a big catch here if Dusty is going to win this game and get the first win in the NLC.
I mean, he has been a little bit quieter, that is certainly true, but one big catch can be all it takes. One sleepy trouble bubble catching out one member, but Taxa might look to catch out the entire roster, dives on through, gets onto 5, but there's no follow-up immediately. Carlson in the wings, but Dusty just gonna scramble out back towards their tower. Yes, they burnt a couple of flashes. In fact, only one flash from FGG. And this time around, Astralis can't make it stick.
I think that's just playing a bit too far up there. You really need to secure vision on your sides when pushing up against the likes of Hecarim and Renekton, who can go for the flanks. Oh, the Oriental.
The engage coming through. Watch Carson. He's looking towards Venza. He cuts him down. Will fall for his troubles, but so does the tower. Dusty lose their main man. And all they cost them is one Crocodile.
Yeah, pretty big there. When the Jinx dies, you don't really have any consistent damage on your team. Yeah, Viking's going to be putting out a little bit, but he's building towards more of the tankies in Zhao, so you do really need to protect the Jinx, and that, of course, is something that Astralis knows, and that is why this Crocodile has been eyeing the Jinx over and over in these fights. Did use the flash there, though, so it's probably not going to be there for the next fight, which means it's going to be a bit easier for Venser, who's going to get his own flash up quite soon, and he's going to be able to perhaps survive a little bit longer.
Backland dancing around in the mid lane, but Dusty and Astralis both posturing towards the Dragon Pit. Up in a minute, Taxa dives on forward, finds Elif and FGG, but won't be able to find a prime target as Backland dives to and fro over the wall. Venza nowhere to be seen, quite smartly being like, I will be near that horse. He's been throwing stuff at me and I do not like it. So Venza for me is someone who's... The game is going to be won or lost around Venza or Venza's corpse.
Yeah, totally agree with you right there. If Jinx dies in these fights, Astralis can win. If Jinx lives and just DPSs through the fight, Dusty's going to win. Pretty important cooldowns there burned from Taxer, both Ghost and Hecarim ulti. 28 seconds now before the potential third dragon here for Dusty, if they're going to be going for this big fight. And it looks like they're going to look for it.
Well, Venza takes a decent chunk of damage before this one kicks off, but Elif looking for the knock-up, lands it onto Wendell. Look at Venza on the side, though. She's shooting towards Carlson. The Jinx is running rampant. Viking picks up the first kill of the fight, and this time around, it's not the Crocodile that's getting the collapse. Nice ult from Crest to try and disengage, but Viking will survive as Venza runs rampant forward, hyped up and ready to go. But too many options, too many avenues means that Dusty just cool off the fight and potentially move towards this dragon.
Yeah, strong set of plays there for Dusty. Astralis without the Hecarim to be able to engage there without any of his big cooldowns. Look at this, there's no Ghost, there's no Hecarim ulti, so yes, they do have the Shirelias for Wendell, but they're not able to make any good catches here. And the counter engage from Dust is really good, and you can see Xin Zhao and Ord just being this big front line, completely zoning out Crest from the entire fight, like he's not able to do anything. And then Taxer is just standing really far back as well. So while Chrisberg is throwing some Qs, he is, I'm not going to say pretty much alone, because of course the rest of his team were still contributing in that fight, but Dusty played that really well, did the zoning really well, and they were rewarded with a third dragon, now one away from a Mountain Soul.
And the Mountain Soul give a little bit more survivability. I mean, if Venza can survive half a second longer as he throws his ultimate directly into Chrisberg's face, then members of the team can shot. FGG might just need half a second to get the ult off. Viking might need half a second to ult himself. ALF might need half a second to headbutt that massive ram back into the enemy team. So it could prove to be pretty big as Astralis maraud through the enemy jungle. Maybe looking to catch someone out. Ornn down in the bot side has teleport, but look, they're flanking onto Venza. Nowhere to go. Grab the Jinx. Yes, the ultimate comes through. Crest only catches onto one, but I think this is going to be a complete round as Elif dives into the backline trying to save FGG. But Lulu, not a priority target, actually able to step away and kill down Taxa. Backland on the backline, might look to get onto Chrisberg, but misses the skill shots as Elif will be cut down. Dominus is used, cuts down Lulu, forces the flash from Ornn. And Zoe skipping up the top of the screen has nothing that can be done. Ornn being chased down the wrong way down the map and can't even dash out. Excellent play from Astralis, and Dusty just didn't need to be there.
Yeah, very nice catch from Astralis. We can see here Dusty does not have vision, has no idea where they are, and then Tax just coming in from behind. I think he actually missteps a bit with the E right there onto Venser, but is still able to take him down eventually. And then Renekton Hecarim on your backline. That's not where you want to be if you're a Jinx Lulu. Actually able to live a bit longer than I thought, and they're able to chunk down Astralis pretty well. which is actually going to prove to be really important because that means Astralis could not go for the Baron. I believe they did not even attempt to go for it. So Ornn surviving for quite a while there actually proves to be quite important.
Not being able to get Baron is going to be massive, as Dusty will be able to lose the fight, but not necessarily lose objectives on the back of it, as we dive back into the action. You can see the Worm's still standing, and Dusty, for the first time in a long time, behind on gold. Yeah, it's 100, and it will be evened out by taking down this wave, but with Astralis finding their way back into this game, they've got late game options. Dusty have late game options, and if one fight goes the way of Astralis into a Baron, we could be talking about them winning in a couple of minutes' time.
Yep, and there is the Infinity Edge getting finished for Venser here on this Jinx. A big third item going to be coming in with a Chemcheck Putrefier as well for FGG, which is also really big up against likes of Hecarim and Renekton on the front line. So Jinx is going to be a even bigger threat when that is finished. On the other hand, we've been scaling up quite well on the side of Astralis, though, notably the Crown of the Shattered Queen getting finished by Chrisberg makes him significantly harder to kill, while he's still going to be able to put down a lot of damage. And it's going to be quite important, the poke war actually between Chrisberg on one side and Backlund on the other, to see who can chunk out the enemy team more before the fight actually starts.
And the fight's going to start in 1 minute 10 seconds, because that's when the dragon spawns, and Astralis do not want to give away this soul. Whether Dusty want to try and trade, potentially, they've got a Jinx, they've got a Zinzao, the Baron could go down reasonably quickly.
And we've now seen both the AD carries using their ultis to scout out the Baron when no one's been on it, so both
That's good
being able
times.
to do that with Jinx and Astral, yeah, for sure. It's going to be able to Q the wave here, which does reduce the cooldown on all of your abilities, so we'll probably have that ulti up again. Yes, he will, for the dragon fight, because he's level 14 now, so the cooldown is still quite short. But this is going to be a big fight. I think a lot of it's going to come down to who can find the stronger position before the fight. So if Taxer, for example, is going to be able to find the flank, or if Carlson's going to be able to do the same thing, like basically the more chaotic the fight's going to be, the better it's going to be for Astralis. If it's just a standard front-to-back fight for both teams, Dust is going to be favored. But if Astralis can find the flanks or can make the fight chaotic, they're going to be benefiting from that.
Ooh, Ornn trying to start a fight. Nice flash from Crest to dodge away from the ultimate, and the fight gets very, very messy. But people go low. Venza is on the back line somewhere, just shooting as much as he can, manages to slip away, but puts the ult directly through Astralis. They part like the Red Sea and look towards Viking. They're not going to be able to find a pick themselves, but the Dragon should go down pretty smartly. Dusty could look to contest, but need to be careful. Skull's going to put the vision in, and now it's going to be secured. Astralis denied the soul, but with Elif coming back in full health, they might try and get members in the pit, get a knock up onto one. Christmas goes over the wall as Taxa might be called out. Venz gets the shutdown, gets excited, gets the resets, and is now potentially looking for more. Backlund secures one as well, as Astralis grab 2 quick kills. And yeah, they lose out on the Dragon Soul, but if they can survive a second longer, they might look towards Baron.
They have a really good Baron taking team. Well, not great, but still any team with a fed Jinx, that's going to be a good Baron take. So they will go for it. Backlund's going to recall and then teleport back in here. Chrisberg actually just using his ultimate. This is going to be a 5 versus 3 situation. Will Astralis go for the contest? Looks like it. No smite on Taxer, which is really huge. I think that looks to be about 10 seconds still come off cooldown, and this is going to be Baron for Dusty, I think.
Venza! Baron goes low, but there's the ultimate onto Chrisberg, but the shield keeps him alive from the Karma. The Baron will be secured onto 5 members of Dusty, but no members of Astralis lose their lives.
Actually, quite important that Venser uses Flash there, trying to catch up to Chrisberg while not actually being able to kill him. That Flash is going to be huge in the next fight. Although he does actually recall for Quicksilver Sash and a stopwatch, so he does not want to be caught out next time around, because that's what happened in that dragon fight. I'm not sure if we have a replay of that very important dragon fight, but Carlson was sitting in a bush without Dusty having any idea that he was there, and Vence just basically face checks the bush when there's a Renekton there, gets chunked down, almost dies at the start of the fight, but in the end is able to live and is pretty much able to carry that fight. Also need to mention Backlund. I gave him some slack earlier, but he played really well in landing some crucial poke onto Chrisberg, forcing him to arcane shift out of the Dragon Pit, and then just sitting throwing max range Qs, which is not really where you want to be on that Ezreal. So Dusty playing that fight well. They are going to now be sieging the base with Baron buffed minions.
This doesn't look like it's going to be one of those big game-winning Barons, potentially. There's still a lot to be taken outside the base. You look at top tower, the outer's still standing, but Dusty already cleared out the mid lane, will be clearing out the bot lane, and as you mentioned, last fight, Venza got caught out, but Venza survived, which is maybe good signs for Dusty, as they might say, well, now we know that we can keep our carry alive, especially with Stopwatch and a Quicksilver Sash to boot, as Venza getting aggressive, and they talked about it on the desk, not wanting the backline, but Carlson's looking for a flag, Taxus looking for a catch, and Venza on the backline's looking for a way out, but really nice play to catch out Renekton. Nice ultimate coming through as well, as Venza pops QSS and might be able to pop members of Astralis' team. Moving forward, one more shot, two more shots, will it be enough? Nice break up on the backline from Taxus to save Carlson's life. But members of Astralis do go low. Dusty feeling comfortable to continue this push onto Inhibitor at least, but I think that's all she wrote.
I mean, someone should go check on Goldberg right now. Is he okay? Like, this is Astralis looking sort of shaky, getting outplayed by a Dusty who's 0-3 right now. They're looking to be in a great position, while Astralis, I mean, can you even call them a top team? If this is how they perform in a game against Dusty? I don't know.
It's week 2. It's a difficult one to call because, yeah, they lose to Eminem if they come out and lose to Dusty, and the game is by no means over, but 4,000 gold is a notable lead with Baron still on the backs of members of Dusty. And the league it was very predictable week 1, but we've had a couple of upsets involving a couple of teams, and Astralis definitely at the center of that so far, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. The Nexus still stands, and Astralis Talent have shown that they have the ability to take team fights. One big one as Baron falls off could well get them well back into this game. A couple of good performances as Crest cats out Venza once again, who gets a little bit over-aggressive, and Venza just needs to start being a little bit more careful about going near bushes that don't have wards in them.
Yeah, he's been playing with a lot of confidence, which is both a good and a bad thing. Like, he's been getting caught out here a couple of times, not going down though, is able to survive and does still have that stopwatch as well as now the Mercurial Scimitar, which is definitely a good thing for him. Notable to see in the build is no lifesteal in the items. I guess he has Legend Bloodline because he's still lifestealing up a bit, but he's not really going to be able to sustain that up. Here we go.
Oh, and the knock-up lands on the 2 this time around. They look for Crest. They break up the fight. Venza on the backline. Keep an eye on him to see if Astralis can get a re-engage going, but Carlson has been caught out, has to use Dominus defensively as the Dragon will spawn onto the map. This could be the decisive team fight as Taxa burns on forwards. Can't find anyone important though, and has to ride away. Backlund dives forward. Cannot get a pick. And it's a lot of throwing and it's a lot of dodging from this fight as we see Dusty lose priority over the Dragon. But nice catch from Venza on to Chrisberg. Teleport coming on forward as they look towards this Dragon. It's 2.5k. Who will be able to secure it? Viking looking for it. Will grab it. And there's the soul for Dusty. Astralis in retreat. But it looks like with Cress's ultimate, they'll be able to get away for now.
They got the Mountain Soul there, and while that was going on, a huge minion wave came into the bottom side for Astralis. I think, yeah, they were actually able to save this Nexus Towers with Carlson recalling, but will they be able to save their base now? Justice gonna go in.
Backlund looking to get a catch, won't be able to find it, but the second inhibitor is the focus of the rest of the team. Dusty secure it. And you can see Venza, he's like, oh, can we engage? And the rest of Dusty's like, maybe not, maybe let's just play this one a little bit safe. Ultimate coming through from Chrisberg just to grab a little bit of poke damage. but he's not doing very much to that. Ornn, who's tanking up all of the shots as Viking moves bot to try and bring minions in to tank up towers. One of them is less than half health as Dusty look to try and close this one out. The Horn has been called once again. Nice knock up as Nexus Tower 1 is deleted. Taxa dives one through, but he's not using it on Venter, who gets the deletion, almost killing Chrisbeck. The ultimate will land onto Crest though, as they pick up another tower. Taxa dives back on forward as Venter goes golden. The stopwatch saves his life, and just like that, the scripts are torn asunder. Dusty secure their first win of the NLC spring season as Astralis lose both games in week 2.
What a showing from Dusty. I mean, they're just outplaying Astralis pretty much from start to finish, and now they're playing with their food. This is how you establish dominance, not even killing the Nexus until you're forced to. Wow, Dusty, that is impressive, and Astralis, that was not very impressive.
We asked a couple of questions of Astralis in week 1. We said, yes, they're 2-0, but their style of play is slow. They're not necessarily able to close out these games, and they've maybe been fortunate to win them. Or is it a case of them knowing how to run the tempo and knowing how to control games perfectly? It was what we were saying when they played against Nariki. The question now has to be asked with a greater asterisk, because Eminem and Dusty, you look at the performances going into week 2, you'd think Astralis talent should be 4-0. They're coming out of this week 2-2, and what questions have we asked them? All credit to Dusty. I think they played fantastically well. Venza needs to be a little bit less aggressive, but past that, everything looked really, really good for them, and really happy to see them grab their first win here.
And I do like that it looks like they're starting to find an identity playing around this, like, sort of protect the carry comp. It wasn't that big of a protect the carry comp, but that's sort of, like, if you had to say an identity, that was going to be it. And it worked out really well. It was against one of the stronger team, at least what we consider to be one of the stronger teams in the league. So I think that's also a positive for Dusty. Having, I mean, they've been getting some direction as to where they should go from here, what they should be working on going into the next weeks. And I think they got a big confidence booster going into week 3 as well.
That is a massive point that you've just made, because going into week 3, they're going to have to try and start picking up these wins if they want to get towards that mid-table or challenge for playoffs. I know it's a conversation that we're going to have, but we're not going to have it. It's going to be in the post-show that people are going to be talked to. We have interviews, we have games, and we have Arcrom's beautiful face. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
are back on the post show to wrap it up week 2, day 2. And I'm together with the analysts who are currently holding up a card stating their will on this game. You can see from one point of view the happiness, and the other one, I don't even want to describe it. I feel in danger.
Another day.
Go next week already, yeah?
I need security. I might be murdered on set.
I'm starting to think our Elite 4 is an Elite 3. I'm ready to count Astralis out already because this week has been disastrous for that side. But yeah, obviously it happens. They just need to get back to the drawing board. But Dusty picking up that first win, you can't complain about that.
So before we go any further, we have Taxter with us for the interview, and you can keep it rolling. Goldberg, you can talk with him as well. Taxter, are you there?
Yeah, hello, man.
Hello. Oh, there he is. There he is on the background. How you? Okay, this was a tough week for you guys. How are you feeling, mate?
I mean, it feels really bad that we are not playing well. I feel like we have a lot of issues that we need to fix. I don't think they are like big issues, but I have seen some really good games from us, so I'm sure that we will be able to bounce back. We just need to work hard.
So you have an idea what is going on with the team, like the team already identified the problem, and you feel like it's something that you can work on probably in like a few days until we get to week 3.
I mean, I definitely think we are going to work on it in the next couple of days, and I think it's really clear issues that we have that just needs to be fixed ASAP, and everyone needs to put in effort, and then hopefully we'll be better next week.
Because I was going to talk about that, the idea that on the early game, you guys are taking a little bit to warm up the composition. On this game, you guys fell a little bit behind on the early game, but the mid game, you guys started to appear a little bit more, but out of a sudden, you just run out of gas. Can you describe what happened? Like, how's the team mentality, or what did you feel that brought Astralis back?
I mean, I feel like in this game, we should be controlling most of the early game and then like snowballing into mid game. And we just, like in the mid game, it gets really hard to team fight against them. When Jinx starts to get QSS and stopwatch and stuff, it's hard for me to find engages. And we were just not coordinated enough, and it just didn't work out in the end.
Do you guys feel like your mid game falls a little flat sometimes? Because we've seen you have like some really clean early game, and then it sort of goes onto a halt. You don't lose, but you don't gain anything. And then late game, then again, your team fight is stellar. What's going on in like that mid game? Is it like communication issues or what?
I think it's a mix of communication issues and decisiveness, and then like we're just learning how to play the side lanes and how to hover who and how to play the map, and we're slowly improving, but it's not really showing in our official games, unfortunately, but hopefully it will soon.
I mean, you're looking at me. I don't know what to say.
I just wanted you to like have a part of this as well.
It's tough, right? But no one's feeling worse than the players, right? After a game like that, so obviously it's understandable. I believe as well that Tax and the crew can come back. Like we have a former champion here as well. But what are you laughing at? It's true. You won last split.
Kind of embarrassing, this one.
But I mean. It's just tough, like, because I think like this is 5 individual good players, and it's hard to just describe one weak link as well for myself. But I don't know, Tax, like, how do you feel? Like, is this something right now as a team that's gonna be like next week? We're ready, we're bouncing back. Is Scrim like completely different than what's happening on officials, or like is this like a thematic that's a struggle you guys are dealing with just now? You think?
I mean, I think some of the problems that we have in officials is like the same problems we have in scrims, so. We just need to fix them ASAP, and I'm confident we can because we have really good players. We just need to mesh well together, and then I'm confident we will be better next week for sure.
Okay, so for now, I would like to let him go and think about the game and all that. But before you go, Taxter, the idea that you brought into the interview, that you know what is happening, you know how you can work it, you know that the roster is strong, the team is prepared to work on that, and it's only week 2. Week 1, you guys were stellar, as Treble usually says, and now you know what the problem is, the issue is, and you guys will make it to the Elite 4 again. So that is the most important point to me on this interview, is that you came in with the solution on your hand, and you know how to work with that. So even though it hurts a little bit that you guys weren't able to get any points on week 2, week 3 is going to be different.
Give us the listen.
Comes out done.
Hopefully.
So rest a little bit, and I'll see you on week 3.
Thank you.
Obviously, it hurts, but we need to talk about these points. We need to discuss it. I'm not looking at you.
He was right. I think he was right. This
but he knows
roster
what
is
to
a very,
work on.
It's a very strong roster. It's a very
Yeah.
strong team. I think the only telltale from this is how fast they bounce back. Because we've talked about teams being on a momentum, right, when they start winning. But when you lose back-to-back to teams that technically on the table are towards the bottom end, and you lose to them first, whilst you've beaten other teams, I think it speaks miles. Now, what's going to speak miles is how fast do they bounce back from that, and how do they come into next week?
That's another point, but I also just think Dusty, they just played throughout the, like we can say it's an early game, yeah, kind of in Astralis' favor, but I don't think they made the most out of that. If you take a look at the Herald fights, Dusty was actually the first on the neutral objective. If you take a look at the Drake stacking, Dusty was the first on the neutral objective. I think from an objective point of view and how they played all the compositions, Dusty did just play better today. Also, just when you take into the fact that Dusty, the composition they played last Monday, they kind of tweaked that with Benson no longer overstepping his boundaries.
I was about to say, I've got you a better one. Venza was not in the backline of the opponent.
Exactly. Venza was actually just in his own backline, taking good care of the enemy while he was getting peeled by a big on. So I think right now that Dusty, they are also just rising to the challenge, and they're starting to show what I believe when I predicted them last Monday too.
So it is time to
predicted
talk.
them now too, didn't they?
Did they?
I think so. I'm pretty sure someone said Dusty. I'm not even
We
kidding.
should look into that later. We should
not
look
sure.
into
We
that
will, we
later
will, we
because
will, but
now
maybe.
we have someone from Dusty, and it is not Viking. That's it. Hey, Leif, are you there?
Hello, hi.
It's okay. Viking only for loser interviews.
It is so hard on the heart. How are you doing? I know you got the spot for the interview, and now you guys won. How are you feeling? Like, I want to get the good side out of Dusty. You guys are an amazing team, and you guys were capable of pulling it off. Just like Goldberg was saying, like the idea that you guys played today. You guys managed to pull together, and you showed what the team is capable of. So, first feelings, how are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing great. Like, it feels really good to win. We've had a really bad start, going 3-0-3. But, like, I believe that we are way better than this. Like, I believe that we can play better. And, yeah, we had, like, clear issues at the beginning. Like, we start working on them. We are still, like, working on them right now. But yeah, I think like today, we showed more that what we're capable of and what we should do in the future.
Honestly, I really love your resolve, guys, because going 0-3 and then bouncing back is a really tough task. So congratulations on that. Now, if you can let us a little bit into the nitty-gritty, what was exactly what you had to work on? Because whatever it was, it worked.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of like building up confidence. Sometimes we are a bit like more too confident, I guess. But just like working, like avoiding individual mistakes that we've had like in all the previous games, and just like working as a team, as you mentioned before, like being on time on objectives, like just working as a group and going there to get the win.
Now, what did it finally feel like in the team atmosphere getting a dub all of a sudden? Because you guys, every time there's been a loss, at least what we've seen from Viking, it's been a little bit depressed. But how did it finally feel this time around when you got the victory? Was people screaming? Were you happy? Was it just, oh, all right, finally it happened? How are you feeling?
I mean, yeah, we all worked like really hard towards this, so I guess it was more like a relief. But like we worked on this as well, like the attitude, and that we need to believe, like we cannot let ourselves go down and like keep losing. So like yeah, we really worked hard on this, and I'm glad that we definitely got the win.
So at this point, the team is comfortable with the way they're playing. You feel like the things that you guys were struggling with are now disappearing, and this is the team that Dusty is going to be throughout the split.
Yeah, I mean today we worked like we played a pretty simple comp, like with good scaling, front to back team fight, good team fighting, and like it's kind of like the meta how the meta is right now, with an Apakari IDC and just like tank stop. It was like the most simple comp that we could work with, and I think it was good to begin with that, and maybe after it goes for more spicy stuff.
So who are you looking forward to beating next? Is X7 just the guys you're ready to take down, or are you still is there still a little way for you guys to get up there?
I mean, we're ready to take down everyone. Our goal is to make playoffs first, and then we're looking to beat everyone.
Perfect.
I like the idea. Also, did you feel like VIP taking all the shockwaves in this game as an Ornn?
I mean, it was my job. I had to do it. But yeah, I don't know. Who's the VIP for this game?
Come on, man. He shared some with Zinzao. He shared some with Zinzao. He didn't take
Yeah.
them all.
Winning Fallen Formula is just A-Live on duty for the rest of the split. Never getting to play another champion.
Well, thanks a lot for the
I hope
interview.
not.
Yeah, tell me.
I said I hope not. I will not play Ornn like all the times.
I like it because it's frustrating at some points. Yeah, always taking the beatings. But congratulations before everything. And I wish you good luck on week 3. Let's see if Dusty are now the team that we all know you guys can be.
Thanks. Bye.
So at this point, we're done with the interviews. We always have like a special person coming in, but I would like to do the recap for today's second day of week 2. How are you guys feeling about this day?
Honestly, I feel like...
How are you feeling about this?
I mean, I'm feeling fine. Honestly, I'm feeling fine.
Yeah.
At this point, it's just kind of watching a team struggling and seeing them maybe having too high expectations of who they were when they came in, because it is just like, I'm not going to call it a super team syndrome, because it's not. But it's still like 5 really good players that are just struggling to gel a little bit together to find their footing. So it's just like, this Astralis on paper definitely has something to work on. I think that's just reality moving into week 3, where we can see a lot of teams can now contest them. But outside of that fact, I feel like most games just went as expected.
I mean, yeah, JDXL versus Nuriki, I mean, absolute stomp on every single lane. I was trying to figure out small bits and pieces, but then when the Nuriki bot lane went ahead, Elisandra suddenly feeds a kill into the opponent Varus, and there's like, well, there goes the bot lane lead that we had. So I think JDXL like came back, but not to play. They absolutely stomped that one.
Yeah, completely. And I think moving forward as well, this one was a little bit fun. I feel like this one went back and forth until we finally had Eminem complete, what do you say, their journey here. So maybe this one was the one that I didn't expect actually, because I did say Riddle here, and I think you did too.
Yeah.
Most of us told Riddle, and out of a sudden, Eminem are still proving that this team has a lot to
They're
show.
on the rise.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I'm really surprised by the way Royal Cannon has been playing for the last 2 games. Honestly, I have been completely and utterly surprised by the aggressive play that he plays right now, because back then, when he won the Nordics, he was known for like the more laid-back sort of approach to the game. As for this one, I mean, X7, they had a little bit fun again, did not?
I mean, yeah, they did a little bit. This time around, it was a more, what do you say,
Okay,
composition to come through. I think if you're looking at the cup, I think SNG had a bit more fun with it.
Singularity had more fun,
They were
yeah.
a little bit more creative with the Master Yi, but you know, they were saying themselves like, oh, we knew we had to come out with strategies because we're not just gonna beat them on an individual level.
This to me was like an eye candy to see how Bifrost are actually playing as an Elite 4, as we were talking about.
Elite
I
3.
enjoyed this game. Elite 3, I guess.
I don't know. I had a few question marks on the Vanir draft side
That
of
too.
the whole thing. I feel like the Rakan did not make it easy at all for the
Yes.
Jhin to play the game. The Rakan, every time he was like stepping underneath his tower, he's like, I'm sorry, I'm even breathing, you know, getting one shot by the Lux Caitlyn combo. I feel like it was really, really rough to play.
Yeah, definitely. And then the last game here, once again, like just Astralis split up. Dusty super good at capitalizing on that, playing around with the range, having a red buff, and obviously a Lulu to beef up this Jinx does not make the situation better for them. But Dusty finally coming together and picking up that first stop. It's super nice to see from them.
And the Zoe popped up. Like, we were not expecting a lot out of Zoe.
I criticize Zoe because I'm like, I don't see how
Yes.
that can necessarily protect the Jinx, and it didn't necessarily do that. But once they took control of the map, that's where the Zoe starts getting dangerous. When you lose mid lane tier 1, mid lane tier 2, suddenly every wall can become a prey hiding spot for Zoe.
And it's always a good idea to protect your AD carry with an assassin, because if there's no one to take on the AD carry...
He's not an assassin, though.
I mean, you know what I'm saying. I hope Zoe wins,
She
yeah.
one shot, so technically she could be an assassin.
She doesn't have a dagger. She has a pedal star, let's call it this way. And at this point, I do believe we have someone with us, so we can look into standings. There we go. Wendell, how are you doing?
I'm good. What about you, sir?
I'm doing really fine. Obviously, it's a little bit hurtful, but I want you to be on the post-show. I want you to enjoy yourself as well, play some games, and also have your opinion on the standings, on the schedule. I want to go through all that with you. Is that possible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so to start off, let me just see what do we have here. I think we're gonna have the standings and then the schedule. Let's look into the standings before we go any deeper on this one. I hope you're ready for that, and I hope you're ready for the big band dodge. There we go. Looking into the standings, obviously X7 are still in first place, undefeated. Bifrost, Vanir, and Excel are just tied up on second place. Astralis following it up with Eminem alongside with Riddle, then Dusty and Nuriki versus Singularity out alone on the bot lane, out alone on the bot of the standings. But we do have a big matchup on the week 3, day 1 between Nuriki and Singularity. Tell me.
Wendell, what do you think about what we called it? What do we call the top 4? The top 4, you guys find themselves on the 5th spot. Do you think this will be changing anytime soon?
I mean, I hope so. Actually, I think it's gonna be all right. Like we just started now. We had 2 weeks. Of course, we're gonna improve, and we know what our mistakes are, and we're gonna look to improve them. So I think it's gonna be okay. We just had a bit of a rough week, but hopefully we'll turn around next one.
Realistically speaking, out of that list of the top 4 that you saw, the 4 teams right above you, who do you think is your biggest competition?
I mean, to be honest, I think the teams above us right now, they're all decent at the game. I think X7 is really good. So I think all 4 of them are going to be our competitors. So we will see what will happen.
I like the idea, like they're so confident, and now we should look into the schedule, so you can also debate that, because I have a little bit of a spicy one. Excel versus...
That was today.
That's today. I was like...
What do you think of that schedule?
Well, let's skip that one.
There we go. Nuriki versus Singularity, X7 versus Eminem, Excel versus Vanir. This is an interesting one. Astralis versus Bifrost.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah, this is a really good one. And Riddle to finish off versus Dusty. I like to look into yours games, like your game first. Astralis versus Bifrost. Give me that opinion.
I mean, of course we're gonna win. Like if you're playing competitive league, you need to think like you're gonna win every single match you play. And if you don't do that, you should quit the game. So we're gonna win for sure.
Okay, let's take a different approach. What are Vanir's strong points
Bifrost.
that you guys... Sorry, Bifrost's strongest points that you guys mainly fear?
I mean, I'm not worried about the enemy team. Like we focus on ourselves. We focus on what we are good at. We don't care about who we play. Like what they are good at doesn't matter. If we play our game, we win. So.
I feel like that's a good mentality as well. You want to bring your own strength to the team right now, and obviously it's clear that Astralis has some demons right now that they're battling, so it doesn't matter focusing on the enemy team if you can't take care of your own demons, so fight yourself first, and then you can fight the opponent afterwards. I feel like that's a good mentality to come in with it.
That is a strong will to come into this one. Okay, Nuriki. That is the Danish, okay. Nuriki versus Singularity. I was interviewing both of them, and both players was like, okay, obviously this is our first win. There's no way in this world that they're going to take the victory before us. Tell me your opinion on who do you think is going to take this victory?
Can you say the 2 teams again?
Nuriki versus Singularity, yeah.
0-4 teams.
I mean, I'm not really sure what's going to happen in that match, but I just know it doesn't matter to us. That's just the most important thing. So I'm not really sure. Like, it can go both ways. I think both teams are, like, not that good. So I think it's going to be a coin flip.
I like it. And it's time to play the game. Are you ready to play the game?
Oh, yeah.
I'm ready.
Do you know how to play the game?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
But I don't have a paper, so I'm just gonna say the word.
Yeah, you should say it out loud, and for the people at home as well, you guys can play and put it on the chat, just spam it away. And for those of you who are not aware of how Big Band Dodge works, it's simple. We're gonna get a highlight of today, and after the play, we'll decide if it's a pick, if we like the play, if we would try to do it on our games. We'll try to dodge it if it's like, okay, it's one of those plays that can happen on a game, but I would rather not have like a team on my lane. And if you see the ban is like, please remove it, like we should remove Yuumi from the game. It's pretty much the same. Like, so Wendell, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Roll it up on the screen and let's see what the first play of today on the Big Band Dodge. Oh,
Alright,
you talked
alright,
about
alright.
this.
That is Zamulek, I think, with the 1v9 right here, just casually chilling between both teams. Yeah, on hit virus. Looks pretty cool, man.
Yeah, I would
no,
say like.
no, I thought it looked cool. No. Dan, where is it? Dan, no.
I would say pick.
Pick the ban.
Nine
This is a
times,
ban.
9 times Dan. 9 times Dan. Nah.
What do you think, Wendell?
I would say pick.
Pick?
Not ban. Yeah.
He stole
I
his
mean,
penta, man.
I mean, I tweeted. I agree here. I tweeted out as well, like bench that. But I mean, you know, you AD carry just that. I mean, I'm pretty happy if I see my AD carry just auto spacing the entire enemy team.
I'm banning the jungler. It's fine.
yeah, that's definitely a good play from him. No doubt about that.
But if you could, you would steal the pent as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Respectable.
That's all I needed to listen to. Let's go. Roll the second one. What do we have in store for today? Second one. Oh, this is the amazing flank.
It's a pretty good package.
It's a pretty good package. One misses.
It is.
Okay, so mixed feelings though. I don't know.
I'm not sure actually. I think I would say dodge.
I think I agree.
Yeah, because they have a really good start, and all of a sudden, you miss the missiles, right?
It's like it's looking so good. He's just diving in there, and then when it comes down to actual timing of the rocket, it's like firing every one moment. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Whatever
like
that noise was.
It's the best start possible, and then yeah, it goes a bit down after that.
Yeah.
So.
And the cool thing is, on the interview, he pointed out that I was like, there was a really good flank. And he told me like, oh, that's up to the support because he was the one putting the ward and he actually called me in. Oh, you should TP here and use the package.
Yeah.
So it's almost like the support did all. And when the timing came in, Corky just blah, blah, blah,
I mean, if you tell Wendell the support does all, he will agree probably.
So you think the support is the most important role in the game?
For sure it is. I mean, like these kind of plays, I think like support have a good overview of the game, so he can definitely give some good comms and put some good vision down. Like in our game, we got some good flanks as well, and sometimes it comes from me, sometimes it comes from the player who has TP, but the support definitely has a job to do when it comes to that, and like communicating where enemies are gonna move and like when we're gonna go in and when we're gonna pull the trigger. So I think that's an easy job for any support, and if you don't do that, then yeah, I don't know.
The unsung heroes, that's what I say about the support role. Yep. Kick another one, give it to me, and let's see what we have in store.
Okay, I see Yasuo. I press dislike.
Oh.
Okay.
No, you can't do that. It is illegal. Oh, I know what to do. Yeah. What about you? What do you think?
I think that Yasuo play is probably one of the best plays we saw today. That's like played pixel perfect. So yeah, props to him. I would say
dodge. What do you say?
Nah, I probably agree with you guys.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it's not only because the play is really well done.
It's disgusting.
It is disgusting. It stays alive for so long, but also because at the end of the play, the Yasuo dies. So
but he's fulfilled his purpose.
Yeah, I love that.
On 1 HP. What else do you need?
So we got another pick. Okay, we have another one for you. Let's see how it is.
Oh.
Okay.
I know what's gonna happen now.
On Ziggs. Oh, I think I know. He's just too tanky, man.
Hold it.
He's so tanky.
Hold it.
Look at this.
Stop.
Yeah, Ocelot calls this way too tanky, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess 6 is tank champ.
Top lane champ from next week.
What do you think?
I'm not sure. What do you guys think?
He dodged everything, so it's a dodge.
What? Why?
Ben!
That's a good point.
I'm banning slow Q. Are you kidding me? Do you know how many balls he missed? Oh, Sarah,
I would say
actually
it's
bannable.
It's not really 6. Like I mean, it's okay movement, I would say, but I think it's definitely up to the enemies to hit some skill shots there. Like there's at least like 2 or 3 skill shots that could hit 6 there. So I'm not really sure about that one.
Okay, I'm a big fan of Michigo Ziggs, so it's a huge pick for me.
Okay, okay. So last clip of the day. It's up to you, Wendell. Let's see if the production got you anything spicy. I don't know. Oh, man.
Oh, that's rough.
And we got the Michael Bay as well production. Look at this.
Hold up.
Oh, is it good? It's a good fight, no?
Hold up. Where'd the Lulu go? Hold up.
Boom.
That's Taxa.
Wait, he was right behind you!
It's just Taxa dying. What do you think about that?
I mean, yeah, a little bit of over chase, I would say. We got the first kill, so yeah, that's
I'm
definitely a
banning
ban.
the karma. What?
You're banning
What?
the karma.
Karma?
Banning the karma. Where's your E button, man?
Bro, it's
But
on
why
cooldown. What do you mean?
I don't care.
And not only that, you see
You
how far
obviously
Ekarim
don't
went?
understand the
Support.
game.
He's supposed to protect his players.
Yeah, but the player went to the other side of the map.
There's no way I can follow Hecarim there. He just needs to go
I'll
back.
ban Taxa then. There you go.
Yes,
I'm
I agree
buying
with that
Taxa.
one.
Yeah, ban him because you're playing Karma. You only have 2 feet. You're running to the Ekarim, and you see like passes right
There's
through
no way I catch him.
Like that's impossible to follow. Okay, man. What do you have to say to finish today, man?
I mean, maybe this week looked a bit rough for us, but I just want everyone to keep supporting us, and we're gonna do better. We're gonna work on our mistakes, and yeah, we're gonna do our best to win this split. And we are definitely working hard. And yeah, I hope you guys will see it in the next week.
I'm excited to see the third week of Astralis to see if you guys are capable of pulling it off and solving the problems that you know you have and you find the solutions. Thank you so much for the interview. I'll see you on week 3.
Hello, Luke.
Thank you. Bye, guys. Tack för det.
You had to sneak it in there.
Well, we can. So we might as well.
It's part of the country, man. Come on, you got to give it to it. So we're done with week 3. How are you guys feeling so far?
With
Week 2.
I was going to say, we're already done with week 3?
Really
What?
fast.
Really fast.
Week 2, how are you guys feeling about this one?
I'm actually really happy with the games we have seen. We thought we were going to have like a clear top 4. This has been shuffled around. You know, teams are suddenly winning like Eminem, picking victories on like big bosses in the league. Then Astralis is struggling. Then we see suddenly Bifrost and Vanir coming up. I think it's like super exciting.
But you know what the best is? We haven't even gotten the best game in the league yet, because next week we will have Singularity versus Ricky. Oh my God, can you imagine that banger?
I actually
That's gonna
want
be
to see
such a
that
good
game. I want to see that game because ban of pick, I don't know, I'll dodge your opinions, man, because I want to see that game. I want to see, because they were so feisty towards each other.
Someone has to pick the first victory.
Yeah, exactly.
What happens when a movable object faces a stoppable force? We'll get the answer soon.
I want to see that game. So that's the wrap up for week 3. Like, that's the spice it up. I guess it is. What about you, Treble? The game you're looking for? Do you have anyone?
I'm just looking to see if my overreaction from day 2 is going to still keep flourishing, because I said X7 are going to go completely undefeated all the way to EU Masters, and they're still on 0 losses. How about you guys?
I mean, I betted that if they lose EU Masters, I would paint my hair in the middle of the live broadcast.
Masters?
Yeah.
No, they'll go undefeated 2 EU Masters.
No, he's one up you.
Oh, he won up?
I went all in.
If they lose EU Masters, you're going to do what?
He's going to dye
I'll
his
paint
hair.
my hair in the broadcast.
What color?
I think the NLC, oh no.
Oh, we should have a vote
Rainbow?
on Twitter. We should
I don't
make
know.
like a Twitter poll about your hair color, which one it should be.
So I hope
I'm
you
voting
guys
pink.
enjoyed the stream. I
Pink.
hope you guys enjoyed the
Pink.
broadcast. Tell me. What do you,
Ombre. Do the NLC colors. Ombre. Blue to pink.
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 It'll
I
match your
regret
tie.
everything. Oh no! Oh, no! Well, I hope you guys enjoyed week 2. We'll be back next one. And remember, go to the media, follow us on social media, and bring your opinion, bring your excitement, bring what you want to see on next week throughout the entire split, because the NLC is also your league. Stay strong, keep playing League of Legends.